Chapter 251 Battle of Elite Drago Knight, Extra Chapter for the Great God Certification of Sword of Disaster who gave a great reward. After all, he had been coveting the red Gyarados in the animation in his previous life for a long time. Just as Heiyu was silently planning in his heart, Wu Xin, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and said seriously, "Hey Tian, I have applied to the organization to promote you to captain. As long as you pass the battle assessment, you will enjoy the benefits of captain level and the right to mobilize ordinary members." Heiyu's face changed. "Captain. You should know that those who can have this position are generally top-level superior peak, a few have quasi-elite strength. After all, the next level is the Cadre Reserve, which is the level of Wuxin. It is worth mentioning that during this period, not only Heiyu is improving, but Wuxin's main Drago Knight has also been promoted to the quasi-elite level. It is said that the breakthrough was made in the base, and many people watched the violent energy fluctuations at that time. Therefore, it has long been spread among ordinary Team Rocket's soldiers, and you can find out with a little inquiry. It is also because of this that Wuxin defeated the other captains in the base with the strength of the quasi-god, and finally Archer made the decision to promote him to the Cadre Reserve." Heiyu suppressed his surprise and asked, "I don't know what kind of test it is." Wu Xin paused for a moment and said, "Stay for a quarter of an hour under my Drago Knight." Heiyu came to the battle site of the last assessment of the captain. "The last time Flygon performed Draco Meteor is still vivid in my mind, but I don't know what happened to the Flygon in the end. After all, the Flygon was obviously used for some kind of experiment. You can use any number of Pokémon and any battle rules. I only use one Drago Knight." Wuxin took a Pokeball with the Team Rocket's logo from his chest. A red light flashed, and a cute Drago Knight appeared on the field. A faint aura instantly pressed around. Dragon's Might. Heiyu narrowed his eyes, not only because of the strong power emanating from Drago Knight, but also because of the unlimited rules Wu Xin had just mentioned. After a little thought, Heiyu released Crawdaunt, Sharpedo, Honchkrow, and Umbreon. These 4 Pokémon are his strongest Pokémon at present. The first 3 have all reached the superior level, and Umbreon is already level 39, just one step away. "Drago Knight, use Dragon Claw," Wu Xin said lightly, taking the lead in commanding the attack, as if he wanted to seize the initiative. His target was Honchkrow flying in the sky. It seemed that Drago Knight wanted to seize the air supremacy first. As Wu Xion's words fell, the angel-like wings behind Drago Knight flapped quickly, and rushed towards Honchkrow at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. A pair of sharp claws exuded a green luster, gradually condensing a huge energy dragon. Claw. Honchkrow Tailwind, maneuver in the air, don't fight head-on. Umbreon, use Helping Hand. Crawdaunt, Sharpedo, Ice Beam. Although Drago Knight is very strong, after all, his side has the advantage in numbers, so Heiyu took the lead in beating him up. With Honchkrow quickly increasing the speed of all members of his side, at least there is no need to worry about being crushed by Drago Knight in speed. 2 ice lights with a chilling chill quickly attacked Drago Knight in the air. Wuxin's face remained unchanged. If he could be hit by such an obvious skill, Drago Knight could really retire and enjoy his old age. Drago Knight slightly turned sideways in the air. Although he was fat and looked extremely clumsy, he easily dodged the 2 ice lights. And accelerated the Dragon Claw in his hand again, slashing towards Honchkrow. Heiyu quickly commanded, "Umbreon, Wonder Room." In front of Umbreon, a pink cubic energy body quickly condensed and gradually spread, covering the entire venue. Wonder Room, a skill belonging to the space category. It can create a bizarre space and exchange the defense and special defense of Pokémon in the space. At this moment, Umbreon exchanged its strong defense for Honchkrow. Heiyu's plan is very clear, which is to apply all the 2 core tactics it has currently developed to Honchkrow, and put all the treasures on him. Crawdaunt, Swords Dance. Sharpedo, accelerate the state to maintain. Umbreon, use Shadow Sneak to harass Dragonite and buy time. Hei-Yu quickly issued all the orders. The Pokémons were already very familiar with this set of tactics, so they performed them very quickly. Umbreon condensed the Dark Shadow Sneak to harass Dragonite, which was constantly chasing Honchkrow in the air, and bought time for his members to perform the Snatch tactic. Although Wu Xian didn't know the existence of the Snatch tactic, he also knew that he couldn't let Hei-Yu's Pokémon continue to strengthen like this. Dragonite, Twister. Dragonite stopped chasing Honchkrow and quickly swept out from the wings behind him. 2 violent gusts of wind formed a tornado. Attacked the strengthening Crawdaunt below. Black Feather's expression remained unchanged, and he ordered, Umbreon, use Protect to resist. Umbreon flexibly jumped to the front of the battlefield, and instantly condensed a green protective shield in front of him. Dragonite, Dragon Claw. Wuxin's voice sounded again, and Dragonite quickly changed, and the huge green cover chopped down, and the protective shield of Protect could no longer support it and broke directly. Umbreon was hit by Dragonite, flying back more than 10 meters away, and hit the wall directly. His eyes were swirling, and he fainted. Just one hit. Kuroyu knew that this was because Umbreon transferred its strong defense to Honchkrow. In addition, there was a huge level difference between the quasi-elite Pokémon and the advanced Pokémon. Kuroyu looked at Umbreon with heartache, and saw a deep claw mark on its body, which looked hideous and terrifying, and the domineering dragon attribute energy remained on the wound. Kuroyu rarely showed emotional fluctuations. After all, in previous battles, he was always known for his calmness. Because only when calm can one make correct commands, trainers who are controlled by emotions will often be the first to reveal flaws in battle. Kuroyu also knew that this was Umbreon's. Umbreon has always been dedicated to his duties, buying time for his teammates and taking damage for them. Umbreon, I won't let your efforts go to waste, Hei-Yu murmured. Honchkrow, use Snatch. Honchkrow, who was hovering in the air and maintaining the tailwind state, quickly dived down and patted Crawdaunt and Sharpedo lightly. The powerful power of Crawdaunt was quickly plundered away, and the acceleration state in Sharpedo gradually disappeared. All of them were refined by Honchkrow and used for his own benefit. At this moment, Honchkrow enjoys the blessing of Tailwind, the power of Swords Dance, and the accelerated state. In addition, the Wonder Room performed by Umbreon makes up for the last shortcoming of physical strength and defense. As we all know, the shortest board often determines the amount of water a barrel can hold. At this moment, Honchkrow has no shortcomings in his body. Attack, strength, speed, and defense are all maxed out. Honchkrow screamed and shouted excitedly, looking at Dragonite with a little eagerness in his eyes. Chapter 252 Honchkrow's Dragonite. Honchkrow, Sucker Punch. Black Feather's voice sounded quickly, and Honchkrow reacted quickly. A black shadow flashed and quickly attacked Dragonite. The black feather wings turned into sharp blades, slashing at Dragonite. Abdomen. Bang. There was only a roar. Dragonite quickly retreated backwards, and the black energy left in his abdomen proved that he had been attacked. Dragonite, Thunder Punch. Dragonite reacted quickly, and Fat Doduo's hands clenched into fists in an instant. Thunder Punch was swung out in succession as the arc exploded. The exploding lightning burst in the air. Honchkrow dodged sideways with great difficulty. The previous attack was obviously not a simple acceleration of the body, but the use of extreme speed over a short distance during the flight. This is what Hei-Yu observed keenly. The opponent's quasi-elite Dragonite has already used the extreme speed skill to perfection, and can even mix it into daily flight at any time. Even in the tense process of the battle, extreme speed can be used to quickly move short distances. Even if Honkrow's acceleration state and tailwind are maintained at the same time, can it only be tied in speed? Hei-Yu could only sigh, it is worthy of the extreme speed skill. Hei-Yu did not sit still and wait for death, and quickly ordered, Taunt, then use Night Slash. Han Krol looked at Dragonite with extremely contemptuous eyes, and Taunt's meaning was self-evident. This trick really worked. The unintentional words that were originally prepared to command Dragonite to perform Dragon Dance were not spoken out, and they were hesitant. At the same time, Dragonite, a hint of rage appeared on his resolute expression, which was triggered by the taunt skill. Han Krol quickly retracted his wings and flew towards Dragonite, rushed forward quickly, and the moment he got close, his wings quickly turned into blades, and at an extremely tricky angle, he first deflected Dragonite's thunder punch. Then the wing on the other side, as his body turned, quickly slashed downward, and Night Slash really hit Dragonite's arm. This Night Slash was surprisingly powerful. It actually hit the vital point? Wu Xin muttered to himself in disbelief. But He Yu was not surprised. Instead, he raised a triumphant smile. The two items seized from the Team Aquaman last time were Scope Lens and Mystic Water. Cynthia chose Mystic Water, so Scope Lens naturally fell into He Yu's hands. The function of Scope Lens is to better find the opponent's flaws and increase the probability of hitting the vital point. And Night Slash itself is a skill that hits the vital point. When it is stacked, it can often hit a critical hit. In addition, Han Krol took a potion that increased his reaction speed last time. When it comes to finding the enemy's flaws, the Crow Pokemon is extremely good at it. He Yu continued to try and said, "Use Night Slash again." Slash. Han Krol's scarlet eyes showed a hint of pleasure, and his body turned again. In an instant, his wings were once again wrapped in evil energy, and his black wings were stained with a layer of strange dark brown energy, and he swung down. Wu Xin frowned tightly, and he found that he seemed to underestimate He Yu. The snatch system developed by the other party could actually allow a superior level Han Krol to compete with his Dragonite in a short period of time. Humph, not bad, but this one move, can you take it? Dragonite, Dragon Rush. Dragonite's expression instantly became ferocious, and an astonishing murderous aura instantly surged, and the horrifying momentum swept the whole scene. The rich dragon attribute energy instantly turned into a huge flying dragon, flying behind Dragonite, as if making a silent roar. Han Krol's body looked so petite in front of this huge flying dragon. Dragonite Rush, this move is introduced on the Pokédex as follows, releases terrifying murderous aura, intimidating and crashing into the opponent. Obviously, the huge power displayed by Dragonite now has mastered this skill to perfection. He Yu felt his blood boiling, his eyes shining, and waved his hand and said, "Han Krol, Sky Attack." Han Krol's scarlet eyes exuded a great fighting spirit, and a faint blue flame wrapped around his body, and every feather seemed to be burning. The domineering shadow of the condor appeared behind Han Krol, and even in the face of a huge dragon. It would not retreat. Like a blue rainbow piercing the sun, it rushed up to the sky. Bang! Boom 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 boom! Dragonite, increase your strength! The purple dragon roared and swooped down. The violent energy collision swept the entire venue again and gradually expanded. The entire venue was devastated by the collision between the dragon and the condor. Han Krol, Aerial Ace. He Yu stared at the figure in the smoke and dust, and saw a flash of lightning and the sound of fighting. Dragonite stood there, with scales falling to the ground and injuries on his body, especially on his abdomen, where there was a hideous wound. The blood dripping on the ground even formed a pool of blood stasis. However, for the tenacious dragon Pokémon, it was obviously not worth mentioning, and Dragonite did not even feel obvious pain. And Han Krol kept waving his wings and crow claws on Dragonite's upper body to resist the thunder punch in Dragonite's hand. Both sides had just used Sky Attack and Dragon Attack. Rush's powerful skill, although both were injured, they did not lose their strength, but fought quickly. Aerial Ace's slash seemed to be less powerful and extremely light, but in fact, when Han Krol performed it, it was full of murderous intent. The target of the attack was either Dragonite's abdomen, joints, or vital parts such as eyes. It can be said that every move was full of murderous intent. Dragonite, Fly away quickly, Wuxin ordered hurriedly. Dragonite is bulky, and in close combat, he either resists or moves Fat Dodo's body to dodge, while Han Crow is petite and can dodge more easily. This kind of battle that consumes the physical strength of both sides is definitely not good for Dragonite. But Dragonite is also bitter at this moment. He always feels that his body is firmly locked on the annoying crow in front of him. No matter how he uses it, arm blocking, body dodging, the opponent's aerial ace always hits accurately and leaves injuries on his body. While he took the opportunity to perform Thunder Punch, the opponent dodged all of them. Kuroyu saw that his side actually suppressed Dragonite for a while, and his heart couldn't help but get excited. Aerial Ace was originally tailored for Raptor Pokémon. It can be said that the essence of this move is to lock on the prey and entangle it tightly. Most flying Pokémon in the wild use Aerial Ace when chasing prey ace. Han Crow did not disappoint Heiyu, whether it was the crow's beak, crow's claws, or feather wings, every part of his body that could launch an attack was used. Each attack was connected very quickly, and he had no time to react. Often, the wings had just pounded up, and before he had time to retract them, the bird's beak connected. Han Crow's sharp eyes, coupled with his sharp movements, a ruthless killing machine was desperately attacking. Han Crow's movements were so fast that they could not be distinguished by the naked eye, and only the sound of air explosions could be heard. And Dragonite could only use his arms to resist from time to time, and every time he wanted to fly away, he would be entangled again. Dragonite's cute face was full of frustration. Chapter 253 Outrage. As an experienced trainer, Wuxin naturally knew that he had to find an opportunity to break the situation, otherwise he would be entangled by Han Crow's aerial ace and be hit to death by combos. Although the injuries on Dragonite were not serious, every scratch added to its burden. These small injuries added up and eventually broke out at a certain point, making the battle completely tilted. But this kid didn't command the other Pokémon. He wanted to fight my Dragonite with Han Crow alone? How arrogant! Wuxin looked up and down at Heiyu again, and had a clearer understanding of this bold boy in his heart. Although the current Han Crow is in a state of amplification due to Snatch, whether it is attack, defense, or speed, it is comparable to a normal quasi-elite Pokémon. But his quasi-elite Pokémon is Dragonite. Heiyu met Wuxin's surprised eyes and understood the other party's surprise. He just wanted to use Dragonite's power to hone himself. So far, Han Crow's snatch tactics are the most powerful strength he can unleash. This time, on this basis, it has been improved. Umbreon's Wonder Room makes up for the last shortcoming of the snatch tactics, physical strength and defense. I can't be so passive anymore. Dragonite directly uses extreme speed to push him away. Wuxin gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. Because Dragonite's use of extreme speed is equivalent to exposing his biggest weakness, the head to the opponent, and the frontal defense is almost non-existent, and the middle door is wide open. Sure enough, Dragonite flapped his wings at lightning speed and slammed into Han Crow in front of him. At this moment, Heiyu also seized this opportunity and quickly commanded, Han Crow, Night Slash, aim at Dragonite's head. Han Crow instantly raised his claws and kicked down fiercely. This episode cooperated with Scope Lens to directly hit Dragonite. Bang! Han Crow was also knocked away by Dragonite's huge body. After all, the two sides were of different sizes. Fortunately, he adjusted his body shape in the air and hovered in the sky again. Heiyu looked at Dragonite, who was kicked down and embedded in the ground. Although there were no fatal injuries on his body, there were countless abrasions, tackles, and other small wounds. There was even a big bulge on his head. Dragonite's expression was confused. It was obvious that he was stunned by the previous blow. I really didn't expect that someone could be faster than his extreme speed. But indeed, even Heiyu didn't expect that Han Crow's reaction speed was faster than extreme speed. Of course, this was due to the potion that he took last time to improve the speed of nerve reaction. But more of it should be because Han Crow had just used aerial ace, dozens or hundreds of consecutive attacks, caused him to enter a state of ecstasy. Coupled with the scope lens he was wearing, he could better discover the enemy's weaknesses. That's why Han Crow's reaction speed was so fast at that moment. The speed was even faster than Dragonite's extreme speed. Han Crow catches up with him, use taunt. Hey Yu's voice sounded again, and Han Crow, who had just adjusted his body, flew forward again. And Wu Xin would not sit still and wait for death, and hurriedly ordered, "Stay away from Taunt's attack range and use Roost." At the beginning, the time of He Yu's taunt had already passed, and Imprison, which could not use transformation-type moves, had already loosened. After finally getting away, Wu Xin naturally wanted to seize this opportunity and take the opportunity to let Dragonite recover his strength. The two sides chased each other in the air again. But unfortunately, although Han Crow's speed was also very fast, extreme speed was undoubtedly more advantageous in this short-distance maneuvering indoors. As Dragonite landed on the ground, his wings folded, and several feathers made of energy fell out of his body. Dragonite, the original injuries on his body gradually recovered. When a flying Pokémon uses the Roost skill, it will temporarily lose its flying attribute. During this period, without the flying attribute to communicate the energy between heaven and earth, ordinary flying Pokémon will find it difficult to fly. But the Dragonite in front of him is obviously not one of them. It is almost unaffected. Even if it loses the flying attribute, it still flies high. He Yu felt a little headache. The advantage he had finally won was now gone. And Han Crow's body has taken on so many amplifications, which is also a great test for himself. If it weren't for He Yu's frequent feeding of poke blocks that can enhance the body strength to Han Crow. If it were an ordinary Pokémon that took on so many amplifications, its body would have collapsed long ago due to the huge energy. It's our turn to fight back. Dragonite, use Ice Beam, Wu Xin commanded. Although he was still calm in his words. But it was obvious that he didn't let Dragonite perform close again. Combat, but choose to use long-range skills to consume. Wu Xin's tactics have changed. He is not going to fight against He Yu's Han Crow head-on, but chooses to use long-range skills to decide the outcome. After all, Han Crow still maintains various amplifications in his body, which is a great burden and consumption on his body. But the kid in front of me is really not simple to force me to this point. No wonder Master Archer asked him to assist me. Maybe he can really make a name for himself in the Hone region in the future. Wu Xin looked at He Yu with great appreciation, and at the same time decided not to play around anymore and completely kill this game. Dragonite, Outrage! Outrage, a dragon-type ultimate move with a power of up to 120. The side effect is that it will fall into a state of confusion for a period of time after using it. Roar! Dragonite Rage's roar instantly resounded through the world, carrying the breath of the ancient dragon clan. Dragonite bulged all his muscles and burst out all his strength. As a dragon's blood, it kept boiling in his body. Blood ripples gradually covered Dragonite's body, his cute eyes gradually turned scarlet, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his muscles kept expanding. Dragonite's momentum continued to rise. Outrage broke out. He Yu's robe was lifted by the strong wind, and He Yu used his arms to block his forehead to resist the wind and dust. Han Crow, Sky Attack! He Yu did not choose to retreat at this moment, but chose to fight strong with strong, head-on. Dragonite was wrapped in the bloody power of Outrage. Han Crow was covered with the blue power of the Condor. The two sides collided with a loud bang, and two violent energy waves swept the field. After a brief stalemate, the blood in Dragonite's eyes became deeper, and Outrage suddenly erupted again. Roar! Accompanied by a burst of dragon roar, Han Crow gradually fell into a disadvantage. Dragonite raised the sharp dragon claw to stir the wind and clouds, tearing off the faint shadow of the divine bird on Han Crow's body, and raised his claws to leave 3 deep blood marks on his body. Han Crow dragged his body down from the sky. Hayu and Crawdaunt on the side hurried forward to check, both with worried expressions on their faces. Don't worry, I have told Dragonite to show mercy, your Pokémon will not be seriously injured. Wuxin said confidently. Chapter 254 Captain. The battle is over. Naturally, Wuxin's Dragonite won. And it was almost crushed head-on, although Honchkrow had suppressed Dragonite in the middle for a while, but it can't last long. Especially when time goes on, the high-intensity load brought by various amplifications in the body makes Honchkrow lose his physical strength quickly. If Hayu could be more decisive at the beginning, directly use Sky Attack to force a duel, it's hard to say there is still a slight chance of winning. Don't be discouraged, you just met my Dragonite. If it were any other quasi-elite Pokémon, I'm afraid it wouldn't be a match for your Honchkrow. Looking at Hayu who was cleaning Honchkrow's wound, Wuxin took the initiative to comfort him. So he won this battle, but he had a higher opinion of Hayu in his heart. After this round of battle, he discovered some other advantages of Hayu, including rich combat experience and excellent tactical planning. His on-the-spot reaction is first class, almost as good as that of himself who was in team. He has been a veteran in rockets for decades. But what he values most is the pride in Kuroyu's heart. He could have chosen multiple Pokémon to attack together, but he only chose Honchkrow to fight alone. People like him who have been in the dark zone for many years will regard a person's temperament as more important than talent. A person who is insidious and cunning, good at planning, is very good, but far from enough. A person who is proud and confident, bold and careful is very good, but far from enough. People like Kuroyu who have both qualities at the same time and are at a critical point of balance are the ones that Wuxin, including Archer, values the most. After all, the disappearance of the three people in Rose had been investigated by himself, and he naturally used a psychic Pokémon of a high level. Learned the truth about Hayu killing three people. Wuxin did not report this information to Archer. He was indeed grateful for Archer's cultivation, but he was far from being blindly loyal. But he chose to hold it in his hand, as a handle on Hayu. After all, Hayu was his right-hand man in the Hone region in the future, so he had to have some restraint. Otherwise, Wuxin was really afraid that a talent like Hayu would be out of his control one day. Thank you, Lord Wuxin, for your praise. I benefited a lot from this game, Hayu said respectfully. Wuxin left after leaving this sentence. Although you lost the game, you barely passed my test. From tomorrow, your position is team captain of Rockets. Hayu held Honchkrow and treated his injuries before leaving. After returning to the room, he treated Honkrow's injuries immediately, but unfortunately the healing effect of the blue orb fragment only targets water attribute Pokémon. It's a pity that if the blue orb fragment could be exposed and Crawdaunt could be brought into the battle, maybe there would be a chance to defeat Dragonite. Hayu lay on the bed, imagining the possibility. In just 1.5 years, he has grown from a little pirate who was bullied by others to the current Team Rocket's captain, and has the strength of a superior level trainer. This speed is still shocking and terrifying. But for Kuroba, it is far from enough. When he thought of Cynthia, who was the same age as him and already had a quasi-elite level quasi-god, he could no longer suppress his desire to catch up. 2 days later, Kuroba dressed neatly, put on a brand new captain-level badge, and came to the research center where he received the high-tech combat uniform. At this moment, Professor Silanu had already ordered a group of Team Rocket's soldiers to carry precious research equipment. Kuroba stood aside, supervising this group of Team Rocket's soldiers, and a bright captain's badge was hung on his chest. Kuroba glanced around fiercely, and all the Team Rocket's soldiers he was watching lowered their heads, with a trace of fear in their eyes. As a newly appointed captain, Kuroba naturally wanted to kill a chicken to scare the monkey, so he directly punished an ordinary Team Rockets before he came Rocket's soldier. The body of the Team Rockets soldier is still buried in the garbage dump. It must be said that this is still very effective. Therefore, although Hayu looks harmless on the surface, the Team Rocket's members present know that he is a ruthless master. Hey, you kid, be careful when moving. Believe it or not, I will punish you to clean the toilet. Serenu Professor Rage cursed, especially when he saw these vulgar Team Rocket's soldiers were so rude to his beloved scientific research equipment. In the Pokemon world, although there is remote transmission technology, some things are too large, or have energy, and other reasons, so they cannot be transmitted. For example, a high-quality evolutionary stone/ite cannot be transmitted through space transmission technology because the energy contained is too huge. So in the Pokemon world, jobs such as postmen, couriers, and porters still exist. Okay, Captain Haishan, if you are okay, you don't need to stay in the research center for long, and I don't need your protection. Professor Zillanua drove them away without any hesitation, obviously very dissatisfied with the people under Heiyu. Especially the bumps on some scientific research machines, which made other researchers in the research center angry. Yes, Professor Zillanua, I wish you a safe journey back to the headquarters. Heiyu nodded and prepared to say goodbye. After all, the black market has been a bit nervous recently. And it always feels like something big is going to happen. Boom! Just as Heiyu was about to lead his Team Rocket's soldiers to leave, the entire Team Rocket HQ shook suddenly. Woo 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 woo. And then there were countless alarms. Professor Zillanua seemed to receive some information from the headset, and immediately cursed in a low voice, "Damn it, the Alliance has taken action, who leaked the information about our retreat?" The metal in the black feather space ring that was contacting Archer also rang instantly. After learning that the Alliance actually wanted to take advantage of their withdrawal to wipe them out, his face instantly became uncertain. Even if he was a superior level trainer, he might not be able to survive this big scene of the Alliance and Team Rockets going to war directly. You guys protect the professor and retreat in an orderly manner. Heiyu first scolded several stunt squadron leaders. Then, while no one was paying attention, he quietly walked out of the room, found a corner, and put on the human skin mask that he had customized in Team Rockets. He instantly turned into a middle-aged man with the vicissitudes of life. Although the Alliance's attack on Team Rocket HQ was a disaster for Heiyu, wasn't it also an opportunity? Apart from anything else, the countless precious materials and secret information in this research center are difficult to measure in value. Of course, a more important reason is that the backup of the fingerprint information, facial information, and blood information he entered in Team Rockets is still in the database. Although his identity information is in the database of Kanto headquarters, there is also a backup in the current Movili City sub-base. Heiyu must delete it, otherwise, if it is found by the Alliance, it will be a disaster. Chapter 255 Alliance Sucker Punch. Heiyu quickly wandered in the chaotic Team Rocket HQ, but he was thinking quickly in his mind. Team Rocket HQ is hidden in the black market, but it is under attack at this moment. Doesn't it mean that the black market is also surrounded? How big is the Alliance's action this time? The relationship in the black market is complicated. Even many high-level members of the Alliance are involved. Some powerful local families, including Joy and Jenny, must have occupied a lot of interests in the black market. The Alliance is actually risking the world's great injustice to eradicate the black market in Movili City? Is it the eradication operation launched by the reformists of Chairman Damalanchi? Many speculations emerged in Heiyu's mind in an instant. Honkro, rush into that room and destroy all the data. Kuroyu saw the chaotic scene and knew that he would not have time to take away the data, so he simply destroyed it all. Anyway, the data was backed up at the headquarters of Kanto region. Even if Archer knew about his actions, he would not blame him. After all, this was a helpless move under a critical situation. The data inside not only included Kuroyu, but also many undercovers who had already lurked in the Hone Alliance. Kuroyu was also contributing to the organization. Those Team Rocket's members who were undercover in the Hone Alliance should thank him for saving their lives. Han Crow smashed the glass with his head and kept casting dark pulse at the room, blowing up the database storing the data. He stopped only when the entire building showed signs of collapse. Kuroya looked around the chaotic surroundings with sharp eyes until he saw a Team Rocket's captain with a graveler beside him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Come here." Heiyu showed his captain's medal and ordered casually. "Let your graveler use self-destruct to completely raise the database to the ground." Heiyu's voice was emotionless and cold, making the Team Rocket's captain in front of him tremble all over. Seeing that the Team Rocket's captain in front of him was indifferent, Heiyu narrowed his face, and Han Crow on the side gave appropriate pressure. "Yes sir, I obey your order." The Team Rocket's captain trembled and commanded his graveler to use the self-destruct skill. Boom! The explosion attracted countless eyes, including the Alliance's combat personnel. With a bang that resounded throughout the base, the database completely disappeared, leaving only endless ruins and rubble. And Heiyu, who was disguised as a middle-aged man, also disappeared, and the Graveler's Team Rocket's captain raised his hands tremblingly and surrendered to the Alliance members who had surrounded them. "What's going on?" When Heiyu found that the outer black market was empty and there was no sign of being surrounded and attacked by the Alliance, he was stunned instantly. Team Rocket's base was hidden under the black market, and the Alliance actually bypassed the black market to attack. Heiyu understood instantly that the Alliance had no intention of attacking the black market at all, and looking at the group of Alliance members who fought and killed decisively just now, 80% of them were temporarily recruited through the black market. Otherwise, how could the Alliance members who were usually kind and soft-hearted be so cruel? The Alliance must have temporarily recruited some desperate people walking in the gray area through the black market. And maybe this attack on Team Rocket HQ was the cooperation of some big families and complex forces behind the black market with the Alliance. Damn, good guy, no wonder they have to withdraw from Hone region. It turns out that they were excluded by the local underground forces. And neither the black and white worlds can tolerate Team Rockets. Obviously, Team Rocket's entry into Hone region has affected the interests of many black forces. And it is likely that the last Ray Cow incident has angered the underground forces of the entire Hone region. After all, the underground black forces of the Hone Alliance are extremely chaotic, and they are intricately intertwined with each other, just like powerful local snakes. Facing the powerful Dragon Team Rockets, these underground black forces tacitly gave up their grievances with the Alliance and chose to jointly exclude Team Rockets first. Now I'm afraid that the entire periphery of the black market has been surrounded by the Alliance. Heiyu has no choice but to return to Team Rocket HQ. As soon as Heiyu entered the base, he saw a terrifying scene. In the center of the extremely chaotic battlefield, a large area of peace was vacated. Team Rockets and the Alliance, the two parties looked at each other from a distance. Team standing in front of the Rockets was an elegant man in a white suit and a blue bow tie. It was Archer. He was riding on Houndoom with a gloomy face, while stroking a Crobat beside him. The two Pokémon exuded amazing power. They were both elite-level Pokémon. On the Alliance side, standing in the front was an old man in a sailing suit, wearing a very conspicuous sailing hat and a tattered black jumpsuit. The strong wind blew, revealing his strong chest from time to time. Archer said with gritted teeth, and a rare panic appeared in his calm expression. Especially when he saw Houndoom under him, facing the might of Salam Ince, he actually showed a fearful expression, and his heart was trembling. This old sailor, I'm afraid he has the strength to challenge the champion. Archer had already backed down in his heart. He originally wanted to rescue a group of Team Rocket's members under the Alliance, but now it seems that he can only give up. After all, facing that Salam Ince, Archer himself may not have a chance to escape, so how can he care about the people below? Drake, you actually become a running dog of those politicians? Don't you always hate those high-ranking members of the Alliance the most? Or did they promise you some benefits? My Team Rockets can give double. Archer smiled coldly at first, and then naturally began to sow discord. After all, it was no secret that Drake, as one of the four elites, was at odds with the top leaders of the Hone Alliance. Unfortunately, Drake, the leader of the Alliance, was unmoved and full of disdain for Archer. He said in a deep voice, "I do hate those corrupt top politicians of the Alliance, but I hate you dark organizations that snatch other people's Pokemon even more." Hearing this, Archer didn't care and just thought it was an excuse from the other party. But hey, you, who was hiding in the dark, knew the reason. In the animation of his previous life, he always respected Drake. Even if he traveled to Pokemon N World, this attitude has not only not weakened, but has become more admired. And not only Kuraba, almost all civilian trainers from the bottom of society have a fanatical obsession and worship for this elite. It all started with Drake's early experience. With no background, he was not discouraged and failed again and again. He learned lessons from failure after failure and eventually became a respected Dragon Attribute Pokemon Master. Drake was favored by the legendary quasi-god cub, Bagon, because of an accident in his early years. Drake was determined to devote his life to Bagon, who saved his life, but he was different from the other four elites. He had no family heritage, no experience and secrets to cultivate Dragon Attribute Pokemon, and could only fight forward, fight again. With countless the battle and time make him successful. Other geniuses of the same age have already left him far behind, and Drake didn't break out of his cocoon until he was over 50 years old, and finally evolved into Salam Ince. Drake also spread his wings and soared into the sky, becoming the most powerful elite in Hone region. This kind of script that a common boy finally counterattacks the four elites is also the reason why he has so many fanatical admirers. Chapter 256 Archer's Drake. And the reason why Drake said he hated Team Rockets was not just making up a reason or excuse. He really hated Team Rockets' act of selling snatch other people's Pokemon. In the early years, because he had a quasi-god, he attracted many people's covetousness and snatch, including some children of big families in the Alliance. When Drake became strong, he cleared them out one by one, and he even destroyed an elite family for this. It was these actions that made the top leaders of the Alliance unhappy. Haha, you don't have to sow discord. This time I must teach you a lesson that will be remembered forever. Drake shook his coat, and his old face showed determination. Hearing Drake's words, Archer's face became more and more embarrassed. He still had self-knowledge. Although he and Drake were both elite-level strong men, the gap in strength between the two sides was still it is very big. Drake's main team of Pokemon are all elite level, at least 6 elite Pokemon. And he is a newly promoted elite strongman, with only 2 elite Pokemon, Crobat and Houndoom. Not to mention that the opponent's Pokemon are all Dragon Pokemon that dominate the same level. Even so, Archer still has to fight, not only because he wants to test his own strength, but more importantly, he wants to buy time for the group of researchers in the research center to retreat. At least until several important scientific research members such as Silanu retreat, otherwise it will be really difficult for him to explain to the leader Giovanni. Archer took on a huge pressure and untied 10 Pokemon from his waist ball. A group of imposing Pokemon appeared in the venue. Arbok, Weezing, Victreebel, almost all of them are poison-type Pokemon. Among these Pokemon, there is actually a quasi-god Pokemon. Tyranitar. It's a pity that its level is just an ordinary quasi-elite level. But think about it, if you can train a quasi-god to the elite level, the same resources are enough to train 3 ordinary elite Pokemon. Quasi-gods really consume too many resources. Not to mention Tyranitar, a big miner. The ore it needs to feed is basically an astronomical figure every year. It is also thanks to Archer, an elite, who has a strong ability to make money. If it were an ordinary trainer with no support from the power behind him, even an elite would be dragged down. Just when Archer was ready, Drake was laughing happily, and his smile seemed to be mocking. He was so arrogant that he didn't release any Pokemon, relying on only one Salam Ince. How confident! You are so arrogant, don't underestimate me. With Archer's roar, the battle was about to start. However, the strength gap between the leaders of both sides was still very large. Counting the 2 elite Pokemon Houndoom and Crobat, plus dozens of quasi-elite Pokémon, so many Pokémon besieged Salam Ince. But they could only tie, and were often suppressed by the powerful power of Salam Ince. 1 against 12. The two sides fought evenly, and the gap was obvious. As the two started to fight, the combat members of the Alliance and the members of Team Rockets also released each other's Pokémon to fight. Although the Alliance had an absolute advantage in high-end combat power, it was suppressed by Team Rockets in the middle and lower-level battlefields. After all, most of the trainers in the Alliance had not experienced the training of blood and fire. As long as they fought, they could see the gap between the two sides. Often, under the same strength, it takes two members of the Alliance to tie with one member of Team Rockets. Even if the Alliance members are not careful, they can be caught and killed directly. Drake frowned when he saw all these battles. Although he hated those corrupt Alliance leaders, he still had a sense of belonging to the Alliance. Took out another Pokeball and released an L-level 1 Pokémon, Altaria. Altaria, Dragon Pulse. A huge purple dragon was hovering in the sky. Archer gnashed his teeth and watched Team Rockets being slaughtered by Drake's Altaria, but he had no way to stop them. He had done his best to hold back the Salam Ince, and he was busy with his own affairs, so how could he care about others? Hasn't your Alliance always claimed to be righteous? You actually also engage in such cruel acts as massacres. Archer attempted to morally blackmail the Alliance. Some Alliance members slowed down their attack rhythm after hearing such condemnation. But Drake would not fall for it. He climbed up from the bottom and was one of the few decisive and ruthless representatives in the Alliance. Draco Meteor. With Drake's command again, the battle gradually fell into chaos. After a stalemate of half an hour, the original Team Rocket HQ had already become devastated, with ruins everywhere. After delaying the time, Archer directly gave up all the Team Rocket HQs present. The Rockets members, under the cover of Houndoom and Crobat, escaped alone. Under the leadership of Drake, the Alliance members easily broke through the defense of Team Rockets and entered Team Rocket HQ. Kuroya watched the entire battlefield from a dark corner, among which the fight between Archer and Drake was the most eye-catching. Seeing the Salam Ince killing everyone, Kuroya could only sigh. The power of the elite-level quasi-god is so terrifying. Kuroya destroyed the mask on his face and all items related to Team Rockets, revealing his original face. At the same time, he changed into the Alliance's clothes, disguised as an ordinary trainer, and participated in the crusade against Team Rocket's actions. There was no other way, because the periphery had been surrounded by the Alliance's army and police officers, so he could only escape in this way. Heiyu followed the Alliance's steps and gradually approached until he reached the entrance, then he began to act. It is our duty to fight against the evil forces. Heiyu called out and encouraged his own Alliance members. This voice attracted a lot of attention, even Miss Jenny, who led several of the teams, cast an admiring look at Heiyu. For a time, the morale of the Alliance members reached the highest. The few remaining Team Rockets members were directly defeated and drilled into the ruins of the various passages of Team Rocket HQ. These remaining Team Rockets members were already trapped in a jar. And they only needed the Alliance's people to slowly search them out. Heiyu chased a Team Rockets captain. And there was also Miss Jenny chasing with him. The two looked at each other. Although there was no word, the tacit cooperation had already forced the Team Rockets captain into a desperate situation. The team in front Rockets members, I advise you to put down the Pokémon in your hands and accept the justice of the Alliance. Heiyu said righteously again, every word seemed so sonorous and powerful, with a face full of righteousness, as if he really represented the messenger of justice. You have to act in full, not to mention that there is a ready-made witness on the side. Sure enough, Miss Jenny on the side heard Heiyu's speech and looked sideways frequently, her beautiful eyes were even more brilliant. Chapter 257 Star of Tomorrow. Jenny, who was chasing Team Rocket's members with him, was followed by a handsome Arcanine. Judging from the energy fluctuations on his body, he reached the superior level. Arcanine, flamethrower, Miss Jenny commanded with a sonorous and powerful cry. The blazing flames surged towards the fleeing Team Rocket's members in front, and the high temperature of the flames seemed to melt the space, so that it was distorted. You damn Alliance dogs, Mook, use sludge bomb. The fleeing Team Rocket's captain flashed a fierce look, stopped running, and released Pokemon, as if he wanted to resist. It's you, Hi-Hey. The Team Rocket's man turned back to resist, and when he looked at Hey-Yu, he couldn't help trembling. Hey-Yu's eyes also flashed with disbelief, because the captain in front of him was one of his members when he escorted the researcher in the morning. He was also one of the few people in Team Rockets who had seen Hey-Yu's true face. Because Hey-Yu basically didn't stay in the base, and he was also relatively withdrawn. He only showed his face in front of a few members this morning to kill the chicken and the monkey. But most of them were scientific researchers, and they had already retreated. I didn't expect to meet someone who just saw Hey-Yu's face here. The murderous intent in my heart surged. Hey-Yu didn't give the other party a chance to speak. The space ring flashed silver, and the crossbow arrow in his hand was instantly fired. At such a close distance, the team before the rocket's captain could recover from the shock, the arrow pierced his throat. Bright red blood flowed down his neck, and he fell straight down, with one finger still pointing straight ahead, and his eyes still revealed incredible shock. When Miss Jenny came from a distance, she only saw this scene. The Team Rocket's man was dead and lying on the ground. Kuroya was commanding Umbreon to fight Mook. Without time to think, looking at Kuroya who was struggling to hold on, Miss Jenny hurriedly commanded Arcanine to help. Cooperating with Umbreon, they quickly solved the stubborn Mook, but when Jenny checked the team when she saw the body of the rocket's captain, she showed a headache. Ah, what happened to this body? Miss Jenny looked at the broken limbs in front of her, and it was almost difficult to piece together a complete human figure. Just now in the battle, Kuroya's Umbreon accidentally released the skill crookedly, smashing the originally complete body to pieces. Kuroya came forward and said a little embarrassedly, "Sorry, my Umbreon is in a breakthrough period recently, so the control of energy is a little unstable." Miss Jenny looked at Kuroya's awkward smile and sighed slightly in her heart. If she caught him alive, she might be able to extract some information, but now he is dead. But the boy in front of her was really kind to help and punish evil and promote good. Therefore, Miss Jenny couldn't say too much blame, and could only say with regret, "It's a pity, this is still a captain level, if he is captured, he will definitely make a great contribution." Just as Miss Jenny was expressing regret, Hey-Yu was cleaning the battlefield and secretly recycling the crossbow arrows scattered in the corner of the ruins. Umbreon, who was standing by, frowned at this time. All the energy around him was absorbed. As the absorbed energy in his body gradually increased, it gradually touched the barrier. Strands of dark brown mist emerged from Umbreon's body. These were all made of pure evil energy. All of them were smelted and condensed essence energy. Moon cloth. Umbreon groaned softly, his body the energy ripples on the surface shook. Breakthrough to the superior level. Miss Jenny, who was standing by, was also attracted. With her experience, she could see that Kuroya's Umbreon was at the moment of promotion, so she held her breath and her eyes flashed with anticipation. After all, what Kuroya said just now really suited her appetite. Including the temperament of this righteous boy, Miss Jenny felt that Kuroya was definitely the rising star of the alliance. Miss Jenny was naturally encouraging about the future of the alliance. "Congratulations, Umbreon has broken through. By the way, I don't know your name yet?" Miss Jenny and Arcanine walked slowly. Kuroya squatted down and stroked Umbreon, with a look of surprise in his eyes. When he heard Miss Jenny's question, he raised his head, his eyes revealing the high spirits of a teenager. "My name is Kuroya, and I am a trainer of the Alliance who likes evil attributes. This campaign against Team Rockets, initiated by the Alliance and coordinated with the various forces behind the black market, has officially ended. For the Hone Alliance, being able to destroy such a huge organization that has penetrated into the region is naturally something they are happy to see. For the complicated underground forces, being able to prevent such a huge dark organization from entering their territory and taking a share of the pie is naturally very satisfying. Perhaps only a terrorist organization as famous as Team Rockets can make the underground forces and the Alliance put aside their long-lost grievances and rarely join forces. However, Hayu has made another contribution this time. After returning to the small Pokemon Center, he contacted Joy Chun as soon as possible and asked the Joy family to help him publicize this matter. At the same time, Hayu also asked indirectly what the attitude of the Alliance's top leaders was in the last Team Aqua incident. After all, the conversation in the conference room last time was not over yet, and it ended halfway because the captain was assassinated. Hayu is still a little worried about those greedy top leaders who want to take blue from him orb fragments. Also, have the rewards been discussed? After all, the Alliance promised to give rewards, but it has been several days and there is no movement. Hayu, I will tell my grandmother about your situation and try to make the rewards given by the Alliance stack higher. After all, you have made 3 contributions in a row. Joy Chun is indeed right. The Chansey cruise ship blocked the attacking wild Pokemon. The captain-level figure of Team Aqua captured in the Sea Movoli incident. Including this time when he participated in the Alliance's siege of Team Rockets while Hayu was resting at the Pokemon Center, the police department sent the temporary recruitment reward first. It was Miss Jenny who had fought alongside him not long ago. Trainer Hayu, since you have made great contributions in this operation to eliminate the dark forces, I will formally reward you with 300,000 Alliance coins and a Rising Star badge on behalf of the police department. Hayu showed a proper look of fear and trepidation, but he was not slow in taking the reward and badge. This badge is not worth much, but it represents the meaning of the Alliance's reward, so Hayu naturally collected it. As for the 300,000 Alliance coins, Hayu really didn't care about it. After all, he didn't need to consider the issue of money in the short term. But does this medal say that I am the rising star of the Alliance? Hayu showed an increasingly weird smile on his face. Please urge for updates and gifts. Chapter 258 Alliance Level 3 Authority. Trainer Kuroyu, I wonder if you are willing to marry into our Jenny family. After awarding the League's rewards, Miss Jenny did not leave in a hurry. Instead, she made an invitation to marry into the family with an expectant look. When she returned to the police station, she investigated the young man in front of her and was really surprised. Especially after reading Kuroyu's growth resume, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide, and her shock was beyond words. When Kuroyu heard the familiar marry into the family again, he felt a little strange in his heart. Could it be that he was born to marry into the family? Miss Jenny, you should also know that I have accepted investment from Chinjuajim and Joy family, right? Hayu asked with a half-smile. Miss Jenny's face did not blush and her heart did not beat when she heard this. The relationship between the Jenny and Joy families is not very good. They often do things like poaching each other's people. So what? What the Joy family can give, our Jenny family can also give. What they can't give, our Jenny family can still give. Miss Jenny's face revealed a kind of confidence, and continued, Hayu trainer likes evil attribute Pokemon N, right? Coincidentally, our family happens to be good at breeding Houndooms. If you are willing to marry into our family, we can give you a Houndour with excellent qualifications. Hayu showed a proper look of interest, but in the end he chose to follow his heart and rejected Miss Jenny's invitation to marry into our family. The investment contract clearly stated that it was not possible to accept investment from multiple companies, which would inevitably break trust. I don't want to offend the Joy family, and I have already built some connections on the Joy side. Does he have to give up his relationship with Joy Chun and go to the Jenny family, who are unfamiliar with the place? Hayu is not a fool. After weighing the pros and cons, it is better to continue to stand in the camp of the Joy family. And as long as this matter is revealed, he can also win a reputation for being kind and righteous. After sending away Miss Jenny, who was full of regret, Yu finally began to contact Archer and Wu Xin, who had already escaped. It's a pity that the answer he got was only 4 words. Stand by. It seems that Archer and Wu Xin are not dead, but now Team Rocket HQ is destroyed. The two are probably in a mess and can't care about a small follower like me. Yu recalled this trip of disguising himself as a member of the Alliance and breaking out of Team Rocket. HQ's actions did not reveal any flaws. Along the way, he also won over Miss Jenny as a witness. Only then did he lie down on the bed with peace of mind and fall into a deep sleep. Han Crow and Umbreon were still hiding in the corner of the room, one bright and one dark, protecting Yu. At the same time, when the Joy family received Yu's message, they also held a small meeting to discuss. The topic of the meeting was whether to fully support Yu's upgrade to Level 3 Authority. Level 3 Authority is the representative of the core personnel marked by the Alliance, and each Level 3 Authority represents unlimited potential. Since the Alliance proposed the Authority system, more than 90% of those with Level 3 Authority will become elite strongmen in the future. It can be said that Level 3 Authority is the ticket to the elite level. Therefore, the third level authority also represents the Alliance's recognition of your potential and believes that you have the potential to break through the elite level. There is a world of difference between the third level authority and the second level authority, which is only one word apart. Although the latter is precious in the Alliance, there are still many of them. After all, people who can upgrade to the second level authority include but are not limited to gym leaders, scientific research professors, social celebrities, senior executives of various departments of the Alliance, and so on. Just like a gym leader, there are 5 to 8 second-level authority upgrade quotas every year. But the third-level authority is extremely difficult. At least one of the 4 elites needs to come forward to guarantee before you can apply for the qualification of the third-level authority. At the same time, the applicant must also make certain contributions to the Alliance. Finally, it will be voted in the meeting. This stage is also the most difficult, and a large part of the benefits must be transferred. Yu is obviously qualified at present. First of all, the merits. During this period of time, the cruise ship attack incident, Sea Movili Team Aqua incident, Sucker Punch Team Rocket's elimination incident, are enough to prove Yu's loyalty and merits to the Alliance. As for the guarantee of the 4 elites, when they were in the conference building, Sydney and Bonnie revealed their appreciation for Yu, which was no secret. It was spread by people with ulterior motives as the meeting ended long ago. It was precisely based on the above 2 reasons that the Joy family was willing to upgrade an outsider to the third level of authority. After all, they spent a lot of effort last year to ask a 4 elite to upgrade a direct descendant of their family, Joy, to the third level of authority. If Yu himself had a great chance of success, they only needed to push him from behind, and the Joy family would not be willing to help hand a foreigner to upgrade the third level of authority. After all, even if the first 2 points are solved, the last meeting vote, their family still has to pay a large part of the benefits for Yu. Otherwise, why would others vote for Yu for no reason? As the meeting chattered, finally under the Elder Joy Shizuka's argument, it was decided to support Yu to upgrade the third level of authority. This kid is unwilling to marry into the family, and he is not one of us, so a new contract must be drawn up to tie him up. After saying this, the chief of the Joy clan left the meeting room with a cane, leaving only a meaningful look at Joy. Shizuka. What? Isn't this a contract of sale? You actually... Yu looked at the contract document sent by the Joy family and couldn't help cursing. Let's not talk about the 50-year indenture. The simplest one, Yu must hand over all Pokémon information to the Joy family for inspection at any time, is absolutely unacceptable. In addition, there are various excessive conditions, including Yu must hand over his face and blood information to the Joy family. Including Yu must often promote the Joy family and must wear the Joy family's family emblem. including Haeyu must participate in the Joy family every year family gatherings of the Joy family, etc. If Haeyu really agreed to the above conditions and signed the contract, even if he didn't want to marry into the family. But as time went on, he would still be labeled as a Joy family member in front of outsiders. At that time, he would only have one way to marry into the family. This is a naked conspiracy. The quick-witted Haeyu saw the hidden purpose of the Joy family in the blink of an eye. Haeyu didn't even think about it and directly rejected the Joy family. Although the third-level authority did look very tempting, he couldn't put his entire future on it. Although some of the conditions were really tempting, such as providing more than 10 million alliance coins as investment funds every year. There was also a 10 million quota of various precious materials and tree fruits to choose from, and Haeyu even saw $1 million sand scale fruit among them. Chapter 259 Two Possibilities. This fruit is in short supply in the market, because it can increase the speed potential of Pokémon after taking it. Note that it is potential, not value. Take the simplest Caterpie as an example. If its speed data is increased by 10 after one level, then after taking the sand scale fruit, it will be at least 12 to 13. And you can enjoy this extra speed increase every time you increase your level. It directly raises the speed potential of Pokémon to a higher level. This fruit is unheard of even by most trainers in the market. Because it is so precious. At present, fruits like sand scale fruit cannot be cultivated artificially. Only a small number of people who explore in the wild can encounter them in the wilderness where few people go. At least with Haeyu's current connections, he can't get this fruit at all, unless he shamelessly asks Mr. Norman or Chiu Solan's family for it. Even so, getting it the number of them could not be as much as the Joy family offered. 1 or 2 would be enough. And he would definitely offer a price far higher than the market price, at least close to 1.5 million alliance coins per piece. In addition, the Joy family also proposed the captivate of quasi-gods. As long as Haeyu could reach the peak of quasi-elite within 5 years, that is, around the age of 22, the Joy family would not only help him to reach the elite level, but also give him an extra quasi-god. He could choose which one. The above are just a few of the more precious ones. There are also some additional conditions and various benefits scattered here and there. To be honest, Haeyu felt excited for a moment, but everything was like a knot in his heart when he saw those harsh conditions marked in red. Especially the mental control. Although it would not affect Haeyu's brain and thoughts, it could control his life and death. Let others control his own life and death? This is absolutely unacceptable to Haeyu. Especially when I think of how I rejected Jenny's family's invitation to marry into the family not long ago, I feel bad. It feels like I rejected the captivate outside for you, but you let me down. These big families really don't have any good bird. Every investment is for greater benefit. Sure enough, my dear Chinjuajim and Mei are the most caring. Haeyu, I'm sorry, this is the family's decision, I can't change it, but just wait for you in Evergrande City Conference, then the conditions will not be so harsh. Joy? Chun said apologetically. Haeyu forced a smile and said, then I can only trouble Sister Berry to mediate for me during this period. Haeyu showed an expectant look and asked. Joy? Chun naturally agreed, and then a trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes, and said, there is also the matter of the Froka Pokemon egg. I went home and searched through the database, and finally found only 2 possibilities. The first is that the Pokemon in this Pokemon egg has a rare genetic disease. In this case, I don't recommend you to hatch it. The second is that this Pokemon egg has been contaminated with the breath of some powerful Pokemon or treasure, causing the external color to change. After hearing the 2 possibilities, Haeyu instantly thought of the blue orb fragments. Could it be that the Froka Pokemon egg was contaminated with the breath above? It's just a water-attributed orb fragment, and it has nothing to do with the dark energy in the Pokemon egg. However, Haeyu's original heart was slightly relieved. In this case, it is highly likely that things will not develop in a bad direction. However, he still couldn't help but be covered with a layer of haze in his heart. It's better not to hatch this Pokemon egg first. After all, my first team is full, and Zorua will hatch soon. First, cultivate all the current Pokemon to the superior level, and then consider the second team. Heiyu thought secretly in his heart. Heiyu looked at the screen and saw Joy-chan's haggard expression. After a few words of appropriate concern, he hung up the phone. When Joy-chan passed the message of Heiyu's refusal to the family, although it was said very tactfully, how could those old-fashioned people who have lived for most of their lives not hear the meaning? In this regard, a few high-level people in the Joy family expressed rage, but more people had an indifferent attitude. They had seen countless geniuses like Heiyu who accepted investment but showed strong resistance to marrying into the family. In the end, most of these geniuses would lower their proud heads and show a surrender to their Joy family, and finally marry into the family obediently and let their Joy family control them. And the few geniuses who carried out this resistance to the end and refused to marry into the family, eventually lost their support without the support of their Joy family and disappeared into the crowd. This is the confidence of the family that will never collapse. Heiyu didn't know the reaction of the Joy family. Team Rockets didn't give any instructions at the moment, so he was free. The rewards for Heiyu's meritorious service from the Alliance still needed to be discussed in a meeting. After all, the events Heiyu experienced involved many sensitive things and forces. Whether it was Team Aqua, Blue Orb Fragments, Team Rockets, or the Joy family, they couldn't be decided in a short time, and Heiyu couldn't just stay in Movili City and wait foolishly. Let's continue collecting badges, but should we go south or north? If we go south, there will only be a large sea area and various large and small islands, including the more famous Fighting Island. There is a fighting gym on that island. If we go north, there are more choices. Pseudopolis City, Fortree City, Moss Deep City, etc., are all cities with gyms and certain characteristics. Finally, after a brief thought, Heiyu decided to go south to Fighting Island. All this is because of the 2 blue orb fragments, which require a huge amount of water attribute energy to charge. If you go south, there are all ocean islands, where the water attribute heaven and earth energy is undoubtedly the most abundant. It must be said that it is worthy of being a treasure related to Kyogre. Crawdaunt only wore it for a few days, and she could feel that the speed of level increase was obviously several times faster. It is a real practice cheat. Not to mention that you can force the level to increase through energy infusion, but that would be a case of forcing growth. It is better to steadily improve like now and lay a solid foundation. Heiyu stroked the furry Zorua in his arms and planned the map route on the Pokédex. Wudo Island is a small island located in the southwest of Hone region, between Water Route 106 and Water Route 107. It is also known as the island floating on the Blue Sea. There is only one town on the entire island, Dewford Town. Dewford, the small Pokémon center in the town, a battlefield in the backyard. This is the favorite place of many Pokémon trainers in the Alliance. Whether it is training or fighting, it is very popular. When Kuroyu arrived, it was afternoon, when the flow of people was the highest, so the enthusiasm of trainers was getting higher and higher. After completing a simple check-in, Kuroyu went straight to the battlefield in the backyard and put Zorua in his arms. However, Zorua did not show its true face, but changed into a more common beautifully. Not only to train the illusion feature at any time, but more because Zorua is a very rare Pokémon. In terms of rarity, it is even comparable to a quasi-god, and is very valuable, which is easy to attract the covetousness of some people. Although Heiyu's current strength can withstand most of the malicious eyes, it is still not invincible. Especially after seeing Drake, he became more low-key and rarely let Zorua show up in front of outsiders. After all, it is no secret within the Alliance that Drake was coveted by the children of the big families of the Alliance because of the exposure of Bagon in his early years. Chapter 260 Little Drama Queen Umbreon. Heiyu walked to the notary desk without any concealment, filled out the form and participated in the battle registration. As we all know, Pokemon battles are often accompanied by bets, big or small, but most people bet a little, a few hundred or a few thousand alliance coins are the limit. But Hayu filled in a bet of 200,000 alliance coins on the form. Such a high standard bet naturally attracted the attention of many people. Hayu walked into a battlefield without any concealment, quietly waiting for the arrival of the opponent. As the bet of 200,000 alliance coins was publicized, more and more people watched. Here is 200,000 alliance coins in cash. Fight with me. You can take it away as long as you win, and you don't have to pay any price even if you lose. Those who want to participate can directly go to the referee to register. Hayu held a thick stack of banknotes in his hand and waved them continuously. The onlookers who were attracted by the big bet of 20W alliance coins at the beginning were even more shocked. Originally, no one challenged him. After all, such a bet was not a small amount. Once they lost, many trainers could not afford it. After all, this was not 20 yuan, but 20W. An average family could barely save 20W alliance coins without eating or drinking for a year. But now, as long as you win a battle, you can get 20W alliance coins directly, and you don't have to pay any price if you lose. Countless ordinary people were boiling with excitement, and even some trainers who thought they were strong could not wait. Some people who reacted quickly rushed directly to the notary desk where the referee was and reported participate in the battle. The referee, who was dozing off because of boredom, was confused by the group of people who suddenly rushed over. However, as a certified referee of the league, his professionalism allowed him to calm down quickly and ask the people around him what happened. Just as Hayu finished speaking, less than half a minute later, the first person who signed up was already standing in front of Hayu. Hayu smiled mysteriously and released Umbreon, who had just broken through the superior level. The reason why he made a big fuss with 20W League coins as a gimmick was to conduct a high strength. The intensity of the battle allowed Umbreon to gradually become familiar with the power of the evolution. At the same time, facing different opponents and different Pokemon can also increase Kuroyu's coping experience. Even if he loses, it is nothing more than 200,000 alliance coins. For some junior and intermediate trainers, it is undoubtedly a huge sum of money, but it is only a little painful for superior trainers. What's more, Kuroyu's wealth is far greater than that of superior trainers, and even quasi-elite trainers may not be as rich as him. With tens of millions of dollars in his pocket, Kuroyu can spend money without hesitation. That's why Kuroyu is so unabashed. Spend money to buy battles, so that Umbreon can adapt quickly. Go to battle, Sadaudo, Sadaudo. The first opponent that Kuroyu faced was quite strong, releasing a Sadaudo of advanced level. However, judging from the energy fluctuations emitted from its body, it should have just broken through the advanced level, probably only level 31 or 32. Kuroyu did not rush to order Umbreon to quickly deal with the opponent, but slowly controlled the rhythm, allowing Umbreon to gradually become familiar with the energy of the body. Finally, he let Umbreon perform bite to defeat it. But this Sadaudo's mimic skill is quite interesting. It is indeed a Pokemon that needs to learn mimic skills to evolve. The various evolution methods in the Pokemon world are extremely unique, and there are quite a few Pokemon that need to learn certain skills to evolve. For example, Piloswine evolution to Mamoswine, you need to learn Ancient Power. For example, Yanma evolution to Yanmega, you need to learn Ancient Power. For example, Apom evolution, Ambipom needs to learn Double Hit. The evolution methods of these Pokemon often represent their combat. When Kuroyu solved the first opponent, the rest of the people were eager to try. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Umbreon took dozens of minutes to hard defeat Sadaudo. Those who felt that they were stronger than Sadaudo trainers were eager to fight, as if the 20W Alliance coin bet offered by Kuroyu was just around the corner. However, there are some smart people who feel that they are not strong enough, but they also want to covet the bet, so they will let others fight first, and wait until Umbreon is exhausted, and then go up to pick up the leak. That is, Kuroyu is now in the small Pokemon Center, a formal battle platform. If it is changed to some gray area challenge venues, it has long been targeted by those courageous desperados. They don't care about your one-on-one battle rules. If the benefits are big enough, they can do anything. After defeating the first person, the second the challenger came forward impatiently. When Kuroyu was directing the battle, he had already asked Umbreon to hold back his strength and control the strength just right. In addition, he also asked Umbreon to hide his energy fluctuations so that others could not detect his specific strength level. It was as if Umbreon had used all his strength to barely defeat Sadaodo. It must be said that Umbreon is really a little drama queen born to act. The second trainer also released a high-level Pokemon, and it was much higher than the Sadaodo just now. It was probably above level 35. It was still similar to the process of the first battle. It took dozens of minutes for Umbreon to hit a hit and defeated the second challenger's Pokemon with difficulty. The third challenger was very excited. When he thought he was able to pick up the leak, the whole battle process was still similar to the first two games. Then came the fourth and fifth games. Until the eighth challenger came on stage, some people finally found something wrong. Heiyu also knew that he had to act properly, so he called Umbreon to his side, sprayed healing spray on him, and fed him a poke block. The people watching around were instantly excited. They were not angry about Heiyu spraying healing spray and feeding poke blocks, but happy. Because this meant that Heiyu's Umbreon finally couldn't hold on. People continued to come on stage, but as the number of battles increased, Umbreon became more and more proficient in controlling the energy after its evolution. Heiyu's command rhythm became faster and faster, and he cooperated with Yu in a tacit step, and successively defeated more than 20 battles. Representing defeated 20 trainers. And the expectation of the people around, trying to let the predecessors exhaust Umbreon's stamina did not happen. Umbreon's stamina and injuries were mostly restored with a moonlight skill. So those who tried to pick up the leak were a little hesitant. After all, no one wanted their Pokemon to be beaten in vain. It was just that the thick stack of alliance coins placed at Kuroyu's feet really attracted people's attention. In fact, many people have backed out, but there are still more people who are still signing up to challenge Kuroyu and take away the 20W alliance coins bet. In just one afternoon, Kuroyu's Umbreon has adapted to its new breakthrough level. This adaptation speed is much faster than Crawdaunt and Sharpedo, who broke through the superior level at the beginning. It can only be said that actual combat is always the best teacher. This truthful saying will never be outdated, whether it is in the line of trainers or breeders. It is very useful. Chapter 261 Encounter with Duwan. The challenge lasted until the evening. During this period, as Heiyu defeated more and more Pokemon, most people lost interest. Although Heiyu had hidden the level of Umbreon, he was able to defeat so many high-level Pokemon one after another. It goes without saying that he was definitely a superior level. Many people looked at Heiyu with a cannibalistic look, and silently cursed in their hearts. Thinking that a superior level boss came to a novice village like theirs to bully the weak. Heiyu saw that fewer and fewer people were challenging him, and he took out a thick stack of banknotes again, another 100,000 alliance coins. It was piled up with the stack at his feet before, and the eyes of the people watching around were all staring straight. A total of 300,000 alliance coins. When the original intention was, the dwindling crowd gathered again, and the entire viewing area was surrounded. You know, this is night, when most people are resting. Alliance coins are really a good thing. As Heiyu took out a high stakes, more and more people were promoted and more people were attracted. As long as you defeat a Pokemon, you can get 300,000 alliance coins. Such a big gimmick is naturally eye-catching. Heiyu actually doesn't care about the money, but he doesn't think he will lose. Because those who care about 300,000 alliance coins are definitely not very strong. Those trainers with more outstanding strength, such as those who have reached the superior level, will not care about the mere 300,000 alliance coins. But nothing is absolute. For example, if you encounter someone similar to Cynthia is a battle enthusiast. Or maybe you met a trainer who just spent money and was extremely short of money. And Kuroyo happened to encounter this unintentional coincidence. A trainer wearing a thick cotton coat and a mask covering her face, judging from her body shape, she is most likely a woman. This new challenger released a large nosepass that reached the superior level. With a magnet bomb, he entangled Umbreon tightly, and then used Zap Cannon to kill it. Kuroyo didn't expect that it was so unfortunate that he met a trainer who really cared about the 300,000 alliance coins, but he didn't feel sorry for it. He picked up the 2 stacks of alliance coins at his feet and handed them to the trainer who won the challenge. The people around him showed envy and jealousy. But no one thought that this female challenger relied on luck. After all, the energy fluctuations of the superior level emitted by the big nosepass could not be faked. The battle just now was completely based on strength. And when Kuroyo saw the face when he saw the trainer who was wrapped up tightly in front of him, he felt strange in his heart, but he didn't say much. After all, every trainer has his own unique ideas, and there are always some unconventional tactics that require unconventional thinking. Maybe the other party's dress is a small hobby. But when Heiyu was about to leave, the female trainer in front of him suddenly blocked his way. "Madam, are you Do-won?" The person who was wrapped up tightly in front of him suddenly took off his hood and scarf, revealing a familiar face. It was the gym leader of Rustboro City, Do-won. The top student who had a good chat with Heiyu and formed a deep friendship. "Do-won, Heiyu, how about it, are you surprised to see me?" Do-won leaned over slightly and teased. Heiyu was a little amused. Did he hide his identity just now to challenge himself? Heiyu looked at the people around him and said, "Why don't we go to a restaurant to chat?" Do-won refused the alliance coins that Heiyu handed over and smiled and said, "No need to bet, but remember to treat me." Walking along the road of the small Pokemon Center, Heiyu first handed Umbreon to Miss Joy for treatment. Although it was not seriously injured, it was still cautious to do a check. It would not be wrong. Do-won saw this scene, stuck out her tongue, and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, my Pokemon was a bit heavy, I didn't control the strength well, and hurt your Umbreon." Heiyu was a little curious when he heard this. After all, the energy fluctuations on the big nosepass just now were strong and weak, it seemed that it had just evolved. Do-won did not hide the question from Heiyu and said, "Do you know Granite Cave?" Heiyu quickly recalled the information about the fighting island in his mind. In a flash, the memory of Granite Cave appeared in his mind. Granite Cave is located in the northwest of the fighting island where Heiyu is currently located. As the name suggests, it is a cave. The only entrance is from the waterway number 106. There are many rare Pokemon inside, such as Onyx, Timber, Aron, Swinub. Someone even spoke on the forum and said that he had encountered traces of Axew in Granite Cave. It is worth mentioning that Granite Cave is the only place in Hone region where Nosepass can be caught. It seems that the unique living environment here has caused Nosepass family to be forced to stay here. Yes, Kana's gym has recently recruited a large number of apprentices, and everything is on the right track. Do-won first reported the good news, and then said distressedly, "It's a pity that the Pokemon breeding area of our gym is under expansion. Even if the Alliance wants to delegate Pokemon, our gym has no place to put it. So I can only come here to capture some rock attribute Pokemon and give them to the gym apprentices as Earl Dervish Pokemon." After listening to Do-won's story, Heiyu suddenly realized. It seems that it is a bit too much for a gym leader to be responsible for the apprentices' Pokemon personally. Actually, it's not just this reason. Someone reported to our gym before that a special magnetic field was found. You also know that our gym needs this special environment for Nosepass evolution. Do-won seemed to trust Heiyu very much, so she told him the real purpose. Heiyu asked back, "So the special magnetic field is in the Granite Cave?" Yu also found this special magnetic field in the abandoned power plant on the outskirts of Movali City. 1 passed, but unfortunately Yu couldn't use it, and had reported it to Archer. Using the coordinates of the special magnetic field and Shiny Piku, he exchanged for Zorua in the team. It is not certain whether the news is true or not. After all, the trainer who reported to our gym is only a beginner, and the credibility is not high. However, after all, it involves a special magnetic field, so I can only come to check it myself. Du-Wan put down her knife and fork elegantly, took out a handkerchief and wiped her mouth. Yu thought about it and asked curiously, I don't know when you will leave, Du-Wan, do you mind if I explore with you? Du-Wan's eyes lit up and responded, with your help, Yu, I will naturally be more than happy. The time is set for the day after tomorrow, so I can stay for a day to purchase equipment for exploration. Chapter 262 Marsh Tomp. After dinner at the restaurant, Yu and Du-Wan both stayed in the room of the small Pokemon Center. Du-Wan, the gym leader, was not arrogant at all and did not reveal her identity to Miss Joy in exchange for privileges. On the contrary, she lived in an ordinary room honestly, just like an ordinary trainer on a trip. During the conversation, Yu could clearly feel that compared to the new leader who had just taken office half a year ago, Du-Wan was obviously much more mature now. Although she was still as gentle as before, she always felt that there was a hint of majesty in her words. Yu thought, everyone is making progress, and I can't fall behind. At night, cicadas chirped. Just when everyone was sleeping in a beautiful dream, Yu rarely have a good rest. This is a very rare thing. After all, except for encountering some important things, Yu is still very concerned about his work and rest. Taking advantage of the night, Yu condensed his body and walked towards the edge of the island. He was very cautious along the way and did not let any sentry find his trace. Because the fighting island where he was located was surrounded by the sea, there were watchtowers and sentries on the beach at intervals. This was to prevent Pokemon on the ocean from suddenly launching attacks, but this kind of thing has not happened for several years, so some guards seem to be negligent. If someone could keep a close eye on the sea level at this time, at least for more than half an hour, they would find that the sea level in front of them was actually dropping at an alarming speed. It was as if there was a dark void, constantly swallowing up endless seawater. Splash Pokemon are also flying on the sea surface. These Pokemon that have lived in the sea for a long time are all running away in panic, as if there is something terrible under the sea. At this moment, Yu is standing on a cliff, watching the back of Honchkrow who silently takes away the fragments and puts them into the sea. Sharpedo, you also dive into the seabed and attack those Pokemon who try to get their hands on the blue orb fragments at any time. At Yu's command, a shark head instantly launched, and endless air waves sprayed out from behind, like a rocket. Yes, Yu is about to charge the blue orb fragments. Mooncloth. Umbreon was guarding Yu closely. Suddenly, he looked at the direction of the reef with vigilance. A Pokemon that looked like a fish but also like a frog crawled out of the rock pile. Yu was stunned at first, and then quickly narrowed his eyes. Marsh Tomp? One of the Royal Three of Hone region, a powerful and noble water master with water and ground attributes. Yu really didn't expect to meet Royal Three here. You know, no matter which region the Royal Three is from, it is firmly controlled by the corresponding region alliance. Even if you find Royal Three in the wild, the alliance will ask you to hand it over as soon as possible, and at most compensate you with the corresponding alliance coins afterwards. It can be seen that the alliance strictly controls Royal Three. As for whether Royal Three is too powerful and is controlled by the alliance, Yu is not sure. There are many wild Pokemon with race values comparable to or even beyond Royal Three. Why don't the alliance control these Pokemon? It's still a question. Class. The class between the alliance's direct lineage and ordinary civilian trainers is highlighted through Royal Three. Compared to Kalos region, the naked title system reflects the Alliance's direct lineage system through various benefits such as Royal 3, which is undoubtedly much more subtle. But even so, the Alliance's tyranny can be seen from it. Good guy, such a Royal 3, even if the qualifications are the worst, is worth at least 2 million Alliance coins. Hey, you really didn't expect that he had just bought the skill disc of Wonder Room in Slateport City some time ago, spending a lot of money. Now there is a Royal 3 sent up to restore his blood. This Marshtomp is not high level, not even intermediate, at most 19th level. Zorua is left to you. Hey, you quickly ordered Zorua to attack. Marshtomp has been buried in the mud for a long time, therefore, he has developed strong waist and legs, and can stand on his feet, and can move forward steadily even on muddy ground. The pile of rocks where Heyu is now is undoubtedly beneficial to Marshtomp. Zorua, jump to the huge rock behind and perform Dark Pulse. Hearing Heyu's command, Zorua quickly jumped onto the rock and occupied the commanding heights. The short tail behind him swept, and in an instant, the light wave full of dark destructive breath attacked Marshtomp. Marshtomp was not to be outdone. After all, it was the second form of Royal 3, and its level was several levels higher than Zorua. Mela opened his mouth and let out a dull roar, and several clumps of earthy yellow mud spurted out. Mud shot. The skills of both sides collided and cancelled each other out. Marshtomp quickly climbed the pile of rocks and ran towards Zorua, obviously wanting to close combat. Heyu would not give it this opportunity and ordered, use extrasensory to control it directly. Zorua used the genetic move that he had mastered not long ago, and a pink light flashed in his eyes. Marshtomp, who was originally climbing in the pile of rocks, was directly controlled by the power of extrasensory in mid-air. The whole body was upside down, and panic flashed in the orange eyes. Heyu said calmly, "Hidden power will solve it." The ice light with a biting coldness attacked instantly, freezing Marshtomp in mid-air into an ice ball. Heyu threw a poke ball to capture it. Ding dong! Without any accidents, this wild Royal 3 were successfully captured by Heyu. Take out the Pokemon Pokédex. Beep beep. Marshtomp, a swamp fish Pokemon, the evolution type of Mudcup, in order to survive on the ground, its body surface is covered with a thin layer of mucous membrane. It will be on the coast after the tide goes out. Mud sport. After hearing this, Heyu finally understood why a Marshtomp suddenly appeared on the reef beach. It turned out that it was because of playing and did not return to the sea before dark. Attributes: water, ground, level 17, gender, male, height 0.7 meters, weight 28 kilograms, characteristics, torrent, well-developed, excellent melee talent. Mastered skills: tackle, growl, water gun, mud shot, mud slap, foresight, bide. Inherited skills: double edge. After reading the detection information of Pokédex, Heyu gave this Marshtomp an evaluation. A very ordinary Royal 3, one of the parents is most likely Meryl Lee. After all, Meryl Lee is the only one who can survive in the water and pass on double edge to Mudcup. But I don't need to sell this Royal 3. Reporting it to the Alliance can also gain some merit and prepare for future promotion. Since Heyu learned about the value of the third-level authority, he has been eyeing it. After all, this is a ticket to the elite. As for whether the Alliance can find the Swampert tribe in this sea area, it is none of Heyu's business. Just when Heyu was thinking about things, a shark head was rushing towards this side on the sea level not far away, holding an indigo fragment in its mouth. Chapter 263 Wailord. To blue orb fragments absorb energy, or simply put, charge. And the best energy is undoubtedly the endless water attribute energy contained in the sea. Just as Heyu was expecting Sharpedo to send the fragments back, a violent wave suddenly rose on the sea behind him, and the waters in the surrounding sea area became violent. There was a huge black shadow under the sea. Its size was almost comparable to some small cruise ships. It was like a huge black abyss. A wild Pokemon is chasing Sharpedo? Heiyu reacted instantly, and there were only a few Pokemon of this size in the Pokemon world on one hand. Excluding those legendary beasts and the impossible fantasy beasts, there was only one possibility left. Wailord. Currently, the largest Pokemon known to have been discovered in the Pokemon world is Wailord. A black shadow flashed across the sea surface, and Honchkrow was constantly casting gust skills towards the sea surface, and small gusts of wind were blowing towards the sea surface. Unfortunately, these attacks did not have any effect, and were all swallowed up by the waves swept by Wailord. You are courting death if you try to get your hands on my fragments. Heiyu's face turned fierce. The two blue orb fragments are the most valuable things he has so far. They are also the most precious. One of the ways for me to step into the elite in the future is from here. Although the Wailord is large in size, its swimming speed is indeed not slow. Although it is far behind Sharpedo, it can constantly interfere with Sharpedo's swimming due to the splashes raised by its body. Therefore, it can barely keep up with Sharpedo's speed. Umbreon, Wonder Room, Helping Hand. Crawdaunt, Water Jet Over, use Crab Claw Hammer, Crab Fist, which name do you like? When typing in the future, use only one name. Honchkrow, Night Slash. Black Feather will not show any mercy. Crawdaunt beside him plunges into the seabed after hearing the order. The water jet hits the huge Wailord at an astonishing speed. Although Crawdaunt is not even as big as one of Wailord's fins, the tremendous power burst out by a pair of pincers is earth-shattering. One pincer directly knocks back Wailord's swimming body, and Honchkrow also takes the opportunity to dive down, and the wings burst out with a strange black light, like a sharp blade, slashing down. Night Slash's inherent probability of hitting the vital point, combined with the prop scope lens worn by Honchkrow. This attack is a direct critical hit. Roar! Wailord screamed in pain, and was originally afraid of blue. The obsession of the orb fragment was instantly restored. The body directly splashed, and with a splash, it raised a big splash again, and Wailord itself rode the waves and rushed towards Heiyu's reef beach. As it got closer and closer, Heiyu finally observed the true face of Wailord. Wailord's back was mainly blue, its belly and teeth were white, and there were 4 white spots on its back. The nostrils used for breathing protruded from the sea surface, constantly spewing out huge amounts of water vapor. It looks a bit like a blue whale. Wailord is the largest Pokemon discovered. It will swim leisurely in the vast ocean. It likes to chase groups of prey, and then suck them into its huge mouth in one breath to eat them. It will use its big mouth to Babu swallowed all the swallows in one go. In order to chase prey, they often jump out of the water in large groups, raising huge splashes of water. The sight of them jumping in groups is very shocking. It sometimes lets its huge body jump on the waves, and uses this to create impact and make the opponent unconscious. In short, it is popular because of its huge size, and watching Wailord is a very popular tourist attraction in various places. And judging from the energy fluctuations that are sometimes strong and sometimes weak, it is definitely at the peak of the superior level, and is only one step away from the quasi-elite level. But Kuroyu has no time to appreciate this popular giant Pokemon. Sharpedo successfully landed and took blue. The orb fragment was handed to Heiyu. Don't bother with him anymore, retreat quickly. At Heiyu's command, Honchkrow and Crawdaunt, who were originally fighting with Wailord, quickly received the order. They used Tailwind and Water Jet respectively to quickly leave the battlefield. After Heiyu used the Pokeball to remotely recycle the 2 Pokemon, he found that Wailord still did not stop swimming, as if he was going to crash directly into the coast. Blue, the captivate of the orb fragment is too big, right? It seems that I have to find a sea area without wild Pokemon when I charge it in the future. Heiyu hurriedly cleaned up the traces left by himself on the coast and hurriedly left this troubled place. But just when he returned to the small Pokemon Center and just entered the room, suddenly, a loud noise came from the balcony. As the sentries on the entire island all lit up the alarm lights, the residents of the entire Fighting Island received such a message. Fighting Island is now attacked by marine Pokémon, and Alliance trainers are widely recruited to participate in the operation to repel wild Pokémon. Heiyu secretly curled his lips and thought in surprise, it's just a superior level Wailord. The security personnel set up by the Alliance on Fighting Island can't solve it. Just to solve a superior level Pokémon, it is necessary to issue a league call. This shows how lax the security personnel on Fighting Island are. You know, there is a gym here, and gym leader didn't take action. Although Heiyu was confused, he did not rush out. Instead, he took a short rest for a few hours before walking out of the door with sleepy eyes. As expected, Du-Wan quickly pacified the Wailord as soon as the alarm sounded. There were no casualties, only some ornamental buildings near the beach were damaged. Du-Wan's identity was exposed. A gym leader came to such a remote island. This was a big deal. The second time in history. The first time was naturally the fighting gym on the island. In order to support the Southwest Sea area, the Alliance set up a gym on the largest island in the entire sea area, which is the current Fighting Island. This gym specializing in fighting attributes has indeed driven the economic development of the entire island. It not only attracted a large number of trainers who love fighting, but also set off a fighting wave on the island. It seems that I still underestimated Du-Wan's popularity. Sure enough, the beautiful leader will be popular wherever she goes. Heiyu squeezed through the crowded hall of the small Pokémon Center and took a look at Du-Wan, who was entangled by countless enthusiastic fans. He also knew in his heart that he was afraid that he would have to give up the activity of purchasing equipment together. Chapter 264 Granite Cave. But it's okay, I can take advantage of the time to challenge the fighting gym and get the boxing badge. Because the fighting island where the fighting gym is located is too remote, many trainers will not include it in the challenge and badge collection range. Even if you travel, you may not pass by here. Therefore, Heiyu does not need to make an appointment at all, and even when he came to the gym, it seemed a bit deserted. The entire gym is built next to the highest sea cliff on the fighting island. Hello, is anyone here? I'm here. Challenge the gym. Heiyu looked at the closed door of the gym, and a bad premonition emerged in his heart again. Sure enough, a girl in a bikini opened the door and said, "Sorry, Brawly leader went to the sea to practice his surfer skills, so our gym is temporarily closed these days." Heiyu always feels that he has a bad temperament. It's so unfortunate that he met a gym leader going out again. Why are these gym leaders so idle? Now he has another surfer. No wonder the Alliance can't develop. Even the gym leader and the 4 elites are blatantly doing side jobs and taking advantage of the working hours. Even yesterday's Wailord attack was quelled by Du-Wan. The gym is not open for business, so Heiyu has no choice but to leave in disappointment. The small Pokémon Center is surrounded by residents of the island, all of whom are here to see Du-Wan, the leader who has a high reputation on the internet. After Heiyu returned to the room, he decided to perfect the plan he made for Chikorita for Chuyu this month, and by the way, Piching ran Okeblock's teleport over. After all, the Solence family still owed him a favor. Of course, he had to maintain this relationship. Maybe in the future, when he was promoted to the 3rd level of authority, he would use the favor of saving his life. Heiyu stayed in the room all day. Until the next day, after packing up his luggage, he walked out of the small Pokémon Center and headed straight to the northwest of the fighting island. Following the long mountain road, it extends from the road beside the coastal beach to the mountains. From east to west, the northwest of the entire island is occupied by rocks. There is a huge granite cave on the east side of the mountains. Outside the cave, many merchants and trainers who came to explore gathered again, forming a small human settlement. Many climbers, fishermen, explorers, and trainers would stop here to replenish supplies before entering the granite cave. The purpose is to enter this cave that has a good reputation in the entire Hone region. Granite Cave. From the outside, the entire cave seems to have only one small entrance, but there is a different world inside. There are many forks in the road, and they increase layer by layer. It is easy to get lost if you are not careful. In addition, due to the unique environment inside, many rare Pokémon that are rarely seen in the outside world live there. I heard that someone found traces of Axew inside. I wonder if this is true or just a rumor. Heiyu looked at Duwan on the side and asked curiously. Duwan is now wearing an expedition suit to disguise her face, as if she doesn't want to be entangled by those enthusiastic fans. Duwan lifted the expedition suit that covered her mouth, revealing her mouth, and gasped. Granted, the cave is very special, and because there is no signal inside and the environment is too dangerous, the Alliance has not yet explored it completely, so there may be some precious Pokémon hidden in it. Duwan explained very seriously, and then looked at the dark cave with expectation. As a good girl who has been under the protection of the Alliance since she was a child, the excitement brought by this kind of outdoor adventure made Duwan feel a little excited. Approaching the cave entrance, you can see that most of the Rocky Mountains are covered by trees. If you don't look closely, you will never find that an inconspicuous cave here is actually the entrance to the entire granite cave. Tick tick tick. As soon as you walk into the cave entrance, a cold wind blows in your face. Followed by a series of water drops, the whole cave is filled with the temperature on the surface is extremely low and the humidity is also very high. But it is not surprising, Granite Cave is originally an underwater cave, and there are even some forks in it that lead to the sea. It is precisely because of the complex topography that the Pokémon ecosystem here is diverse. Here you can almost see all the Pokémon that live in special terrains except for the snowy mountain swamps. Continue to walk into the cave, the air is getting colder and colder. Even when Heiyu breathes, he feels that he inhales a large breath of cold air, and his nose is instantly frozen stiff. Duwan obviously does not have this kind of skilled wilderness survival experience, and the protective clothing she prepared does not have the effect of cold protection. So she needs to keep breathing and rub her face with her warm hands to keep warm. Heiyu laughed and shook his head. Take out a set of spare expedition clothes from the space ring, which is specially prepared for extreme weather cold protection. Han Crow is a little slower, after all, granted we are not familiar with the cave, so we should explore it with caution. Although the words were said to Han Crow, they also meant to consult Duwan. Facing the look from Heiyu, Duwan naturally nodded repeatedly, wishing for it. Han Crow was naturally happy about it. After all, the temperature here was really low, even Pokémon like them were affected. Although the impact was not great, except for some ice-attributed Pokémon, few Pokémon would like this cold environment. When Heiyu and Duwan slowed down their pace and went deeper, they could clearly feel that the space inside the cave had become significantly larger, and the water on the ground had gradually increased. Even small puddles formed in some places, and a thin layer of frost appeared on the exposed rocks. The temperature dropped as they went deeper, especially with the occasional cold wind, which had little effect on superior-level Pokémon like Han Crow. However, if the Pokémon was not even at the intermediate level, but only below level 20, the biting cold alone would be enough to make the Pokémon sick or even frostbitten. During this period, the two also encountered some Pokémon that were not high in level, mostly at the elementary and intermediate levels. They did not even encounter a high-level Pokémon above level 30. Perhaps the two were still in the outer perimeter of the cave. They walked for 2 hours in a row, during which they followed the map prepared by Duwan in advance and walked in the direction of the special magnetic field. After passing several forks in the road, the air became colder and colder. There was no water stain on the ground, but it was all covered with a thin layer of frost. Let's eat something first. Duwan panted slightly. She was spoiled since she was a child, and it was obvious that she couldn't keep up with the physical strength. Heiyu shook his body and shook off the layer of frost on his clothes, saying, "It's time to eat, replenish energy to explore better." Heiyu took out various cooking utensils in the space ring and was about to start cooking, but found a sad thing. That is, the temperature was too low and he couldn't light a fire at all. The cooking utensils in front of him were completely a pile of scrap copper and iron. What should I do now? Can I only eat compressed biscuits? Du-Wan looked a little ugly, and seemed a little at a loss in the face of such an emergency. He-Yu shook his head calmly, looked around the caves, then took out a pickaxe and knocked off a few stones. He built a simple stove directly, and finally let Crawdaunt use the least powerful hidden power. Fire. Take out a big pot and pour all the prepared ingredients into it to make a pot of stew. Of course, to put it nicely, it is a simple version of hot pot. But at least you don't have to eat choking compressed biscuits anymore. It's already very difficult to eat a hot bite in the cold cave. Chapter 265 Star Sand. Along with the rich aroma of meat, Du-Wan stared at the pot that was bubbling and steaming, and looked at He-Yu with some admiration. This boy can always solve many problems, giving people a very reliable sense of security. The Pokémons also gathered together consciously, warming themselves by the fire. This warm picture made the cold cave appear a warm and lively atmosphere. And at this moment, a furry body poked out from behind a pile of stones in the corner, covered with brown striped hair all over the body, and the body hair was so dense that it covered the legs and eyes. Umbreon reacted instantly and burst into a sharp cry. Screech! He-Yu and the Pokémon also got up in a hurry and looked at the corner where Umbreon was confronting. A cute Swinub suddenly appeared. He-Yu and Du-Wan were both stunned, and then quickly took a fighting stance. Swinub has a very sensitive sense of smell. In order to find food, it will rub the front of its nose against the ground and dig, even on frozen ground. When it smells an alluring aroma, it will rush towards the direction of the smell regardless of everything. At this moment, Swinub is looking at the hot pot made by He-Yu with shining eyes. Especially the aroma in it, which makes Swinub, who has never tasted such delicious food, feel ecstatic. Swinub, who was born in Granite Cave, has only eaten Pokémon meat hunted by his parents and some mushrooms that grew in Granite Cave. Umbreon, the evil one. He-Yu was about to command Pokémon to repel the Swinub that was approaching their campsite. But Du-Wan stopped him with a hand. He-Yu looked at Du-Wan in confusion. Could it be that she was being too compassionate again? Swinub's favorite food is the mushrooms that growth finds under the dead grass, but in the process of looking for mushrooms, we may occasionally encounter hot springs, Du-Wan explained carefully. Although Du-Wan is not good at surviving in the wild, she immediately turns into an encyclopedia when it comes to knowledge about Pokémon. If we follow Swinub, maybe we can find a hot spring, Du-Wan said excitedly. He-Yu looked at Swinub with a slightly alert look. After seeing the cave of ice and fire between Lava Ridge Town and Green Town, he admired the ingenuity of nature. The temperature in front of him was low, so cold that granite. Will there be a hot spring in the cave? He-Yu was really interested in this. After seeing that He-Yu and Du-Wan noticed her hiding, Swinub stopped hiding and slowly crawled on the frost-covered ground, approaching the hot pot that was bubbling and emitting fragrance. Du-Wan smiled sweetly, slowly squatted down, and looked at Swinub at eye level. She whispered, "Swinub, we can give you something better than this hot pot. Can you please take us to find a hot spring?" Originally, Swinub's attention was focused on the hot pot, but when it heard that there was something more tempting than the hot pot in front of it, excitement could not be concealed in its eyes. He-Yu cooperated with Du-Wan, took out a primary universal poke blocks from the space ring, and threw it to Swinub. Swinub picked up the poke blocks and swallowed it in no time. After savoring it carefully, he showed an extremely happy expression. Since birth, where has Swinub ever eaten such delicious food? He immediately showed a flattering expression and crawled to the feet of He-Yu, but was stopped by Umbreon before he could get close. It is the rule of Umbreon guards not to let any wild Pokémon approach He-Yu. After a brief communication with Swinub, the inexperienced Swinub also agreed to the transaction between the two-legged beasts in front of him. Du-Wan invited Swinub to enjoy the food together. Afterwards, Swinub led them to find hot springs. To be honest, Heyu was speechless watching from the side. With his style of doing things, he could capture it directly, coerce and lure it, and it would be easy to achieve the goal. He could also sell Swinub afterwards. Swinub generally lives in some snowy mountains, and there are traces of them in some places with lower temperatures. Therefore, it is definitely not a problem to sell a relatively rare Pokémon for more than 200,000 Alliance coins. Why bother like Duwan? However, this is also a common problem among people in the Alliance, always too idealistic, even naive. However, fortunately, Duwan is still very smart now, unlike Chuyu, a little girl, who is a naive person. Swinub was spicy when he tried hot pot at the beginning, but after trying such delicious food, he ate faster and faster, and even ignored the communication with the Pokémons beside him. After the meal, Heyu gave each Pokémon a bottle of Moo Moo milk, and all Pokémon leaned against the wall and drank side by side. It is worth mentioning that Duwan's main Pokémon is a quasi-elite peak Big Nose Pass, and what he drinks is not milk, but a special grey liquid. It is probably the secret recipe of Kana's gym. However, Heyu has some doubts. Last time at Rust Earth Tunnel, the Big Nose Pass released by Duwan is obviously elite level. Ah, that's my teacher's Pokémon. After retirement, he has been stationed in Kana's gym, responsible for protecting the city's safety. Last time, he was just borrowed temporarily. Duwan trusted Heyu very much and didn't hide much. Heyu recalled the old man with a haggard face that he had met in the office of the trainer school. That old man is also a powerful elite. The alliance is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Heyu was secretly shocked in his heart. After dinner, Duwan and Heyu followed Swinub together, curious in their hearts, can hot springs really be born in such an environment? As they went deeper and deeper into the granite cave, they passed through countless forks in the road. Heyu and Duwan both marked the way tacitly to prevent themselves from losing their way back. When passing through a narrow and long corridor, Heyu noticed that the ground under his feet was no longer covered with frost. At the same time, the temperature around him also rose slightly. It can't be called warm, but it's definitely not cold. Finally, when passing through a fork in the road that looks like a gourd, a hot spring full of Mew colors appeared in front of him. This hot spring in front of him exudes hot air, as if it is connected to a river underground. At the same time, Heyu lowered his body and slowly grabbed a handful of red sand. The delicate touch was instantly transmitted, flowing through the gaps between his fingers like water. Heyu and Duwan exclaimed at the same time, "Star Sand!" The two looked at each other, and saw joy and shock in each other's eyes at the same time. Chapter 266 Swampert. The red sand around the hot spring is not simple sand, but a very precious ground attribute material, star sand. This sand looks sparkling on the surface and has a red appearance. The conditions for the birth of star sand are extremely difficult and cannot be artificially made. It can only be produced naturally in some extremely low temperature environments. As we all know, Sinnoh region is the coldest in the same season among all regions. Especially Mt. Coronet, a snowy mountain well known in the entire Pokémon world, contains almost all ice attribute Pokémon in the Pokémon world. Especially in the northern region of Sinnoh region, the climate is extremely cold, probably because of the snow blowing down from Mt. Coronet. Snowpoint City in the north of Mt. Coronet and other northern towns often have trainers who find traces of star sand there and make a fortune from it. This star sand, when given to ground attribute Pokémon for a long time, can enhance their resistance to ice attribute moves. Let's not talk about others. I'm afraid Cynthia's Garchomp usually takes this sand a lot, and may even eat it as a meal, Heyu secretly speculated in his heart. Just when Heyu and Duwan were shocked that there was such a large piece of star sand here, Swinub didn't care much, but happily ran to the hot spring and slowly immersed his body in it. Wooly! Feeling that all the pores on his body were dancing, Swinub couldn't help but hum a comfortable growl. Yu and Duwan also released each other's Pokemon. The hot spring in front of them was obviously extraordinary. This hot spring has some special effects because it is contaminated with a lot of star sand. Yu quickly made a guess based on his experience as a breeder. Duwan is also worthy of being a top student. She added, soaking in this hot spring for a long time should also help Pokemon resist the cold and enhance physical fitness. Yu also took the opportunity to observe Duwan's Pokemon team. 3 Big Nosepass, a Steelix, and a Golem, without exception, all are quasi-elite level. When Duwan took out the last poke when he released the ball, Kuroya was looking forward to what kind of Pokemon it was and what kind of strength it had. However, the Pokemon that was released surprised Kuroya and was unexpected. Because the level of this Pokemon was far from being comparable to the first 5 Pokemon, let alone the quasi-elite level, it seemed to have just broken through the superior level. And judging from the fluctuating energy on its body, it has not yet mastered it well, even worse than Umbreon. It should have just broken through a few days ago and had no time to adapt to the sudden increase in power after breaking through the superior level. What really surprised Kuroya was that this Pokemon turned out to be Kabutops, one of the fossil Pokemon. This should be a fossil Pokemon. I have visited the Solence family and know something about this, Yu said in amazement. Duwan was surprised at first. Yu did not show any surprise when he saw this new Pokemon, but he suddenly realized it after hearing the explanation. No wonder you are not surprised. My Kabutops was purchased by the teacher from the Solence family for me. It was just a few days ago that it was still Kabuto. It was the Wailord who repelled the sea attack early yesterday morning that suddenly evolved. Duwan's Kabutops is most likely a battle armor feature, because its shell is obviously shiny and looks extremely hard. Yu's vision should not be wrong. Kabutops' shell is brown, and its breastplate, claws and sickle are white. Its head is triangular, with 2 corners extending backwards. Kabutops after evolution, it can walk upright. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the pair of folded sharp sickles. Just when Yu couldn't help but walk forward to observe carefully, Kabutops suddenly flashed by at an astonishing speed, as fast as a flash of lightning, rushing towards the gourd-shaped passage where Yu and Duwan entered the hot spring. This is agility in the blink of an eye. A bone-chilling cold light flashed, and the sickle swung down quickly. Puff with a muffled sound, a huge flying stone in the air was instantly neat. Lithe ground was split into 2, and the smooth and flat cut made people feel cold. Yu suddenly woke up, and the Pokemon who were enjoying the hot spring also reacted. They hurriedly shook their bodies to get rid of the water stains on their bodies, and then stood in front of their trainers, watching the front vigilantly. A blue figure slowly appeared at the entrance, a 4-legged crawling, with 2 black fins on the top of the head, and the fin at the tail looked even bigger. The body was mainly dark blue, the abdomen was white, and the 2 sides of the cheeks bulged with orange thorns. Swampert. Yu and Duwan looked at each other. They didn't expect to meet a wild Royal 3 here, and it was the final evolution type. Yu keenly observed that the muscles of the upper body of this Swampert were extremely strong, and close combat ability must be strong. No, this Swampert attacked with bad intentions. It seems that we accidentally entered his nest, Yu said with a somewhat ugly face. It is obvious that the hot spring in front of him, which is full of star sand, is the nest of Swampert. Only a powerful Pokemon like Swampert is qualified to occupy so many star sands and the rare terrain hot spring in the cold cave. Be a little more cautious, don't collapse the cave, otherwise we will all be buried here. Duwan was about to order the Big Nosepass to launch an attack, but was immediately stopped by Yu. This little girl has no experience in outdoor combat. Once there is a violent energy fluctuation in this terrain, even if it does not collapse, it will have to shake 3 times. Duwan blushed a little embarrassedly, and the majesty of being a gym trainer disappeared instantly. She felt like a child in front of Yu. Kabutops, please, use swords first. Dance strengthens itself. Duwan could only command the weaker Kabutops. Heyu didn't have so many concerns. None of his Pokémon reached the quasi-elite level. Even the strongest Crawdaunt was only close to level 50. Therefore, he naturally sent all Pokémon to the field without any worries, leaving only one Umbreon to guard beside him. Swampert on the side was extremely rage. With both hands, several huge rocks flew out of the pile of rocks beside him. He smashed towards Heyu fiercely. Heiyu's face remained unchanged and commanded, Honchkrow, all Tailwind, Crawdaunt, Sharpedo, smash all these boulders. After Krokorok and Hone Claws, follow up with all-out stomping. Zorua uses hidden power. Ice to assist in deceleration. With an order, the Pokémon on the field took action one after another. Chapter 267 Heal quickly. Honchkrow flew into the air quickly, and a breeze blew past, drilling into the bodies of all Pokémon, instantly feeling much lighter. Crawdaunt and Sharpedo also rushed forward quickly after feeling the speed increase, and smashed the flying boulders one by one with their powerful pincers and sharp bloody mouths. Swampert was obviously more raging after seeing his hot spring occupied, and kept beating the ground with his chest and feet. Instantly, the whole cave felt trembling, and the invisible force attacked Heyu along the ripples on the ground. Earthquake. Krokorok kept sharpening his sharp claws, emitting a cold light, and then, his standing feet suddenly stepped on the ground, which was also a powerful force. Heavy stomping skill. The two waves collided with a bang. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. And it was difficult to tell who was better. Although Swampert's level and race value were higher than Krokorok, Krokorok's ground talent was already extremely outstanding, and he was wearing the item Soft Sand, which greatly increased the power of his ground skills. Combined with the previous Hone Claws, it was enough to make up for the gap. Seeing that Earthquake didn't work, Swampert suddenly raised his strong arms, and brown energy emerged and rushed towards Crawdaunt, and the arm hammer skill was launched brazenly. But at the same time, Zorua's Ice Attribute hidden power had already been launched, hitting Swampert head-on. But who knew that only a little frost emerged, and it was quickly shaken off by Swampert, without being affected at all. Sharpedo, Ice Beam, slow it down. After receiving the order, Sharpedo instantly spit out a cold light, which was far more powerful than Zorua's hidden power. Power is bigger. But Swampert just raised his arm to block, and the imagined frostbite or even slowing down did not happen. Swampert continued to rush forward as if nothing had happened. Heyu thought to himself, it seems that Swampert usually takes a lot of star sand, and his resistance to ice attribute moves is still good. It's unexpectedly high. Crawdaunt, use Dragon Dance first. Facing Swampert, who was about to rush to the nearest point, Heyu was not in a hurry and ordered Pokémon to strengthen first. Because at the same time, Do-1's Kabutops had already rushed towards Swampert with the water jet. With Heiyu's understanding of Do-1's strength, it was definitely not a problem to delay Swampert for a while. Even if this Swampert is a superior level peak. But one is a Kabutops cultivated by gym leader with countless resources, and the other is just a wild Swampert. The gap between careful cultivation and qualifications cannot be made up by level alone. As expected, Kabutops after rushing forward, he swung the sharp sickles one after another, and the combo skill made Swampert retreat again and again. Although the power of Swampert's arm hammer is much higher than the combo, after all, one is the flesh of the body and the other is a sharp sickle. After only half a minute of fighting, several deep scratches appeared on Swampert's arms. Swampert, with scars all over his arms, was obviously angry, but at the same time, the pain in his body made him more rageful. These invaders clearly it seems difficult to deal with. So many Pokémons surrounded him and wanted to occupy his nest. Especially when he remembered that his child ran out to play a few days ago and has not been found yet. With the disappearance of the cub and the aggressiveness of the invaders, Swampert just wanted to violently destroy everything around him. Wait a minute. Why does the male biped on the right have the smell of his cub? Damn biped, how dare you snatch my cub? After Swampert reacted, his eyes were scarlet and he roared again. He waved his huge palm in front of him. The turbid water swirled out from behind Swampert, carrying the soil and sand on the ground, mixing into a brown torrent of muddy water. Water. Muddy water skill. And the target of the attack is Kuroyu. Kuroyu didn't react for a moment. Why did the Swampert in front of him suddenly go crazy and attack him? And he looked like he was the enemy who killed his son. Hey? Wait. Marshtomp was captured in the early morning yesterday. Isn't it such a coincidence? Although he had guessed it in his heart, Kuroyu's face remained unchanged and he calmly commanded, Umbreon, take back Wonder Room and cast Protect. The defense originally exchanged with Crawdaunt returned to Umbreon's body again. At the same time, the pink barrier covering the entire space disappeared instantly. After Wonder Room was taken back, Umbreon quickly condensed a green protective shield in front of him. The surging muddy water kept hitting the Protect shield for dozens of seconds. When the Protect shield was broken, the surging muddy water also subsided, and a large area of star sand in front of him was swept into the hot spring next to him, and finally sank to the bottom of the hot spring. Heiyu felt distressed when he saw it. After all, he had regarded the hot spring in front of him, including the star sand, as his own possession. If they all sank to the bottom of the hot spring, it would not only be very troublesome to salvage them later, but there would definitely be a lot of losses. Du-Wan, don't hold back, this Swampert obviously regards us as invading enemies. Heiyu shouted in a low voice, which made Du-Wan, who originally had a little pity for wild Pokémon, react. Yes, the Swampert in front of him just wanted to kill his companions directly. Du-Wan's originally clear eyes gradually became firm. After Heiyu noticed the change in Du-Wan, he was also relieved. What annoyed him most was the unnecessary pity of the people in the alliance. Because he still had to mix in the White Road, he must not leave the impression of bloodthirsty to outsiders. But now Swampert was looking for death, so he couldn't blame himself. Crawdaunt, rush up and use Crab Claw Hammer. Sharpedo, Crunch. Honchkrow, Night Slash. At Kuroba's command, all three superior-level Pokémon, except for Umbreon who was guarding beside him, were dispatched. And they all used their best moves. The huge pincers that suddenly smashed down. The bloody mouth that opened rapidly. The precise attack that hit the vital point. The three Pokémon cooperated, and Kabutops who was harassing and assisting on the side, especially Crawdaunt who had completed the Dragon Dance skill, always felt that there was endless power in his body. In just half a minute, Swampert was killed. Fight back. Even if Swampert has one or two moves and hits Crawdaunt, it is almost not a concern. Let alone how powerful Swampert can be when he is injured. Do you really think the blue orb fragments worn by Crawdaunt and Sharpedo are just for show? The orb fragments that have just been charged are now at their most energetic. Often, a Pokémon will be healed by the energy released by the orb in the blink of an eye after just a little injury. Therefore, Crawdaunt and Sharpedo don't need to consider defense at all, just rush forward and attack endlessly. Chapter 268 Clan. Honchkrow, give him the last blow. Night Slash. Heiyu looked at Swampert who was already cornered and ordered quickly. Of course he could not give Swampert a chance to fight to the death, so he directly ordered the fastest Honchkrow to attack. A black shadow quickly passed by, Honchkrow spun in the air, and his black wings turned into blades, slashing down quickly. Honkrow's sharp eyes quickly found the weakness, and with the scope lens and Night Slash skills, the probability of hitting the vital point. This attack was like the real damage in the game. Critical hit through the body. Swampert slowly collapsed to the ground, his body covered with wounds, his eyes gradually turning into whirlpools. Heiyu threw out a pokeball to capture him, and Du-Wan, who was standing by, had no objection. After all, in this battle, she basically did nothing except buy some time for Heiyu's Pokemon to strengthen. Besides, she didn't need this Royal 3. Heiyu, there are wild Swamperts here. After this action trip, we must report to the Alliance and ask the Alliance to send a survey team. Maybe we can find a Royal 3 tribe in Granite Cave. Du-Wan proposed immediately. As a member of the Alliance, she also considered things from the perspective of the overall interests of the Alliance. Okay, I think so too. Heiyu agreed. He was indeed going to report to the Alliance, but in addition to the beach where he stayed that night, he also had to add the current Granite Cave. These two places where Wild Royal 3 were found, 3's location was reported, and he could add another merit to his merits in the Alliance, laying the foundation for his path in the Alliance's White Road. And the Alliance has always been very generous in rewarding such Wild Royal 3 events. Heiyu just has these star sands, how should they be distributed? Du-Wan didn't have any thoughts, or she trusted Heiyu more, so she directly pointed out the problem. Heiyu thought secretly in his heart, this thing only works on ground attribute Pokemon, and I only have one Krokorok who needs it, so I can give up some of it appropriately in exchange for other benefits. Heiyu first collected all the star sands together, and the amount he finally obtained was quite a lot. Just when Heiyu was worried about how to attack indirectly, in exchange for other benefits, Du-Wan suddenly thought of something, and a light bulb went off. Heiyu, why don't we open a store? Let's use these star sands as the main products. I can also ask the teacher to invest in buying this hot spring and then transport it to Rustboro City through special methods. Du-Wan is indeed a top student. She is also involved in business. Suddenly, she spoke out her thoughts in a torrent. After thinking about it for a while, Heiyu temporarily agreed to Du-Wan's proposal. After all, in this case, he and Du-Wan, or in other words, Kana's gym, have a bond of interest. The most stable relationship in the world has never been family, love, or friendship, but a relationship of interest. The two parties jointly invested in the store's shares, which would help them expand their network and deepen their relationship with Kana's gym, Du-Wan. Okay, I'm a breeder, and the poke blocks I make can also be sold in the store. Heiyu naturally followed the words of Du-Wan, a young gym leader, and said nice things. Heiyu could clearly feel that the relationship between him and Du-Wan, which had not seen each other for several months, quickly recovered and even improved. Du-Wan looked forward to it with longing, and said, what should our store be called? Well, why not call it Wan Yuzai? Heiyu first collected the star sand that belonged to Krokorok and stored it in the space ring. As for the store name that Du-Wan was struggling with, Heiyu didn't care much, and it can even be said that he didn't care much about the store. For Heiyu, whether it is profitable or not is not important at all. Du-Wan's happy and energetic look, Heiyu also just regarded it as the entrepreneurial spirit of a white, rich, and beautiful woman who is not experienced in the world. What Heiyu cares about is whether he can get Du-Wan's teacher and the relationship with Kana's gym behind her through Du-Wan. If he can go out when Heiyu upgrades his level 3 authority power, this is what Heiyu really values. And these personal networks I have managed are also my life-saving talismans. If one day my identity as Team Rockets is unfortunately discovered, at that time, even if the top leaders of the Alliance do not give face to Team Rockets or leader Giovanni, it will have to give some face to Heiyu because of the complicated network of relationships behind him. Even if you want to move Heiyu, you have to think twice. This is the root cause of Heiyu's painstaking efforts to manage various personal relationships. The two recorded the location of the hot spring, marked it on the map, and set out on a journey to find a special magnetic field again. As for Swinub, this kin of poke blocks is our thank you gift for leading you on the way. Go home quickly and don't let your parents worry. Du-Wan took out a kin of poke blocks, then squatted down, stroked the fur on Swinub's body, and said softly. As expected by Heiyu, Du-Wan's behavior is really in line with the actions of a person from a benevolent alliance. But it is not Heiyu's interests that are harmed. Du-won wants to waste a kin of poke blocks, so let her waste it. Who said the other party is rich and powerful? Anyway, if it was Yu, he would definitely not be so kind and capture Swinub. That would be a great mercy. After all, for Yu, Swinub would naturally be useless after finding the hot spring. Woo lily woo lily. Swinub happily hugged a kin of poke blocks, rubbed Du-won's feet, and disappeared directly into the cave tunnel. He continued to walk in the cave for more than half an hour. During this period, the frequency of encountering Pokémon became more and more frequent as he went deeper. And most Pokémon are not lone wolves, basically appearing in families or even groups. Yu made a simple preliminary judgment in his mind. Granted, there are many kinds of Pokémon in the cave, but they are generally dominated by rocky ground attributes. There are mainly 3 types of Pokémon. The most common one is Zubat. This Pokémon often nests in dark caves and is a group Pokémon. Often, a group that Kuroyu and his friends encounter has at least hundreds of them. Therefore, it is also one of the most difficult Pokémon in the entire cave. The dense bats fly towards you, and the pressure and fear that comes from the sky are not something that ordinary people can bear. What's more, these Zubats are numerous, ranging from dozens to hundreds, and as many as hundreds to thousands. They can kill you with just numbers. Chapter 269, A Wolf Among Sheep. What's more annoying is that the Pokemon Zubat has been living in a dark cave for a long time, so its eyes are closed for too long and it can't see. The reason why it can fly around in the dark is that it relies on supersonic to detect the surrounding situation. This causes Yu and Du-won to be discovered by the Zubat tribe if they are not careful. In just over half an hour, they have encountered 2 Zubat tribes and they were all driven away by them. The most important thing is that the sound waves emitted by the Zubat group are really deafening, even Yu's ears are still ringing. Humph, if my big nose pass can't be used in this environment, I will definitely teach those Zubats a lesson, Du-won shouted dissatisfiedly. Du-won is such a good-tempered, gentle, and elegant top student, but she got angry like this. It is enough to show how annoying these Zubats are. Yu also rubbed his ears. In fact, compared with Zubat, he didn't want to meet the other 2 groups. They are Guedud and Makahita. Needless to say, Guedud is the most dangerous in the tunnel just by virtue of its ability to self-destruct. Fortunately, Du-won was well prepared and had released a Pokémon with the damp attribute long ago. Yu also let Umbreon guard beside her at any time. Therefore, Guedud did not self-destruct. As for Makahita, this Pokémon likes to exercise very much. Every morning after waking up, everyone trains together. At noon, they eat and take a nap, and then continue training after waking up. It is a complete training maniac. By eating more, resting well and exercising enough, the body will be full of energy, and will gradually become stronger in the process of repeated rigorous training. Makahita likes to exercise more than anything else. When you hear the ground making a sound in the cave, it is the sound of Makahita exercising. It is precisely because of this feature that Yu can accurately avoid the Makahita tribe. After walking for so long, it should have reached the range of the special magnetic field. Strange. Du-won panted lightly, and at the same time, a trace of suspicion flashed across her face. Could it be that the trainer who reported it at the beginning lied to her? Just when Du-won was resting, Yu keenly observed that something was wrong in the air and felt some lack of oxygen. And Crawdaunt, Sharpedo, and Honchkrow already felt a little uncomfortable. These characteristics are the same as the special magnetic field of the abandoned power plant on the outskirts of Movili City. Du-won, hold on, maybe. Before Yu finished speaking, a fierce shiny suddenly broke out in the tunnel ahead. Yu and Du-won's eyes were instantly attracted, because this light was a bit similar to the light of evolution. Asano. 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 Just as the 2 of them were running towards the glowing place, a burst of Pokémon growl suddenly came from the front. And it kept echoing in the wide tunnel. This is the growl of Nosepass family. As a team with Big Nosepass as the main Pokemon, Do-Won quickly identified Pokemon Growl and learned that the Pokemon Growl came from Nosepass family, coupled with the light of evolution that had burst out earlier. As we all know, there are only two ways for Nosepass to evolve, using a Thunderstone, or evolving in a special magnetic field. The answer is about to come out. This. Do-Won couldn't help but open her mouth wide, unable to hide her shock, because the scene in front of her was too spectacular. In a wide cave space, a huge stone pillar was placed in the center, and countless Nosepass floating in the air were shaking their bodies. Their shaking was not large, but the rhythm was the same without exception, and from time to time they worshipped devoutly towards the stone pillar in the middle, as if performing some special ritual. And the stone pillar also burst out arcs from time to time, and a special magnetic force spread throughout the cave. The Nosepass that received these magnetic forces seemed to have found sweet dew after a long drought, and excitedly absorbed them into their bodies. Not long after, these Nosepasses evolved one by one. Hei-Yu saw that Do-Won was still in shock, and quickly reminded her. Now is a good time, while they are not paying attention, directly perform Sucker Punch. Do-Won also recovered from her shock. After all, she had never seen so many Nosepass at once. Even in Kana's gym, there are at most dozens of Nosepass. If there are more, they can't be raised. Because the breeding area in Rustboro City has not been built yet, otherwise, Do-Won would not have to go to Granite Cave. Great, with so many Nosepass, the Pokemon of the apprentices in the gym have a place to go. Do-Won's face was a little flushed. I don't know if it was because of the fierce rush just now, or because she was too excited. Hei-Yu looked solemn and whispered, "These Nosepass are definitely from a large tribe. There are more than 100 of them, but I don't know why their tribe leader is not seen. The strength of the group of Nosepasses in front of them is not even that of the superior level. With only this level of strength, it is definitely not in line with a large group with more than 100 people. But now there is no time to care about so much." While the two were talking, 3 more Nosepasses evolved. If we don't act quickly, when all the Pokemon have evolved, not only will the strength usher in a surge, but there will be no way to use them as Pokemon for gym apprentices. Honchkrow, after Tailwind, use Dark Pulse to harass from behind. Crawdaunt, rush up and use Crab Fist, Crab Claw Hammer. Sharpedo, Water Jet. Umbreon, use Helping Hand. Black Feather is naturally the main force in this battle. After all, Do-Won's quasi-elite Pokemon can't perform in the cave environment. Only one Kabutops can use the water attribute to restrain and barely help a little. Big Nosepass, use Fulner to float. Battery Float, use the magnetic force generated by electricity to float. Do-Won's Pokemons can't attack and can only assist Black Feather's Pokemon from the side. Crawdaunt floats in the air, avoiding the attack of the ground attribute skills from the Nosepass tribe. Black Feather's Pokemon, enjoying various amplifications, rushed into the entire cave at once, directly disrupting the ritual team of the Nosepass tribe. For a while, the attacked Nosepasses were panicked and the whole cave was in chaos. Facing the water attribute, the restraint of the Nosepasses made it difficult to make an effective counterattack, just like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Crawdaunt and his team really killed everyone. Honchkrow, be careful not to let your skills destroy the stone pillar in the middle. Hei-Yu keenly observed that the stone pillar was the core of the entire special magnetic field. Do-Won looked at Hei-Yu beside her with emotion. I didn't expect that he actually kept this matter in mind. Chapter 270 A Fruitful Harvest. Crawdaunt and Sharpedo wore blue after the orb fragments. The perception of water attribute energy has risen several levels. Now the release of water attribute skills is almost instantaneous. In just 10 minutes, hundreds of Nosepass on the scene were all defeated. And under Honkrow's intentional protection, the flying skill light waves did not damage the stone pillar in the middle that emitted a special magnetic field. Not bad, not bad. Han Kro can now grasp the overconfidence characteristic very well. He Yu looked at the black shadows that kept flashing in the field and the hoarse cry of the crow growl. To put it bluntly, overconfidence is a means of strengthening oneself through psychological suggestion after defeating the opponent. Therefore, when encountering such a large number of Pokémon in the group, He Yu will deliberately let Han Kro exercise the overconfidence characteristic. At present, the effect is still quite good. Du Wan, it's up to you next. I don't carry so many Pokémon with me. Bal He Yu turned around and smiled. Du Wan gave him a grateful look and nodded. Don't worry, leave it to me. Du Wan took out hundreds of Ultra Balls from the space equipment and piled them on the ground, forming a hill made of Pokeballs. Big Nose Pass, please, use the gravity skill. At Du Wan's command, Big Nose Pass understood and used gravity, and all the Pokeballs floated into the air, and finally fell towards the unconscious Nose Passes on the ground. Each Pokeball fell accurately, without the slightest deviation. He Yu looked at the Big Nose Pass next to Du Wan in surprise. It's worthy of being a Pokémon cultivated by Du Wan. Other quasi-elite Pokémon may not have this kind of precise control over large-scale skills. Just like He Yu's Crawdaunt and Cast form, although both Pokémon can use Rain Dance skill, but it can only control the rainfall in a small area. It is far from possible to precisely control every area, or even every drop of rain. But with the blue orb fragments, there are infinite possibilities in the future. He Yu's eyes flashed with determination. After recycling all the Pokeballs, Du Wan immediately went forward to check the stone pillar that released the special magnetic field. It seems that I have to borrow the teacher's Big Nose Pass again, otherwise when moving, the stone pillar with huge energy will lose its special magnetic field if it is not careful. Du Wan muttered to herself, and the joy between her eyebrows could not be concealed. He Yu was frightened when he heard it. Since he had close contact with elite-level Pokémon one after another, he had a clear and profound understanding of the real top power in this world. It can only be said that Du Wan is worthy of being a rich family. He Yu, thank you for accompanying me to explore the Granite Cave. Without your company, it would be difficult for me to find the special magnetic field alone. Du Wan gathered her skirt elegantly, saluted He Yu, and then added, this time I owe you a favor. If you need any help in the future, just ask. No, isn't it normal for friends to help each other? Although He Yu said this, the smile on his face showed his inner thoughts. After all, gaining favors and expanding his network is his real purpose. Otherwise, why would he go to so much trouble to accompany Du Wan into this granite cave without any substantial benefits? After getting the exact location of the special magnetic field, the two decided not to stay in the granite cave. After all, it had not been explored by the Alliance, and there were too many unknowns. A quasi-elite Pokémon might pop up from nowhere. As for the elite level, although the possibility of an elite level appearing in the wild is infinitely close to zero, there is a slight possibility for this unknown area that the Alliance has never explored. What's more, in the Granite Cave, many forks are connected to the sea, and the possibility of elite-level wild Pokémon appearing is even higher. As they walked out, the temperature became higher and higher, and wild Pokémon, etc. the level gradually became lower. Some traces of humans were even seen from time to time, such as footprints and extinguished fires. Until He Yu and Du Wan walked to the outermost edge of Granite Cave and finally found humans. This was an adventure team that entered Granite Cave for exploration. Their strength level was not high. Among the dozen people, most of them were only beginner and intermediate trainers. The strongest were only 2 advanced trainers. There was not even a superior Pokémon. After He Yu determined that the other party had no ill intentions, he was relieved, and Du Wan chatted with the other party enthusiastically. Granted, the depth of the cave is too dangerous. I suggest you don't go deeper to prevent any accidents. After all, this is an undeveloped area of the Alliance and is not within the rescue range. As a trainer from the Alliance, Du Wan subconsciously gave some advice to the expedition team in front of her. The leader of the expedition team was a middle-aged man with a fishing rod on his back. He stood up and said happily, "Don't worry, we are just fishing in the outer cave. After all, someone has found traces of Horsa here before." After a brief chat, the expedition team members enthusiastically invited Heyu and Duwan to stay and fish together. It happened to be dinner time, so they just had fun together. However, Heyu doubted whether he could really catch Horsa here. Although it was connected to the sea, the water sources in the cave were almost all pools and ponds. Horsa lived in the deep sea, so this was probably a rumor. However, Heyu did not remind them out loud. The people in front of him did not even know where Horsa lived. "I know, my knowledge reserve is too weak. This encounter may be the last encounter with this expedition team, there is no need to add trouble." However, the other party did catch some Pokemon during fishing, most of which were Magikarp and Phoebas. Occasionally, a Goldeen could be caught. "Oh my god, I got hooked, hooked. Pull quickly, oh my god, it's a shelter." Heyu looked in the direction of the sound, including the people who were eating, all looked at the captain who was fishing by the pond. "I saw a clam-shaped shell being caught." Shelter. Heyu looked at it in surprise, his luck was really good. Shelter can be said to be a popular Pokemon among civilian trainers. Especially the cloisters bred by the 4 elite Lorelei in Kanto region, which are often jokingly called Dragon Slayer shells on the forum of the Alliance. Punching Dragonite, kicking Salamence. It is the nightmare of all Dragon-type and Flying-type Pokemon. Chapter 271 Shell Smash. The reason is that its core skill Shell Smash breaks its own shell and completely abandons defense. It greatly improves attack, special attack, and speed by reducing its own defense and special defense. Combined with Cloister's continuous attack feature, continuous skills can be used the most times each time. For example, skills such as Icicle Spear, Bullet Seed, Pin Missile, etc., which will attack the enemy 2 to 5 times, but as long as they have the characteristics of continuous attack, they can be stably used the highest number of times, that is, 5. And Cloister happens to learn the continuous skill Icicle Spear. According to the League statistics, the power of one Icicle Spear is 25, and 5 Icicle Spears together are 125. This power is more than Ice Beam is even higher than Blizzard, and the output is extremely stable and the consumption is very low. Of course, if you want to achieve perfection, it is best to give Cloister a Focus Sash or King's Rock. The former can ensure that the body is too fragile after Shell Smash, so that it will not be killed instantly. The other can cooperate with continuous attacks to continuously trigger the flinch effect. Alas, it's a pity that the training cost is too high. It's too difficult to replicate the Cloister of Lorelei Elite. Duwan sighed softly. Heyu nodded in agreement. If Cloister wants the Shell Smash skill, it can only learn it in the Shelter period before evolution. And a Shelter wants to learn Shell Smash is generally learned by oneself at the peak of the superior level, and a few with poor comprehension can only learn it at the quasi-elite level. However, Shelter is so weak that few can train it to a high level, let alone the peak of the superior level or even the quasi-elite level. Ordinary trainers really can't afford it. In addition, even if you learn Shell Smash, you still need to spend an expensive water stone to evolve into Cloister. With such a high cost of cultivation, no wonder even Duwan sighed that the price is too high. If you have the ability to create a real Dragon Slayer, then you might as well invest these resources into Royal 3 or other Pokemon, the return will be greater. However, the fishing captain was very happy to catch a Shelter. He kept saying, "This trip is worth it. Fishing in the sea is different from fishing in the pond." At the same time, the fishing captain took out a Pokemon Pokédex. Although it was only the 2nd generation version, it was outdated for several years. However, it still attracted the envy of other team members. Pokemon Pokédex is not cheap. Even if it is an outdated 2nd generation Pokédex like his, it costs tens of thousands of Alliance coins. Not everyone has it. At least in this adventure group of more than 10 people, only a few people have it. I am so lucky. Shelder has the continuous attack feature. It actually inherited the rock crit and aqua ring. After finishing their meal, Yu and the other two quietly left without alerting the adventure group, and those people were also sighing at the captain's luck in catching a Shelder. However, judging from the exclamations of those people before leaving, Yu thought to himself, this Shelder is already perfect in terms of genetic skills. If the fishing captain could calm down and cultivate that Shelder to the peak of the superior level and learn Shell Smash, even if he was stuck at the superior level for the rest of his life and didn't break through to the quasi-elite level. With just a master of Shell, the superior level Cloyster with Smash skills is also enough to be favored by the Alliance and become the backbone of the Alliance. Its offspring can obtain the status of direct descendants at birth. There is a real chance to cross the class and completely turn over from a civilian trainer. However, Du-Wan and Yu, who had long left the adventure group camp, had already forgotten this little thing. As they walked further and further to the periphery, they met more and more trainers, including hikers with backpacks, fishermen with fishing rods, and trainers who came to Granite Cave to train Pokémon. Just as the two were about to walk out of Granite Cave, they met someone who surprised Yu. A blue-haired boy wearing a grey-brown coat, an expedition hat on his head, and a shovel in his hand was constantly digging this rock. A Laren followed beside him, trying to smash the hard wall with its huge body and knock out the exposed ore inside. Stephen Yu's eyes lit up and he exclaimed. That's right, the blue-haired boy who was mining was Stephen, who had said goodbye to Yu in Fall Arbor Town. I didn't expect to meet him in Granite Cave. But think about it, Stephen's hobby is to collect all kinds of strange stones. Some famous mines or caves may meet Stephen, and Granite Cave is so famous that it is naturally no exception. At the same time, Yu hurriedly glanced around and found that the terrifying old man who claimed to be an old slave to Stephen last time and had an elite-level Bastiodon did not appear, so he subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Ahem, who called me Yu, am I dazzled? Stephen coughed to disperse the dust around him. Then he saw Yu not far away. He opened his eyes wide and looked very surprised. But the surprise soon turned into joy. For Stephen, besides being with Shitu all day, Yu was one of his few good friends. Stephen, I didn't expect to meet you here. You are so dusty. Are you? Yu hesitated to speak, looking at Stephen in front of him. He was covered in dust and didn't look like an elegant gentleman at all. If Stephen's fans, especially female fans, saw him, most likely he would say he didn't believe it. Well, you know, I only have the hobby of collecting stones. Let me tell you, I came across an extremely rare stone this time. Stephen ignored the dust on his body and directly put his arm around Yu's shoulders, and at the same time carefully took out a purple stone from his arms. Forgive Yu's ignorance, he looked left and right, but he really didn't see anything special, and there was no energy inside, it was just an ordinary stone. How could it be? What's with your eyes, Yu? Don't you think this stone looks a bit like a clenched fist? Stephen seemed so excited when he talked about stones that he ignored Du-Wan who was following behind Yu. Yu said a few perfunctory words. Really don't understand why Stephen treasures such a worthless stone. Stephen even said that he would build a collection hall just to store this stone. Yu could only complain silently. Oh, forget it, you guys don't know how to appreciate it. Oh, by the way, this is... Stephen complained to Yu for a few words, and then noticed Du-Wan. Yu slightly turned sideways and introduced, this is my friend, Du-Wan, a gym trainer in Rustboro City. Stephen immediately cast an admiring look at Yu when he heard it. Good guy. He has obsessed his cousin, Kaihuyu, the daughter of the Solans family, and is obsessed with her. Now he is dating gym leader. Brother, you are awesome. Chapter 272 Dog Rich. Facing Stephen's meaningful look, Yu rolled his eyes and turned to introduce Stephen to Du-Wan. This is my friend, the heir of the Stone family, the son of President Joseph, Stephen. Du-Wan just nodded lightly and made a simple salute. Although Kana's gym and the Stone family's mine have started cooperation. But these things are handled by special people in the gym, Du-Wan does not need to worry about them, so naturally there is no need to be too enthusiastic. Stephen also showed a basic smile. He has been hanging out with Stones for many years, and he doesn't even know his family's partners. Just for a gym leader, he still maintained the most basic etiquette. It just so happens that I have finished digging stones. Let's go out and fight together. How about it? My Anarith has made great progress in this period of time. Stephen seemed to still be upset about the failure of the last battle, and couldn't wait to challenge Hey Yu. Several people walked out of granite after the cave. Du-Wan suddenly received an emergency call. The expression on her face changed for a while, and then she hurried away on her flying mount. It is said that she was going to attend an important meeting. Hiss, my old man seems to have attended it too. It can't be about the Evergrande City Conference. Stephen looked at Du-Wan's back with a solemn face and a hint of uncertainty, muttering in a low voice. Not long after, an extended car stopped in front of the two. Several bodyguards and servants in suits quickly walked down from it. Master, they bowed and shouted to Stephen. Stephen opened his arms, and immediately two maids came up to help her change clothes. He raised his face slightly, and two maids were beside him. Helping hand Stephen wiped the dusty face. Stephen seemed to be accustomed to all this. Hey Yu on the side was stunned. He could only complain silently in his heart. Dog rich man, then let's go to the small Pokemon Center, Hey Yu said, straightening his messy clothes. Stephen suddenly said, why go to the small Pokemon Center? Our family has an industry here, so we can just stay in the hotel. Let's go, get in the car. Stephen pointed to the extended luxury car and said to Hey Yu generously. Hey Yu said hesitantly, this is not good. Hey, don't you think of me as a friend? Let's go, I'll take you to visit my family's industry on Fighting Island, Stephen complained, and then quickly pushed Hey Yu into the extended luxury car. After arriving at the destination, Hey Yu found that this was actually the most luxurious hotel on the island. Behind him, a group of bodyguards in suits followed him and awkwardly visited the entire hotel. There was only one word, luxury. It is not an exaggeration to even say that it is luxurious. No wonder this hotel has not had a single guest for several days. How can ordinary trainers waste their alliance coins on it? Some wealthy tycoons would not choose to travel to such a remote place as Fighting Island. It can only be said that the people who decided to build a luxury hotel here are really average in business. But fortunately, it is a hotel with a battle theme. The battlefield at the league level is also a feature of this hotel. Hey Yu and Stephen looked at each other from a distance on both sides of the battlefield. Go, Anarith. Old rivals, Krokorok, leave it to you. Two Pokemon appeared on the field, and Krokorok recognized the little bug floating in the air in front of him at a glance. Isn't it the first battle he fought when he debuted? Wow, this is an old rival. But Anarith on the opposite side did not recognize Krokorok. After all, after the evolution, Krokorok changed from crawling to standing on 2 feet, and the walking form changed too much. Hiss, I didn't expect that your Sandil, Hey Yu, has evolved into Krokorok. No, but your Anarith still has priority in terms of level. I'm afraid it has reached the peak of advanced level and is only one step away from superior. The two first looked at the Pokemon, a wave of commercial mutual praise. As for Krokorok's level lag, Hey Yu had expected it. After all, the opponent Anarith had just hatched from the fossil and was higher in level than himself. Stephen was also a well-known Krypton guy. In terms of resources, Stephen definitely spent a lot of resources for the Anarith in front of him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach the peak of advanced level from the primary level in just a few months, and it was only one step away from the superior level of level 40. However, the level difference between the two sides was not very large. Krokorok's level had reached level 33, and Anarith was about level 39. Anarith, continuous slash. Stephen took the responsibility to command Anarith and used the insect attribute skills that restrained the evil attribute. Anarith was seen flapping its 8 wings continuously and floating in the air. Heiyu keenly observed that compared with the last battle in the Solon's family manor, Anarith's flying skills have obviously improved now. Krokorok, use Rock Tomb. Heiyu knew that the key point of this battle was the rock attribute attack, and he couldn't give up Stone Edge right away. A true master's battle commander would deliberately hide key skills. Several flying stones shot towards Anarith. Anarith was not in a hurry, spinning his body, turning his wings into blades, and directly chopped the rock into pieces. Go up and use Bug Bite. Another bug attribute skill. Heiyu frowned slightly and commanded, use Crunch. Krokorok opened his ferocious bloody mouth. Outsiders would not doubt that he would swallow Anarith directly. On the contrary, Anarith's mouth looked very small. But Krokorok did not dare to underestimate it at all, because the insect attribute energy on it gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Both sides bit each other, and Krokorok only felt that he bit a piece of extremely hard steel plate, as hard as an iron lump. A layer of silver luster appeared on the surface of Anarith's body, and Heiyu realized that Anarith had secretly used iron defense in the previous battle. But Stephen did not speak the command voice. It seems that they had communicated before the battle, just like the unintentional Drago Knight, integrating extreme speed into daily flight. Anarith in front of him also used iron defenses integrated into the battle process. Muscle memory has been formed. Once in combat, iron defense will be subconsciously used. Stephen is indeed a master at training steel attribute skills. Heiyu was secretly shocked. Anarith's saw-like mouth bit Krokorok. At the moment of the attack, Krokorok quickly turned his body and used his back to defend. Grumble. The unique structure of the body on defense does not allow it to use other skills. But don't forget that Krokorok can also use its claws to perform other skills. Krokorok, Assurance. The sharp claws surged with strange dark brown energy, and it chopped down with great force. Bang! Anarith was directly smacked down to the ground, raising a thick cloud of dust. Chapter 273 Armaldo. This attack did not cause Anarith too much damage. After using iron, Anarith's defense after the defense skill is still very strong. Anarith, Water Jet. The distance between the two Pokémon is almost face to face, and the water jet is fast, and it hits Krokorok's abdomen in an instant. There is no time to react. The restraint of the water attribute makes Krokorok extremely uncomfortable. But at the same time, it also inspires Krokorok's fighting spirit. Krokorok, use Bite to force him to the ground, and then use Stomp. At Heiyu's command, Krokorok instantly splashed, opening his ferocious crocodile mouth towards Anarith flying in the air. Anarith, who relies on 8 wings to fly, is forced to land on the ground. After all, flying in the sky is the most difficult place to dodge skills. But Stephen also heard Heiyu's command just now. Therefore, this is also a choice made by Stephen. He would rather use skills on the ground to block the stomp than to fight with Krokorok again. Ks Bite, Close Combat. Stephen also found that this Krokorok's close combat talent was ridiculously strong, so he naturally had to avoid its strengths. Anarith, Water Pulse. Krokorok, Assurance directly smashes the water ball. Anarith, String Shot, limit the opponent's speed. Krokorok, Fire Fang, burn the silk. The two sides started a long-lasting battle between attack and defense. The Pokémon of both sides were built with countless resources. Although Krokorok was behind in level, the two Pokémon fought evenly with a slightly higher racial value. The command of the trainers of both sides was also on par. So this battle was very intense, and Kuroyu also saw the fighting style of fossil Pokémon. So far, all the fossil Pokémon hatched include Omenet family, Anorith family, Kabuto family, Aerodactyl family, Cradily, etc. These almost all the Pokemon resurrected from fossils have rock attributes, but they can learn a lot of water attribute skills. It is probably because they lived in the ocean hundreds of millions of years ago, but because they were sealed in fossils, their body structure changed. The water attribute disappeared, and they had rock attributes instead. The battle lasted for more than half an hour. At this time, on both sides of the battlefield, Anorith's wings had been broken, and it was barely flying at low altitude with the remaining 3 pairs of wings. Krokorok was not much better, with various scratches on the scales on its back, and it was obvious that it had suffered many attacks from the continuous slash skill. There was a bite mark on the left arm, and bright red blood was oozing out from it. This was caused by Anorith's bug bite skill hit traces. Just when Hayu and Steven were tacitly preparing to quickly end the battle, Anorith on one side of the battlefield slowly landed from midair. Crawling on the ground, 3 pairs of wings slowly retracted. Anorith, you! Just when Steven was puzzled, Anorith, crawling on the ground and folding its wings, suddenly burst into a dazzling white light. A trace of surprise flashed in Hayu's eyes. He didn't expect such a coincidence that it evolved in the battle. Steven looked at everything in front of him happily. I should be the first trainer to cultivate Anorith to evolution, right? Steven had a faint smile on his face and guessed in his heart. Every fossil Pokemon resurrected by the Solence family is limited. Within a year, it is estimated that less than 100 will be resurrected. Divided by various alliance families. Among them, although Aerodactyl was the first to be resurrected, the number was the smallest, with only 3, one was taken away by the Yulong family, and one was taken by Professor Oak as leaving for research. The last one was left inside the Solence family. Although Anorith was the first to be resurrected, it has only been a few months since then. Steven is sure that no one can breed faster than him, which means that his ancient feather is not right, it is Armaldo. His Armaldo is the first case. Steven watched all this with great excitement. It was worthwhile for him to invest all kinds of precious resources in Anorith every day. Customized high-level poke blocks were eaten almost every day. In the white light, Anorith's petite figure was gradually elongated. After the white light faded, a standing Pokemon with a hard shell appeared in front of everyone. It looked a bit like a mantis, but much stronger than a mantis. Armaldo's shell was blue and covered with hard armor, which was very strong. There were 3 pairs of red and white feathers between its neck, and the thorny shell on its back pressed 2 huge wings. Krokorok looked at Armaldo's sharp claws with great fear. He felt a strong sense of threat from them. Hayu and Krokorok had a tacit understanding, and their eyes noticed the huge claws at the same time. Good guys, this claw looks really full of explosive power, I'm afraid it can even penetrate steel plates directly. As a breeder, Hayu still has the most basic vision, and he can tell at a glance that Armaldo is the most dangerous. Sharp claws and a tail with fins. When fighting, you must be extremely cautious. As Anorith suddenly evolved into Armaldo, the battle was naturally stopped at the first time. Before Hayu could react, a group of logistics personnel took Armaldo away for inspection. Steven seemed to be accustomed to it and said, "There's no way. Who said that fossil Pokemon is too special, so naturally we have to check the data at the first time." Hayu said speechlessly, "Why do you feel like you are showing off?" "Really? Hehe, don't worry about it, let's go, let's take you to visit the food in this hotel. The battle is really it consumes energy. I'm hungry." Steven had an unconcealable smile on his face, and the smugness in his eyes almost overflowed. Hayu handed Krokorok to the medical staff. This hotel is benchmarked against league-level facilities. In terms of medical logistics, it is naturally the same. Hayu observed that all medical staff graduated from the Joy Academy branch. He could only sigh again, the Stone family is really rich. Just paying so many people a salary must be an astronomical figure, right? Suddenly thinking of something, Hayu stopped and asked, is there anyone who graduated from Joy Academy in the medical department? Stephen glanced at Yu, his eyes seemed to be looking after a fool. The students in Joy Academy can only be Miss Joy from the Joy family. Outsiders are not even qualified to enter. Even if our company is rich and can hire Miss Joy, it is impossible for her to condescend to work in such a remote hotel. Yu nodded. Miss Joy's self-esteem is still very strong. Most Miss Joy will work in the Pokemon Center. Very few Miss Joy will work in places other than the Pokemon Center. Chapter 274 Important Meeting. Just as Yu and Stephen were still in the surprise of Armaldo evolution, at the same time, Evergrande, an extremely important meeting is going on in the headquarters of the City Alliance building. In the huge conference room, rows of seats are arranged in a stepped manner. Roughly speaking, there are thousands of seats. At this time, the person standing on the high platform to preside over the meeting is the president of the Hone Alliance. The entire conference room is full of high-level officials of the Hone Alliance, including gym leader, Pokemon professor, and representatives sent by major powerful families. Including Norman Leader, who is familiar to Yu, and Du Wan, who just said goodbye to Yu and left Fighting Island not long ago. Joy family, Jenny family, Stone family, Sasaki family. One by one, they are familiar to the outside world. The name of a well-known family. Almost all the top people in the entire Hone region gathered here. Drake, Bonnie, and Sydney, who are in the position of the 4 elites, are all here. There is still one vacant seat in the 4 elites, because the previous 4 elites just retired and the new one has not been elected yet. However, this does not affect the topic of today's meeting. Ever preparations and specific matters for the Grande City Conference. Vote to discuss the candidates for the promotion of Level 3 authority. Everyone should know that there is less than half a year left before the Evergrande City Conference. It is the highest level alliance competition held by each region every 3 years. Finally, it is our Hone region's turn. The president of the Hone Alliance is a middle-aged man with a resolute face and decent clothes. He should be less than 50 years old. At this age, he can climb to the level of region president. In the future, he may have the opportunity to succeed Damarankai and become the chairman of the entire Pokemon Alliance. With the speech of the president of the Hone Alliance, the conference hall, which was still noisy and whispering, suddenly became silent. Not only because of respect for the region president, but also because of the importance of the topic of this discussion. Alliance Conference. This is the highest level league event held every 3 years, hosted by Hone region and assisted by Joy and Jenny family. And the one held half a year later happened to be held by Hone region. The league conference has many meanings, the most important of which is to select young talents and show whether a region has sufficient backward strength. Therefore, it is a very popular existence in the entire Pokemon world. And whether there are many young talented trainers emerging in a region, and whether the seats of the top 4 or even the champion will be taken away by trainers from other regions. This is one of the criteria that many people use to measure the strength of a region. For example, in the conference held in Unova region 3 years ago, all the top 4 seats came from other regions, and the champion was even taken away by Kalos region, which had never had any contact with it. Unova Alliance has lost face. With this as a lesson, Hone Alliance will naturally attach great importance to it. Although a competition to select young talents under the age of 25 cannot directly judge the hard power of a region, it can also reflect its soft power. Observe whether there is a lack of successors or even a generational gap in the young talents of a region. The best way is to observe the Alliance Conference held in this region. It is a bit similar to the Olympics in Heiyu's previous life. The success or failure of a regional conference will greatly affect whether people will come. This region travel. So the Alliance Conference is also an indispensable part of boosting the regional economy. For example, for a group like the Stone family, even if the business has been done in other regions, Hone is the base camp. They still hope that more people will come here to travel and spend money so that they can make money. Almost all the families, groups, and companies present think so. The stronger the Hone alliance is, the more benefits they will naturally get. The only two families present who are not deeply bound to the Hone alliance may be Jenny and the Joy family. You should also know that in recent years, the pressure from the Kanto region has become greater. Among the younger generation, Lance almost dominates everything. He has already participated in the Champion Challenge in his early 20s. As soon as the words came out, many people on the scene frowned. In recent years, the strength of the Kanto region has become stronger and stronger. As the second place for thousands of years, the Hone region is naturally very uncomfortable. Therefore, it is urgent to speed up the training of talents in their own region. It is best to launch a monster that can compete with Lance. The above database is the current situation of the Hone alliance. All the second-level authority holders under the age of 25. As soon as the president finished speaking, rows of photos and information appeared on the huge screen. All of them were young talents from all over the Hone region, without exception, all of them were second-level authority holders. Many people saw the information of people related to their own forces, including Norman, the representative of Chinjuajim, and also saw several second-level authority representatives promoted by himself, including He Yu. Do you have anything to say? The representative of the Jenny family spoke first. After all, according to the provisions of the Alliance Law, only the elite can propose to upgrade someone to the third level of authority. Even the regional president does not have this right. From this, we can see the superior status of the 4 elite seats. Drake crossed his arms, his old face was majestic without anger, and the aura he exuded made some people sitting next to him silent. Bonnie sat elegantly on the seat, with her hands on her belly, a very standard aristocratic sitting posture, but she did not say anything, just smiled slightly. Among the 3 elites, only Sydney's sitting posture was the most eye-catching. She squatted on the seat, whistling from time to time, and poke the ball was spinning between his fingers, looking like a complete rogue. But no one present dared to underestimate him, instead, they showed a flattering attitude towards Sydney. "Old man, beautiful lady, you two won't say anything? Then I'll mention it." Sydney turned his head and looked at Drake and Bonnie in surprise. "Humph." Drake snorted and ignored it. "Sydney elite, please go ahead." Bonnie raised her hand very elegantly, indicating Sydney to choose first. A hint of playfulness flashed in Sydney's eyes, and he raised his hand and pointed at several photos on the screen, saying, "Hey, then I can choose, that one, and that one." Sydney pointed at a few people casually as if he was playing a game. Such a ridiculous action caused the corners of everyone's mouth in the conference hall to twitch, and they were very speechless. The president sitting on the conference platform was very troubled, but he had no way to deal with Sydney. As the highest combat power of a region, only the champion can command the 4 elites. Theoretically, he had no right to order the other party. The president looked at the other 2 elites for help, but unfortunately he didn't get a response. Drake was simply not interested in all this. If it wasn't for the meeting about the future development of Hone region, he would probably not attend as usual. Glacia elite didn't speak because the family behind her was too involved with various forces. Her own words and deeds were related to the ups and downs of the family, so she naturally wouldn't speak easily. Anyway, this topic can't be discussed in one meeting, why should I be the first to speak out? Chapter 275 Elite Reserve. And Sydney elite, don't look at the cynical and ridiculous appearance on the surface, but there is no fool who can reach the elite level. It's a choice like a joke, very clever to throw back this powder keg-like question. After all, the third level authority is too sensitive. Once it is promoted to the third level authority, the alliance will vigorously cultivate it, which is almost a ticket to the elite strong. The third level authority has also been privately given a title, Elite Reserve. This can be seen from the fiery eyes of the representatives of various forces in the conference hall. The whole venue fell into silence. Everyone's eyes were implicitly cast on the 4 elite seats, and the 3 people sitting there. President, the promotion of the 3rd level authority is not an easy decision. The Alliance has given the selection authority to us 4 elites, which also represents a new and old inheritance. Bonnie stood up and spoke, breaking the silence of the venue, and then said, just like 20 years ago, it was the 4 elites of the previous session the retired Mr. Mura helped me upgrade to the 3rd level of authority, which made me what I am today, Bonnie, the 4th elite of the ice element. So this is not only selecting talents for the Alliance, but also selecting successors for us 4 elites. Maybe among the names on the screen, there are the next generation of 4 elites who will replace our seats? Bonnie is indeed from a typical family background. There is nothing wrong with her words and deeds. She even made a little joke, which made the atmosphere in the field slightly relaxed, no longer as serious as before. If Sydney just threw back this powder keg-like question, then Bonnie directly extinguished the entire powder keg. Many people present were thoughtful after hearing this. The president on the high platform looked at Bonnie gratefully, and then decided, this issue will be put aside for the time being and discussed again in 3 days. Mura, one of the top 4 elites in the previous generation of the Alliance, he has retired, and his granddaughter is the leader of the Hone region Fuyan Jim, Yasha, who appeared in Chapter 97. With the end of this important meeting, the content of the meeting was also spread. It spread among the younger generation of the Hone region. Some talented trainers who have the support of some powerful forces naturally want to compete for the 3rd level authority. As for those who have no power behind them, they have no hope for this matter. Selection of 3rd level authority. There are 3 levels to pass. 4 elites recommend, Alliance contribution, and the final meeting vote. Even if the first 2 points can be completed by chance, the last point is an insurmountable gap. After all, ordinary trainers who climbed up from the bottom, even if they have the opportunity to meet the 4 elites, even if they have made a lot of contributions to the Alliance, but without enough connections and interest exchanges, they can't get more votes at all. And Heiyu is facing this dilemma. Heiyu, this opportunity is very rare. If you want to fight for it, Archinjuajim will definitely support you with all your strength. Mr. Norman on the screen said seriously. Even May, who was playing on the side, saw that her father and the big brother on the other side of the screen were very serious, and she was rarely naughty. Heiyu first bowed deeply. He was very touched by Mr. Norman's investment and help, which almost did not ask for anything in return. If he really takes off in the future, he will never forget this kindness. Although Heiyu will repay a grudge, he will repay a favor. After listening to Norman's talk about the meeting, he was also shocked. Although he had expected it because of the reasons that the Joy family had told him before, when he was experiencing this endless covet. At one point, Heiyu even doubted whether the decision he made was wrong. Should he really agree to marry into the Joy family? At least then his future development in Elite would be smooth without any twists and turns. Heiyu fell into deep thought. When May saw the big brother's unhappy attitude on the screen, she was also very anxious and hurriedly wanted to tell some jokes to make Heiyu laugh. Big brother, look at this taillow, it's May's new partner, let it play with me every day. May took out a cage, and inside it was a taillow, with all the hair on its body beautifully groomed. But Heiyu saw something different in it. May, how many times have I told you not to lock taillow in a cage at any time? This is restricting the freedom of Pokemon. Norman taught very seriously. Heiyu suddenly woke up. Freedom. Looking at the taillow on the other side of the screen, the taillow's eyes did not have the usual firm eyes of the taillow, but a desire in his eyes. That was the desire for freedom. Heiyu suddenly woke up and murmured, even if I am subject to the most stringent restrictions and cannot pursue freedom, at least I still have one freedom. That is, we can freely choose what attitude to use to face the cruel reality. Some people pursue freedom all their lives. And some people give up freedom at will. Heiyu's eyes gradually became firm, looking at Mr. Norman on the screen, and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Mr. Norman, I will do my best to run for the third-level authority." Hayu wants to prove that even if he doesn't marry into a big family, he can still be promoted to the third level of authority by himself. After Mr. Norman promised that he would mobilize all his strength to help Hayu in the election, Hayu silently hung up the video call. At the same time, he began to think about what other connections he could use. The first thing he thought of was the Solans family. When he saved Kaihuyu, the little girl, Solans, the head of the Solans family, Cao Sheng said that he owed Hayu a favor. Now it's time to use this favor. On the other hand, when Cao Sheng learned that Hayu was finally going to use that favor, he was very excited and thought that he was not in his heart. No need to hang on any longer. After all, if this favor is not repaid, it will always be a knot in the heart. These big families would rather spend millions of alliance coins than owe a favor to a person. It's still the famous saying, debts of favor are the hardest to repay. In the eyes of these big men, giving some resources casually is nothing at all. If you owe a favor to a person, it's certain. The longer you delay a favor, the harder it is to repay. This famous saying describes the current situation. What? You said you want our family to support you in your bid for the third-level authority? Solans Cao Sheng's face darkened instantly after hearing this. Just ready to refuse, but thinking of Hayu's life-saving grace to his daughter and his character of always keeping his promises. Signing his daughter, who was shaking her arms and begging on the side, Cao Sheng said solemnly, "The family is not my one-man show. Even if I am the patriarch, I must get the consent of the elders. But I only represent myself and fully support you. I will mobilize all my personal connections to help you fully promote to the third-level authority." Cao Sheng finally agreed reluctantly. Originally, their family was going to fully support a direct member to be promoted this year. Now that Cao Sheng, the patriarch, has lost his support, he will definitely be dissatisfied with the elders. Alas! Cao Sheng silently glanced at his excited daughter on the side. She sold out the interests of her own family and promoted outsiders. An old father's heart was broken silently again. Chapter 276, Supporting the Younger Generation. Rubbing his brows, a silver light flashed, and the Pokémon Pokédex was stored in the space ring again. Black Feather couldn't help but flash a worried look in his brows. After walking out of the room and returning to the lobby of the small Pokémon Center, he immediately reported his discovery of Royal 3 to the Alliance. It won't be long before the sea area near Granite Cave will be surrounded by the Alliance's survey team. If the Royal 3 tribe can be found, then Black Feather will undoubtedly have made a great contribution, and it will definitely be higher than the previous Team Aqua incident. After all, the Alliance's strict control over Royal 3 is almost unimaginable, not to mention that there may be a whole Mudcup tribe hidden in the sea. Black Feather looked at the words under review and shook his head, no longer caring. Even if Royal 3 is not found, 3's tribe, just based on the Marsh Tomp and Swampert he handed in, that contribution is not low. Hey? This shelter. Hayu saw that a shelter was actually sold on the Alliance's bounty platform, and the location of the sale was actually on the Fighting Island. Genetic Rock, Critical Hit and Aqua Ring. When Hayu saw the specific information of this shelter, he felt familiar. It was the team of explorers we met in Granite Cave at the beginning. Obviously, the captain had no intention of cultivating this shelter, and Hayu secretly felt sorry. But this was someone else's choice after all, and it was reasonable to think from their perspective. He wanted to cultivate the shelter to the peak of the superior level and learn shell. The price of Smash is too high. It is better to sell this excellent shelter in exchange for resources to cultivate the existing Pokémon. Hayu sat in the lobby of the small Pokémon Center, silently ordered a glass of citrus juice, and inserted a straw. Crunch, crunch. Silently biting the straw, Hayu frowned, thinking about something. 4 elite recommendations for me. The biggest hope is Sydney Elite, followed by Bonnie Elite. Hayu slowly took out a manual from the space ring. It was the Dark Pokemon Cultivation Manual given to Hayu by Sydney Elite, who met Hayu by chance when he was in the Battle Club in Greentown. There is a lot of common Dark Pokemon knowledge in it, which has benefited Hayu a lot. There are even a lot of profound contents in it, and Hayu is just confused now and cannot fully understand. At the end, there is a string of contact numbers attached. Hayu's eyes are complicated. And the black handwriting shines under the fluorescent light, and it is written on it. The crazy words and the exquisite handwriting seemed out of place. When his fingertips touched the numbers, Hayu's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Beep beep beep. After thinking hard for a long time, Hayu slowly dialed the number on the Pokédex according to the numbers. The air conditioner in the Pokémon Center lobby was blowing, but it couldn't dispel the heat on Hayu's back. Hayu stared at the clock on the wall, and his heart beat faster with every click of the minute hand. Hayu didn't know whether Sydney Elite remembered him, but this is the only way to go now. Otherwise, even if I mobilize all my connections, I can't enter the list of level 3 permissions without the recommendation of the 4 elites. Until the last ring on the screen, it was like opening a pressure valve, and a voice full of confusion came out. Hello, who is it? I'm very busy, damn it, why are there so many people calling at this time? Hayu's hands stiffened instantly, and he tried to adjust his voice and said, I am a crazy person who likes evil Pokemon like you. Sydney on the other end of the phone heard this familiar quote, and his expression became more and more strange. Isn't this the quote he wrote down at the beginning? It was quite passionate when he wrote it down, but now it comes out of someone else's mouth. Sydney Elite was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig his toes into the ground. Assal. A Pokemon that looked like a white wolf with a sickle-shaped horn on its head lay on the ground and could not help but glance at Sydney speechlessly. As Absol, who had witnessed Sydney's step-by-step growth along the way, naturally understood how immature his trainer was at the beginning. Especially, I had to cooperate with him to pose. Thinking about it now, even Absol, who is cold and arrogant, can't help but blush. I seem to have some impression of that boy. It seems that he has a Murkrow? Sydney recalled the memory of Greentown in his mind. Hayu couldn't help but add, yes, now that child has evolved into Honchkrow. And since I watched your performance of Honchkrow in the Elite game, I have regarded it as an idol and a target to pursue. After saying this, one of the Pokeballs on Hayu's waist shook slightly. It was the one of Honchkrow. Hayu took the Pokeball held it down. No way, for my master's bright future. Honchkrow, you have to bear with it for now. There was no response from Sydney Elite on the other end of the phone, which made Hayu's heart beat fast. But little did he know that at this moment, Sydney Elite had already instructed a subordinate to successfully obtain all of Hayu's information. All of it was Hayu's growth experience along the way. He was born on Zyasha Island and his parents died in the hands of pirates. He embarked on a journey at the age of 16, and successively accepted investments from Chinjuajim and Joy family, and passed the breeder assessment by self-study. Even in addition to the information of Hayu, the trainer, even the information of Pokemon such as Crawdaunt and Sharpedo was recorded in detail one by one. This growth record is really perfect, so perfect that it can be seen that someone deliberately concealed and refined it. Sydney's eyes flashed with shrewdness. He was not from a family and was just a civilian trainer in his early years. He grew up with the help of a big boss in the league. He naturally understood that ordinary trainers would inevitably need to be stained with some grey if they wanted to grow up when they were weak. For this point, Sydney was not as stubborn as those who came from pure leagues. He knew that some things were not black and white. After simply perfunctorily saying a few words to Hayu, Sydney hung up the phone and said to a subordinate beside him, "Go find someone to try Hayu's current strength. If he has enough talent, I don't mind helping the younger generation, especially the younger generation who likes evil attributes. Lord Sydney, I have found that Hayu is on the fighting island in the Southwest Sea, and there happens to be a fighting gym. Their leader is Brawly." "Fighting gym? Brawly? Is it the young man who loves surf that I met in the Alliance meeting hall 2 days ago? It's just too much of a coincidence, right? There just happened to be a gym, and it just happened to be a fighting type gym that restrains evil attributes. I thought about how I spent a lot of time training Pokemon to deal with fighting attribute Pokemon. I wonder how this little guy should deal with it. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Sydney leaned over slightly, looked at the information on the screen, and casually ordered, "Use my Alliance authority directly to call the leader of the fighting gym." "Yes, Lord Sydney." Chapter 277 Brawly. On the other side, Yu sighed slightly after hanging up the phone. "I can only try my best to fight for it." The Alliance still looks at the background, origin, qualifications, and social skills. The Pokédex on the table in front of him vibrated slightly. With a raised eyebrow, Yu picked it up and saw a message pop up on it. "The fighting gym challenge you have booked has been approved. Please go to the venue immediately to play the gym battle." Yu was stunned, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. "Didn't they say that the gym leader went out to train surf skills? The gym has been closed until the day after tomorrow. How can it suddenly be closed now? Is it enough to challenge?" But soon, Yu reacted. Such an important Alliance meeting, the gym leader must not be absent, so the leader of the fighting gym did not go to surf, but to attend the meeting. Walk out of the Pokemon Center and head towards the fighting gym on the cliff. After all, this is just a gym competition, which can be completed in half a day, so it is better to get the badge as soon as possible. And when he entered the gym again, it was still a beautiful woman in a bikini who opened the door. People here seem to like surf very much. Perhaps it is because it is surrounded by the sea. The challenge rules here are very direct, that is fighting with gym leader Brawly. There are too few people who choose to come here to challenge for badges. In other gyms, apprentices are required to screen challengers. But in fighting gyms, there is no screening at all. Because there are only a few challengers every month, being a gym leader here is the easiest job. Yu slowly stepped into the battlefield. The environment in front of him was pitch black. He couldn't help squinting his eyes and looked at the figure not far away. Is this gym so poor that it can't even afford electricity? Yu looked at the dimness of the battlefield and was very speechless. "Hello, trainer. I am the gym in charge of the boxing badge. Leader Brawly." A young man wearing diving goggles, with messy hair and naked upper body, appeared on the stage in sandals. His skin was tanned by the sun, and he looked full of sunshine and enthusiasm. It was the leader of the fighting gym, Brawly. As a representative of young trainers in the league, 27-year-old Brawly has become a leader among quasi-elite trainers. Although he has not taken over the gym for a long time, it has been 2 years, much longer than Duwan, who has just taken over the gym for half a year. He loves surf sports and fighting attribute Pokemon. His straightforward fighting style makes he is favored by the fighting elite Bruno of Kanto region. Brawly looked at the black-haired boy in front of him with doubt. He just received an urgent call. Sydney Elite, one of the 4 elites, actually asked him to accept a trainer's challenge. He had just attended the league meeting and didn't even have time to rest. "Trainer Kuraba, the dim light is just to test the courage of the challenger. I hope you are not scared." Brawly asked a gym staff member to turn on the light in the battle room. At the same time, the gym's surveillance was also imported into Sydney Elite's computer. For Sydney Elite watched this test against Kuraba with great interest. Challenger Kuraba initiated a gym challenge with a boxing badge as the stakes. The challenger released the Pokemon first, and the gym trainer Brawly chose a Pokemon with similar strength to deal with. The level difference must not exceed 5 levels. Kuraba nodded thoughtfully. This challenge rule is quite reasonable. Both parties can use up to 3 Pokemon. The challenger has the right to change Pokemon freely, but the gym trainer does not. The party that loses the combat ability first loses, and the opposite party wins. At the referee's command, Kuraba and Brawly threw out Pokemon one after the other. Vol. Yu chose Han Kro, who has the flying attribute and is the only one in the team that is not restrained by the fighting attribute. With the flying attribute, it will be hit by the fighting attribute skill and will be doubled in damage. On the contrary, the fighting attribute will be restrained by Han Kro's flying attribute skill. I chose Mer Kro in the breeding house to counter the fighting attribute, Yu muttered. After all, although the fighting attribute is not a popular attribute, it is not unpopular either, and there are still many trainers who use the fighting attribute. After this period of training, the high-level Dusk Stone energy remaining in Han Kro's body when he evolved has been completely digested. Therefore, the speed of leveling up has also slowed down, and now it has only reached level 43. Encrodont and Sharpedo both rely on blue orb fragments, a training cheat, quickly raised the level. Crodont is already level 49, just one step away from the level 50 mark. And Sharpedo is already level 47. It can be said that the original Han Kro relied on the extremely high qualifications after evolution and the residual energy that has not been digested in the body, and almost caught up with the level of Crodont's big brother. However, now it is completely behind. Han Kro is naturally very anxious. He works harder in normal training and often asks Yu to find him a strong opponent. And Yu naturally did as Han Kro wished. Gah! Han Kro made a hoarse hissing sound as soon as he appeared, and the aura of self-confidence that looked down on everything was revealed. Sydney Elite, who was watching on the other side of the screen, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, thinking in his heart, have you realized the true meaning of the overconfidence characteristic at the superior level? The secret of overconfidence is to use psychological suggestion to strengthen it. In simple terms, it is self-pua, self-hypnosis. At the beginning, his Han Kro reached the quasi-elite level before he realized this. Now it seems that Kuroyu's Han Kro seems to be even better. The Pokemon released by Brawly is a Hariyama. The energy fluctuations on its body are not concealed. Kuroyu, who is not far away, quickly determines the specific level. It seems to be in the early 40s, which is similar to the level of Han Kro, but Kuroyu dare not underestimate it. The biggest feature of Hariyama is its pair of palms that are bigger than its head. It is said that it will practice palm moves in various terrains. For example, arm thrust, force palm, wake up slap. Although Hariyama's racial value is only 475, 144 of it is life racial value. It is a typical Pokemon with a thick health bar. It seems that Brawly wants to use static to control dynamics, relying on strong physical strength and life to win. As a pure fighting Pokemon, Hariyama does not have very good resistance, but it does not have too obvious weaknesses. It is more appropriate to use such a pure fighting Pokemon as a battle to test. After all, it is only restrained by 3 attributes. The fairy attribute that has not been discovered yet. The rare and mysterious psychic attribute. And the flying attribute possessed by Han Kro. Yu thought to himself, it has an attribute advantage, and Hariyama's speed is very slow, so Han Kro can make good use of the Tailwind skill. Chapter 278 Sydney's Approval. Since Kuroyu rushed to the gym, the information he collected about Brawly Pokemon on the internet was very limited. After all, Brawly has only participated in very few gym challenges so far. Even fewer have been recorded and uploaded to the internet. Not to mention rare, it can be said that there are very few. Therefore, Kuroyu did not collect much information at all. But in line with the tactic of keeping constant in the face of changes, Kuroyu still took the lead in sending out Han Kro, the only one in the team who is not afraid of fighting attributes. Han Kro, use Gust to test. Kuroyu did not order the use of Tailwind skills, of course it was not that he forgot. But Han Kro has already integrated Tailwind skills into his daily life, even if he is not fighting, he always maintains Tailwind status. Therefore, as early as the moment of release, Tailwind accelerated himself. Just like Steven's Armaldo's Iron Defense, Wuxin's Dragonite's Extreme Speed. The battle started quickly. Han Crow flapped his wings fiercely, and 2 gusts of wind were swept out in an instant, one on the left and one on the right, crossing each other and attacking Hariyama. As a flying Pokémon, facing a clumsy opponent like Hariyama, of course, he had to take advantage of the air superiority. Hariyama use brine. Brawly's order was issued. Hariyama's eyes were fixed on Han Crow hovering in the air, with his hands across his chest, ready to defend at any time. His mouth suddenly opened, and a thick water column was quickly sprayed out until the 2 gusts of wind swept in. Bang! Bang! It is indeed a Pokémon of the gym trainer. Even if it is not the main force, but only the second or even the third team, it is still very outstanding. The accuracy of the skill is surprisingly high. The whirlwind that rotates rapidly in the air is hard for ordinary Pokémon to catch up with the naked eye, let alone block it with skills. However, the 2 brines spit out by Hariyama accurately smashed Gust. Seeing this, Heiyu was not surprised and continued to command calmly, use Gust in all directions and use countless whirlwinds to cover the attack. After hearing the order, Han Crow quickly swept the surrounding flying attribute energy. The wings flapped rapidly like a machine, and the speed of its body was so fast that even after images appeared, countless small whirlwinds attacked downward from the air. It was overwhelming. Brawly saw this scene and thought to himself that he was in trouble, but after all, the rules stated that gym trainers could not replace Pokémon. He could only grit his teeth and command, Hariyama, Thunder Punch, do your best to take it. Hariyama clenched his palms into fists, and arcs kept flashing. He kept waving Thunder Punch in his hand, breaking small gusts one after another. With Hariyama as the center, the ground around him was full of broken cracks. Most of the gusts were defeated, but a few still hit Hariyama's body. On the surface, it seemed that Hariyama had blocked all the attacks and was evenly matched. But in fact, one thing betrayed Hariyama. Hariyama's legs had been embedded in the ground by the powerful force of countless gusts. More importantly, Hariyama's hands were also covered with scars. After all, it was not an energy wave bombardment, but using the flesh to take on gust attacks one after another. Han Crow, Sky Attack! Heiyu shouted while pursuing the victory. Since the opponent's feet were already embedded in the ground, and it was difficult to dodge in a short time, not to mention that Hariyama was already very big. Brawly frowned slightly. How could he not have expected this scene? The speed and strength of Han Crow's gust were too strong, right? How high is his flying talent? Hariyama's palm felt sore, but at this moment, it had no time to rest. Because a light blue flame had appeared on Han Crow in the air, which was a sign that Sky Attack was accumulating power. Hariyama, protect! Use Stone Edge. Just before Han Crow's Sky Attack was about to land, a green fluorescent light shield appeared instantly. Protect, successfully removing most of the power of Sky Attack. Relying on Hariyama's own strong physical strength, he successfully blocked the attack, and after reacting, he used Stone Edge towards the rapidly fleeing Han Crow. Huge sharp stone pillars suddenly protruded from the ground. Boom! 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 A large cloud of dust rose again, and the cracks on the ground became more obvious. Brawly looked at the figure in the smoke with a serious expression. Heiyu raised his mouth slightly and smiled confidently. After a few seconds, Han Crow, with black and bright feathers, flew out of the smoke. Except for the dust on his body, he was not hurt. Having taken the medicine to improve nerve reaction speed, Han Crow easily avoided the successive pursuit of the 5 stone pillars. Even his feathers were beautiful and neat, without a trace of disorder. Although Hariyama was attacked so many times and used Protect and Stone Edge in succession, he still stood firm with his strong physical strength. Han Crow, Night/Ga! Han Crow screamed in a low voice, quickly turned around and spun, and his sharp wings directly slashed on Hariyama's arm. He mercilessly hit the opponent's injured part that was originally injured by Gust's move. Adding injury to injury, Hariyama took another blow to the vitals, closed his eyes, fell straight down, and lost the ability to fight. Until the end, its legs were still stuck in the ground, even deeper than at the beginning. That blow sky, although the attack was mostly blocked by Protect, the powerful force still made Hariyama's legs sink again. "Come back, Hariyama, you did a good job." Brawly took back the Pokemon with a look of regret and comforted him softly. "Gah!" When Han Crow saw Hariyama being taken back by the enemy trainer, he knew that he had won, and the feeling of bursting self-confidence surged in his heart again. The whole body of power exploded instantly, and it felt like there was endless strength. Han Crow screamed hoarsely. And Sydney Elite, who was secretly watching all this through the surveillance, was brightened. "This Han Crow is very good." The subordinates and waiters on the side were very surprised and secretly glanced at Heiyu and Han Crow on the screen. It is rare to hear a fourth elite praise so much. Brawly probably has no chance, this Heiyu is really worth cultivating. Maybe you will have the chance to take over my job in the future and make evil attribute great again. Sydney unconsciously adjusted his sitting posture and leaned forward slightly. As expected by Sydney, with Han Crow superimposed with the overconfidence characteristic, the two subsequent fighting attribute Pokemon were quickly and easily solved. The two Pokemon sent by Brawly were Machamp and Mean Xiao. Neither of them had obvious long-range attacks, and their speed was also slow. They were almost played around by Han Crow, who occupied the air superiority and was extremely fast. However, there were also some things in this battle that made Heiyu's eyes light up. For example, Mean Xiao waved and whipped the hair like long sleeves like a whip. When Heiyu didn't understand the fighting style of this Pokemon at the beginning, he really caught it by surprise. But in the end, he was defeated by Han Crow after superimposing 2 layers of overconfidence characteristics. Knight hit the vital point with one move / easily solved the entire gym challenge. Please urge for more updates, please give me rewards. Shrimp, I don't ask for much, just free love power generation is enough. Chapter 279 Boxing Badge. Mean Xiao lost his ability to fight, Han Crow won, so the challenger Heiyu won. The waiter brought a plate with badges, Heiyu picked it up, and a badge in the shape of a boxing glove came into view. Boxing badge. Heiyu put it in the badge box, and he has collected 5 badges so far. Although the specific time of the Hone competition has not been set, it was usually held from May to July in previous years. There is only about half a year left. Right time, just need to get 3 more badges, you can sign up. It's not difficult for me to collect 8 badges, the important thing is whether I can get a place in the Hone competition. Heiyu once researched the previous regional conferences on the internet, and the top 8 seats are almost all quasi-elite level. Even the champion of the conference has at least 3 or more quasi-elite Pokemon. This year's Hone conference, whether in terms of publicity or popularity, is far superior to the previous conferences. And the gold content is definitely higher than the previous ones. Heiyu reviewed the battle just now in his mind, and at the same time, he walked out of the gym. And Brawly looked at Heiyu's back meaningfully, silently took out a mobile phone, and said respectfully, "Sir Sydney, the battle video has been transmitted to your end. If you have any instructions, please feel free to give instructions." Sydney on the other end of the phone smiled after a moment of hesitation, he casually said, "In the Level 3 Authority Promotion Conference in 3 days, if you don't have a candidate to support, vote for this little guy." Beep beep beep. After getting a definite answer from the other side, Brawly hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Heiyu has no surname, a civilian trainer, but he can get the favor of Sydney Elite. It seems that another dark horse is rising. For Brawly, he is relatively young and the gym he is in is extremely remote. He does not belong to any faction. There are few people who will come to win him over, so Brawly will choose to get close to the 4 elite Bruno of Kanto region. But now there is an opportunity to join Sydney Elite, and Brawly will naturally spare no effort to fight for it. After all, he is still a person from Hone region. Kuroyu, who returned to the Pokemon Center, immediately entered the information of the gym battle into the database. It must be said that the fighting gym is too poor, and the database is shared with the Pokemon Center. Check the bounty platform every day as usual. The rewards of the Alliance were indeed issued, and the Marshtomp and Swampert brought Kuroyu 2 large amounts of Alliance points respectively. Kuroyu first exchanged the entire Zoroark breeding manual, and the remaining Alliance points were used to purchase some other breeders' notebooks. The improvement of breeders is not based on closed-door work, but more exchanges with other breeders, and discussing breeding knowledge with each other, so as to make faster progress. It is necessary to all the breeding plans have been changed. When Kuroba was breeding Pokemon in the early days, he mostly followed the plans in the breeding manual, but as his knowledge reserves increased, he also understood that breeding Pokemon is not just copying predecessors, and you must add your own understanding and consider the individual differences of Pokemon. Even if it is a twin Pokemon born from the same litter, the acquired development is different. The breeding plan suitable for them is definitely different. Zorua focuses on training illusion characteristics and energy control training. In terms of melee, blocking and defense are prioritized. In daily food, the dark fruit is replaced with the dark explosion fruit to enhance energy burst power. Krokorok focuses on training limb coordination and training bite force as a supplement. In terms of skills, the bite crunch and earthquake, which are inherited from the same lineage, need to be perfectly connected. Since Crawdaunt wore the blue orb fragment, the perception of water attribute skills can be said to be different every day, especially Rain Dance with the material Sunny and Rainy rhythm. Wait. Sunny and Rainy flowing rhythm. How could I forget this? Heiyu slapped his head and immediately stopped writing the training plan. The space ring flashed with silver light. Several transparent glass bottles were neatly placed on the table, and the bottles exuded a crystal clear luster. Each glass bottle contained dozens of red and blue airflows. A careful observation revealed that the red and blue airflows were not randomly distributed in the bottle, but presented an orderly interweaving and constrict state. The red airflow was like a flame, full of explosions and heat. The blue airflow was like the ocean, quiet and deep. Sunny and Rainy flowing rhythm. Heiyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said word by word. These red and blue airflows in front of him were exactly what he had seen in lavarage found in an underground river outside the town. The river is very rare with one blue and one red, extreme cold and extreme heat. And in that place where the heaven and earth are created, a magical material like Sunny and Rainy rhyme was successfully born. Taking such a small wisp of Sunny and Rainy rhyme can increase Pokemon's perception of weather skills. 10 birds in the forest are not as good as 1 bird in the hand. Instead of holding Sunny and Rainy rhyme tightly in your hand, it is better to use it in exchange for short-term rewards. For Heiyu, if he can grow to a certain level in the future, he can. If you can hold on to such a huge profit, you can naturally rely on Sunny and Rainy to monopolize the business. But all this is too far away. There are so many uncertainties in the future. Instead of sitting on the mountain treasure without using it, it is better to turn it into nutrients for growth and climbing. Heiyu's expression gradually became firm, and he took out a special parchment from the space ring again. It recorded his original Poke Blocks formula of Sunny and Rainy rhyme. Hello, Sister Berry? Could you please help me contact Senior Shizuka? I want to do a business with the Joy family. In a manner at the headquarters of the Joy family. This is where the foreign guests hired by the Joy family are located. At this moment, several gray-haired old men are staring at the red and blue airflow in a glass bottle, scratching their heads. How strange there are such magical materials in the world, one cold, one hot, one fire, and one water, which can coexist and be compatible at the same time. Yes, and the Poke Blocks made according to this formula have been tested and found to have the effect of enhancing the perception of Pokemon's weather skills. This airflow is called Sunny and Rainy rhyme. The person who named it is really elegant and leisurely. After hearing the discussion of several high-level breeding guests, the patriarch of the Joy family smiled more and more. I didn't expect that the little guy discussed before would bring her such a big surprise. Cooperation? It seems that King Yuliuyun is the reliance of the little guy who is unwilling to marry into the family and surrender. Patriarch Joy thought secretly and decided to temporarily agree to Heiyu's deal. The Joy family fully supports Heiyu's promotion to the third-level authority. After success, Heiyu will provide a large amount of King Yuliuyun every year. But this is the first time that Patriarch Joy feels that he is being manipulated, especially when the other party is still a junior. It's just that the little guy seems to be close to Shizuka's lineage, so the subsequent distribution of benefits will inevitably take up the majority. Patriarch Joy has already decided in his heart to select a more outstanding direct member in the family to contact Heiyu instead of Joy Chun. It would be even better if he could be brought into the family to marry into the family. Chapter 280 Voting. After transmitting the last vial of sunny and rainy rhymes to Kanto region thousands of miles away through the transmission device, Heiyu was completely relieved. Just now, he had a conversation with one of the most powerful women in the world. The old lady with grey hair and old face had a standard Joy look. To outsiders, this Joy patriarch might be a kind angel. But it did bring great pressure to Heiyu. Power can feed people, no wonder the internet calls her and the patriarch of the Jenny family the most powerful women in the world, collectively known as the female twin mountains. It's easy to think, and you know that there will definitely be undercurrents among the top leaders of the entire Hone Alliance in the next few days. Various benefits are transferred, resources are exchanged, and there are definitely many people like Heiyu who canvass for votes. Heiyu will naturally mobilize all the connections he has accumulated so far. It has come to this point, and he must fight for it anyway. Rustboro City, in an office of the trainer school. A hunchbacked old man was lying on a chair. When he heard the door open, he raised his dead fish eyes and muttered, "Little Du-Wan, the expansion of the breeding area has been urged. Don't worry, I will definitely hand over the complete construction of the gym to you." Hearing her teacher say this, Du-Wan couldn't help but feel moved, and her eyes gradually moistened. Said stubbornly, "Grandpa Mutuo, I can solve these by myself. I want to ask you for another thing. I have a friend, Heiyu, who you met last time." The hunchbacked old man full of twilight became interested. After hearing Du-Wan wanted to support Heiyu's promotion to the third level of authority, there was no trace of his haggard face. Any expression. After a while, he said with a chuckle, "Little Du-Wan, the Wan Yu's Eye that opened recently in the city center is a joint venture with that kid, right? This is not difficult to guess, you can tell from the name." "Yes, Grandpa Mutuo, Heiyu is an admirable trainer, and also someone I need to study hard." Du-Wan gave a very high evaluation. The old man nodded slowly, thinking of the changes in Du-Wan's style of doing things in recent times, and he roughly understood in his heart. "Although I have retired long ago, I still have some connections. It is not difficult to help win a few dozen votes. I have tried my best, even Archer has been contacted, Team the Rockets undercovers who entered the alliance will also support me. Man proposes, God disposes." Heiyu hung up the badge that was connected to Archer. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try, but Archer actually agreed. Willing to help him upgrade to level 3 authority with all his strength. But this also reflects from the side that Team Rocket's undercovers have achieved a considerable position in the alliance. Otherwise, they would not have the right to vote. It should be that Heiyu destroyed the database of the base last time to prevent the alliance from obtaining the information clues of Team Rocket's undercovers. With this credit, Archer agreed to vote for Heiyu at the risk of being exposed. Shaked his head and stopped thinking about it. Now all Heiyu has to do is adjust his mentality and wait quietly for the alliance. The arrival of the alliance meeting. 3 days passed quietly. Soon it was time for the alliance meeting to start again, and thousands of Hone Alliance executives gathered again. There were gym leaders, city mayors, scientific research professors, group directors, and executives from various departments of the Alliance. It can almost be said that a group of people from the entire Hone region pyramid gathered here. Everyone silently looked at the information avatars on the screen, a total of hundreds of people, all of whom were second-level authority owners who were recommended and reviewed by the 4 elites. At this moment, they pressed the voting buttons on the table at the same time and chose to cast the key vote for the people they liked. After everyone's vote, the Hone Alliance Authority System Talent Reserve System, the promotion list is as follows: Stone Stephen, Pseudo Polly's Wallace, Sasaki Fuzang Black Feather. There were not many people on the list who were promoted, a total of only 16, all of whom were young trainers under the age of 25. At first, everyone listened very normally. From the surnames in front of each name, it can be seen that all those who have the right to be promoted are from famous families or descendants of some big bosses. But until the last name was uttered, almost everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. Who is this Hey You? The representative of the Jenny family, who was sitting in the front row, was the first to raise his own questions. After all, the name Hey You is really not famous, and only a few people seem to think they have heard of it somewhere. Of course, they are not stupid and have to raise questions. It seems that everyone has no questions, so only the powerful Jenny family dares to ask. After all, it is difficult not to fight for such an important opportunity in front of you. This kind of 3-level promotion represents a talent reserve mechanism, and everyone understands what it means. All 16 people on the list are the pillars of the future alliance. To exaggerate, they are the 4 future elite reserves. Hey, I like this guy. He is indeed a person who likes evil Pokemon, Sydney Elite suddenly shouted. Although he didn't explain much, the meaning of his words was already expressed. Don't talk nonsense. This guy is under my protection. I, the 4th elite, will be his backer in the future. The representatives who were originally puzzled smiled awkwardly, and the puzzled expression was no longer seen on their faces. This little guy is really good. Well, I also voted for him several times, said Bonnie, the Ice-type elite, stroking her golden hair. More than one man secretly glanced at this classical blonde beauty and secretly swallowed his saliva. Compared with Lorelei, another Ice-type elite who exuded a cold aura, Bonnie exuded an intellectual and elegant temperament. Many people heard that Bonnie actually divided the votes between the unknown Hey You couldn't help but be surprised. You know, everyone present has a limited number of votes. For example, a gym leader generally has about 30 to 50 votes. A scientific research professor generally has about 40 to 60 votes. And the middle and senior management who participate in decision-making in various departments of the Alliance have even fewer votes, often only a few or a dozen votes. The 4 elites naturally have the most votes, but only 100 votes. But this is far from enough. It can't be that Bonnie and Sydney, 2 4 elites, cast all their votes for this kid, right? As if sensing everyone's wishes, the president quickly opened the voting software and cast the origins of each of Hey You's votes on the big screen. Everyone had time to observe the origins of each of Hey You's votes. Joy Family Representative 150 votes. Chinjua Jim Norman 50 votes. Solon's Cao Sheng 17 votes. Former Kana's gym leader Mutuo and current leader Du Wan 80 votes in total. Fighting gym leader Brawley 30 votes. 4 elite Bonnie 10 votes. 4th elite Sydney 100 votes. Cultivation Guild 10 votes. These are all the main sources of votes, and there are some scattered votes, which are counted together. It is for Hey You to enter the top 16 list and obtain the authority to be promoted to level 3. For a moment, everyone looked at each other. They speculated about the origin of this Hey You, so many well-known figures voted for him. But it is undeniable that the name Hey You has spread throughout the upper echelons of the Hone Alliance. Chapter 281 Fame spreads across the world. With the end of the meeting, the list of Level 3 authority, a total of 16 young talents, also appeared on the tables of major family forces. Yu's name has undoubtedly spread to all the top leaders of the alliance. And the main person at the moment is in a conference room in a hotel. Looking at Stephen staring at him, Yu moved his butt, feeling uncomfortable being stared at. What's that look in your eyes? Yu's mouth twitched, and those who didn't know would think you were looking at some strange Pokemon. Stephen's tone was a little strange, and he said with a sense of resentment, I didn't expect that you would be promoted to level 3 authority without saying anything. If my father hadn't told me after attending the meeting, I wouldn't have known until now. You must have been hiding it from me. Stephen really regarded Yu as a close friend. If he knew that Yu would be on the list, he would have to give a few of his votes to him even if he went against all odds. Anyway, with his background as the heir of the Stone family, his votes were leading by a cliff, and even if they were divided, it would not affect the final result at all. Yu was also very excited at the moment, but on the surface he spread his hands and said lightly, in fact, I didn't expect to be selected. It was mainly because Sydney Elite was interested in promoting me, perhaps because I am also a dark expert. But for this he paid a lot of price to upgrade his authority. Sunny and Rainy Rhythm alone can be regarded as a money-making machine. Although he cannot activate this machine at present, he is reluctant to give it up. In addition, this trip can be said to have used up all the favors he has accumulated. But the result is definitely gratifying. Level 3 authority currently, it is the highest authority in the talent reserve system known to the Alliance. With this level 3 authority, the Alliance will definitely cultivate it vigorously, almost as a future elite. It can be said that, now Yu is definitely a potential dragon rising from the abyss, a dragon soaring into the sky. I don't know how many big families are investigating Yu, wanting to win him over, whether it's apprenticeship or marriage, anyway, pull him in first. After all, this is a future elite strongman. Even Stephen received the order from the family. The Stone family decided to send a member of the direct lineage to marry Yu. That's right, it's no longer marrying into the family, but a marriage. The Stone family is a powerful family second only to Joy and Jenny, elite trainer. There are so many. Even such a family is willing to lower its posture and make an alliance. This shows the current value of Yu. Yu, I won't hide it from you. The family asked me to win you over, but I know your character. Even my cousin Yu couldn't let you stay. I don't want this to affect our brotherhood. Stephen smiled heartily, showing 2 rows of white teeth. Yu heard it and shook his head with a smile. Immediately looked at the pile of stones on the desk. These were all made by Stephen at granite purchased from the market outside the cave. In Yu's eyes, these are just ordinary stones, except for the strange patterns and shapes. No matter from the inside or outside, they are just ordinary stones without a trace of energy. In Stephen's eyes, this pile of stones is a priceless treasure, as if it is more attractive than a stunning beauty standing in front of him. I don't understand. But Yu has truly witnessed Stephen's obsession with stones, which can even be said to be crazy. After all, who would spend hundreds of thousands to buy these ordinary stones? By the way, Yu, do you have any plans next? Do you want to go digging stones with me? Stephen held a searchlight in his hand, admiring the harvest this time, and excitedly proposed to Yu. With his shining eyes, he shivered at Yu. Yu quickly waved his hand and refused. No, I still have to collect badges and sign up for the Hone conference in half a year. When Yu said this, a trace of doubt flashed across Stephen's face. Hiss Yu, don't you know? Level 3 authority holders can directly enter the conference without collecting badges. Stephen blinked and said innocently. Yu also blinked, looking confused. Stephen pointed to the Pokemon Pokédex on Yu's waist and said, you can log into your identity. There should be a description of the benefits of level 3 authority on it. Yu reacted and hurriedly untied the Pokédex on his waist. After opening it, he found something different. First of all, it was an internal website with rows of exchange lists, which was a different world. Sure enough, Yu saw the exchange path for quasi-gods in it. And it was surprisingly cheap. The normal price of a quasi-god cub should be around 1.5 billion. In the exchange list of Team Rockets, the price of a quasi-god cub is 2 billion. And in this exchange list, it was directly discounted in half. You only need 800 million to take away a quasi-god cub or Pokemon egg. Is this benefit so outrageous? Then I will make a lot of money if I sell it at the same time? Yu imagined buying from the Alliance and then selling to Team Rockets. But soon, the 4 words limited exchange poured cold water on Yu. Sure enough, the Alliance would not give any loopholes. In addition, there are many other benefits to the 3rd level authority. For example, 3 civilian trainers can be promoted to direct lineage every year. This is a manifestation of power. Every year, the Alliance will allocate 10 million training funds, which will continue until the 3rd level authority owner is 25 years old. This is a manifestation of money. It can also allow the Alliance to send professional teams tailor-made training plans for Pokemon, and there are even senior trainers in the team. This is a manifestation of resources and connections. After all, senior trainers are usually hard to find in life, very mysterious. Let alone asking senior trainers to customize training plans for Pokemon, ordinary people don't even have the qualifications to meet them. In addition, there are various benefits below, as many as hundreds, and you can't read them all at once. It's like opening the door to a new world. Yu secretly said, no wonder even the direct descendants of the elite family are interested in the 3rd level authority. No wonder the 3rd level authority is known as the gateway to the elite, no wonder, no wonder. Stephen looked at the stunned Yu and expected something. After all, even he was surprised for a long time when he saw the benefits of the 3rd level authority. After all, when his father asked the senior breeder to customize the breeding plan for his Metang, he not only paid tens of millions of Alliance coins, but also put on a low profile to invite the other party. And those senior breeders were arrogant, which made him, a nobleman, swear rarely. Even the patriarch of the Stone family, who is also an elite strongman, still had to put on a low profile when facing a senior breeder. It can be seen from this that the status of senior breeders. Chapter 282 Strange Old Man. Nowadays, there are only more than 20 registered high-level breeders in all regions of the entire Pokemon League. Including those who live in seclusion in the mountains and forests and do not want to show their faces, there are only 40 at most. But if we count the elites in the league, there will be countless. After all, even if you have an elite Pokemon, you are considered an elite. The number of elites in the weakest Kalos region alone is probably equal to that of high-level breeders. The entire Pokemon League, the number of elites in all regions of the Pokemon Alliance is probably more than a few hundred. Including those lone wolf elites and the elites of the Black Forces, the number of elite trainers in the entire Pokemon world is close to 1,000. This is also the reason why those elites are willing to lower their posture. It is nothing more than asking senior breeders to customize training plans for their Pokemon and make exclusive Poke Blocks. After all, there are more wolves than meat. How many elites can a total of 40 senior breeders serve? The imbalance between the number of high-level breeders and elites has caused the balance to tilt, creating a superior status for high-level breeders. Yu, I advise you to use up the opportunity to customize the training plan for Pokemon as soon as possible, Stephen said seriously. Before Yu asked why, Stephen hurriedly added, the sooner you use it, the better. Usually, those high-level breeders are very arrogant. They can only be used when the authority of the Hone Alliance is promoted. Under normal circumstances, even the president of the Hone Alliance would find it difficult to invite them. Yu agreed very much and nodded repeatedly. The high-level breeders are directly under the Breeder Guild, and the president of the Hone Alliance has no right to give direct orders. But most high-level breeders will sell face at this moment, especially when it comes to the next generation of the Hone Alliance. During this period, Lance of Kanto region is really in the limelight. The young generation of each region is simply overwhelmed. Of course, the Hone Alliance must also introduce its own young generation representatives. And the Hone Conference in half a year is just the right time to show off. At this time, the Alliance must of course spend resources crazily to cultivate this group of third-level authority holders including Yu. Otherwise, the Hone Alliance will build momentum for this conference, and the young generation that will come out at that time will all be fancy. Wouldn't it be a big joke? The top leaders of the Hone Alliance couldn't afford to lose face. Yu nodded and immediately applied for a customized Pokemon training plan. This time the Alliance was surprisingly fast. In less than an hour, the professional team arrived, and there was a special plane for delivery. Wu-Wu, the gray-haired old man, wearing a gray-white shirt, sunglasses, and holding a book in his hand, looked like a wise man. Before Yu and Steven came forward to greet him, the old man lost all his attitude the moment he saw the two of them. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly ran forward, shook Steven's hand, and kept saying, "You are Yu, right? Haha, I came here especially for you. I heard that you have a unique material called King Yuliuyun. I am willing to buy it at a high price. Don't worry, I don't want more. Just give me a few thousand copies." Steven's mouth, the corner of his head twitched slightly, and he looked at the innocent Yu on the side. Yu spread his hands and said helplessly, "That old man, I am Yu." As soon as he said this, the old man was shocked, and let go of Steven's hand with a look of disgust, and wiped it on his body. "So it's you, little brother. I can see that you are a dragon among men, talented." To be honest, Yu tilted his head back slightly, looking at the old man in front of him with saliva flying. It is hard to doubt that this is a knowledgeable senior breeder. "How about it, little brother, are you willing to cooperate with me? As long as you can provide a lot of King Yuliuyun, I can make a basic Pokemon according to the Joy family. Blocks formula to deduce intermediate and even advanced formulas." When the old man talked about cultivation, his expression was extremely excited, and he even grabbed Yu's shoulders in excitement. "Hiss, this old man is too strong, isn't he?" Yu broke free, rubbed his shoulders, and secretly complained in his heart. However, although the old man spoke very fast and often incoherently, Yu still understood. The other party was one of the guests of the Joy family. When he learned about Sunny and Rainy Rhyme, he responded to the alliance and took the initiative to ask for a customized cultivation plan for Yu's Pokemon. But now it seems that getting Sunny and Rainy Rhyme from Yu is not enough. Is the other party's real purpose? Yu smiled and said, "I have signed an agreement with the Joy family to provide a huge amount of Sunny and Rainy Rhymes every year. The remaining part was originally reserved for my own use, but the old man was disappointed when he heard that most of the Sunny and Rainy Rhymes belonged to the Joy family, but when he heard that Yu was hesitant to speak, he suddenly burst into hope. "Little brother, you name the price, don't worry, even if it is worth 1,000,000 gold, I will buy all the rest." The old man patted his chest, looking rich and powerful. A trace of cunning flashed in Yu's eyes, and he deliberately showed disappointment and said, "Alas, my cultivation level progressed slowly. I originally wanted to rely on King Yuliuyun conducts in-depth research to open the door to the intermediate breeder. If it is given to you, old gentleman." Yu's words have come to this point. The old man who has lived for most of his life is so smart that he can hear the hint of the cunning boy in front of him. He just wants me to give him some advice. Over the years, I don't know how many so-called genius breeders have begged to come to my house to be my assistant. He just covets the inheritance of the high-level breeder in his hands. The old man is not like other breeders who will more or less accept apprentices, pick out one or two of them and carefully cultivate them, so as to pass on what they have learned in their lives. Because in addition to being a breeder, the old man is also an alchemist, prop maker. Therefore, the old man regards the friendship between master and apprentice as more important than blood ties. This is also the concept of most alchemists. They will only accept one disciple in their lifetime. Once accepted, the master-apprentice relationship will surpass everything else, including family, love, friendship. Then I wonder how many sunny and rainy flowing rhymes do you have? Although the old man was somewhat dissatisfied with Heiyu's semi-coercive method, who would make him interested in this new material that was first released? The effect of improving Pokémon's perception of weather skills is really amazing. As long as he can get a lot of sunny and rainy flowing rhymes, he will be able to create a series of intermediate and advanced Pokeblocks formulas. When he thought of the old man's mood, he couldn't help but get excited, his face flushed, and his body trembled. Once successful, the one who developed this kind of Pokeblocks will surely be remembered in the history of the entire breeder, and even in the history of the Alliance. Heiyu saw that the old man finally gave in and said, "For a copy of sunny and rainy flowing rhymes like this, only 200 copies can be produced in a short time." Heiyu took out a glass bottle containing sunny and rainy flowing rhymes from the space ring, which contained about 10 strands of sunny and rainy flowing rhymes. Chapter 283 Andre. When the old man saw the glass bottle that Heiyu took out, he immediately rushed forward and tried to take the glass bottle containing Qingyu Luyun in his hand. Heiyu dodged and showed a half-smile expression. "Hey you cunning boy, haha, name your price." The old man pretended to be angry like a child, but the covet he showed from time to time made Stephen laugh. Until the old man glared angrily, Stephen hurriedly covered it up, but still secretly suppressed his laughter. Heiyu couldn't help shaking his head. What a naughty old boy. "Hey, let's make it clear before we talk, this old man will not easily accept disciples. You don't have to dream of becoming my disciple." The old man raised his head and said in a proud and coquettish manner. Heiyu nodded lightly, even if the old man wanted to accept him. Heiyu would probably not agree. When he was still on the pirate ship, Heiyu swore to the sky that he would only have Mrs. Meta as his teacher in this life. But Heiyu's nonchalant expression surprised the old man. In the past, all the cultivators, even those from wealthy families, cried and begged him to accept them as disciples. Does this cunning boy in front of him really not care? The old man stared at Heiyu's face for a long time, full of suspicion, especially when he saw his eyes like a clear spring, without any emotional fluctuations. "Don't worry, we are just a trading relationship. I will provide you with enough King Yuliyun, and you will teach me cultivation knowledge. It's a win-win cooperation." Heiyu discovered some of the old man's personality, so he prescribed the right medicine, so said with disdain. This made the old man so angry that he blew his beard. This was the first time someone was so rude to him. In the past, even the head of the Joy family would show respect to him. Even if it was an elite, he would not take it seriously. Unless it was an elite at the level of the fourth elite, he would not be easily hired by others even if they paid more money and resources. After all, for a senior breeder of his status, money and resources are hard to impress. What they care about is connections and favors. But today, being disdained by a junior like this, the old man was really angry. But thinking of the alliance, the old man still put away his stubborn temper a little bit. He said in a gentle voice, okay, but let me make it clear first, I am very busy. I will teach you in a month at most. Whether you can pass the intermediate breeder assessment by then is none of my business." Heiyu smiled confidently and said, enough. The old man really didn't know where Heiyu's inexplicable confidence came from. After all, when he passed the intermediate breeder assessment, he was already nearly 30 years old. And Heiyu was only 18. An 18-year-old intermediate breeder, what a ridiculous statement. The youngest age recorded in the Alliance to pass the intermediate breeder assessment is 23 years old. If Heiyu can really pass, it will definitely be shocking and break the record of hundreds of years, and not just a little bit, but 5 years old. "Sly boy, your name is Heiyu, right?" the old man yelled in dissatisfaction. Heiyu also understood the old man's temperament. Over the years, he has not fallen behind in social skills. He knows that he can't pretend to be humble at this time. When facing different people, you should respond with different attitudes. Yes, I don't know your name yet, stubborn old man. Hey, you smiled slyly and shot back. Hey, you sly boy, do you know how to respect the old and love the young? My name is Andre. After talking to the old man named Andre in front of him, Hey Yu returned to the crowd. Andre casually pointed to his followers and waiters and said, "Put all my luggage and equipment in the car. Let's put them in the hotel room." Stephen opened his mouth, hesitant to speak. Andre slapped his head and said to Stephen, "You look familiar, have you seen me somewhere?" Stephen bowed gracefully, put one hand on his chest, and said, "Senior, I am from the Stone family, my father is Stone Joseph, I say hello to you on behalf of my father. Oh, it turns out that you are a kid from the Stone family. And you are the son of Joseph? I remember that I held you when you were born. Do you remember the toughness you gave to Skarmory? Poke blocks? That's from me." Andre looked very proud. He was an old man, but he spoke like a child. Looking at the old man's back, Stephen turned his head and whispered to Hey Yu. "Tough poke blocks are high-level poke blocks I gave to Skarmory. They can increase the toughness of Pokemon armor. I didn't expect that they were made by this senior." In the hotel restaurant, Hey Yu and Stephen were chatting and laughing while choosing dishes, but suddenly saw a familiar figure. After hesitating for a while, the two of them still went forward with gritted teeth. "Senior Andre!" Hey Yu and Stephen said in unison. After approaching, they found that Andre was holding some special lenses and observing the sunny and rainy rhythm in the glass bottle intently. There were also a bunch of instruments that Hey Yu couldn't understand on the dining table. "Well, the environment of your hotel is really too bad. There is not even a spacious laboratory. I can only make do with this restaurant," Andre complained dissatisfiedly. Andre stared at the data running rapidly on the instrument with concentration. Even if he didn't look back, the complaints in his mouth still didn't stop. What can Stephen do? Facing such a high-level breeder with high power in the alliance, even if his own father came, he had to be respectful. He could only explain with tears in his eyes. After all, this is just a hotel on a remote island. The Stone family can invest in a hotel here, which is considered to be rich and powerful. A normal family company, who would invest here? How strange, these two strange energies can actually merge and interweave with each other. Hiss, so cold, so cold, so cold, so cold, ha, so hot, so hot, so hot, so hot. Andre interweaves sunny and rainy rhythm and separates the two energies, one cold and one hot. And stores it in an instrument, and puts his hand in under the astonished eyes of Hey Yu and Stephen. Then the old man pulls out his hands respectively, his left hand is covered with frost, and his right hand is burned red. Hey Yu opens his mouth wide, stunned. It is the first time he has seen someone use himself to conduct experiments and measure data. What a crazy old man head. Hey Yu just watched quietly beside him until Stephen finished his lunch, and Andre finished the experiment slowly. After wiping the sweat from his forehead and looking up, Andre was startled. "Hey, cunning boy? Why are you here?" Hey Yu said speechlessly, "I have been here all the time, you are too involved, right? Senior Andre, don't forget the mission the Alliance sent you to." Chapter 284 benefited a lot. Ahem, cough, cough, cunning boy, don't be anxious, how could I forget, who do you think I am? Release the Pokemon, I will check them one by one, and then customize the training plan. Andre smiled awkwardly, and his face flushed. But fortunately, he is old and thick-skinned, so he can't see it. Hey Yu's eyes were a little weird, but he didn't expose it in the end. It's okay to joke, but if you really make the other party lose face, how can you get close to him? Hey Yu released all the Pokemon, comforted them one by one and informed them of the next inspection. Don't be afraid, and don't attack rashly. This old man will check you later. Just relax your body. Yu squatted down and aligned his eyes with the Pokémons, while stroking the Pokémons, and said softly. Andre looked at the summoned Pokémon and secretly affirmed in his heart that according to his experience, he could naturally see that these Pokémon were trained very well. They were the best of the same level and type. Moreover, Yu treated the Pokémon gently, including speaking softly and letting the petite Zorua sit on the chair. These actions not only did not make Andre look unhappy, but he nodded with some relief. In this era, there are not many training families who can treat Pokémon as partners. Let me show you a brief look first. The specific training plan will take a few days to be initially determined, and it will also need to be checked frequently in the future. Andre pushed Yu away and took out various strange-shaped instrument, and started to manipulate Blackfeather's Pokémon. This old man is really full of energy. Blackfeather watched from the side. Crawdaunt is well cultivated, but the left claw is 3% less flexible and 7% less tough than the right claw. You can't just focus on one claw when training skills. The daily recipe is to squeeze the tidal fruit and the water curtain fruit into juice in a ratio of 3:1, and then add 30 grams of ice powder to make it into liquid for consumption. After finishing daily training, according to the genealogy of shrimp Pokémon, massage these acupuncture points for a long time. Andre talked non-stop, and even pointed out many details that Blackfeather didn't usually notice. Crawdaunt resisted the urge to smash the old man's head with a punch, and could only look at Yu with a wronged face. Twisting his awkward body, he tried to break free from the restraints of these testing instruments. Then, Andre checked Zorua, Umbreon, Sharpedo, and Krokorok one after another, and pointed out the direction of training and the deficiencies that needed to be made up in the future. Yu benefited a lot, and he had never heard of much of the knowledge. Your Honchkrow has the highest qualifications among all your Pokémon. If you train it well in the future, you may have a chance to cross the elite threshold. Andre first made a simple inspection, and then gave a very high evaluation. But when Yu was secretly surprised, he suddenly, "Hey? Your Honchkrow seems to have a manic energy hidden in it, which may cause irreversible damage to the Pokémon." Andre stared at the grey screen of the instrument, with a look of surprise in his eyes. When Yu heard this, his heart was instantly hanging. "Is the Dusk Stone you gave Honchkrow evolution of high quality?" Andre suddenly thought of something and asked. Yu nodded quickly. The Dusk Stone he gave Honchkrow evolution was bought from Steven at a high price. It was a high-level Dusk Stone with a quality of 94. Andre suddenly realized, that's right, such a high-quality evolutionary stone/ite has pure attribute energy, and it takes a long time for low-level Pokémon to digest it. Among the various attributes of evolutionary stone/ite, the energy of Dusk Stone is the most violent. When using evolutionary stone/ite evolution Pokémon, it is best to use some potions that can soothe emotions together. Pokémon like Murkrow are inherently bloodthirsty and cruel. The violent energy of the Dusk Stone will greatly affect the temperament of Pokémon when it enters the body. Fortunately, it was discovered early. If it were 2 or 3 years later, your Honchkrow may degenerate into a monster that only knows how to kill. After listening to Andre's words, Yu's heart was already in turmoil. He unconsciously clenched his lowered palms and swallowed his saliva. In fact, he had discovered long before that Honchkrow was a little bloodthirsty and cruel compared to other Pokémon in his team. But he didn't take it to heart. Most of the evil Pokémon have this kind of character, but some are more serious and some are less serious. And Crow Pokémon have always been known for their cunning and cruelty, plus the special training Murkrow received in his childhood. So even if Honchkrow is a little cruel and even has a bloodthirsty tendency, Yu didn't care. I have taken it to heart. Now it seems that the knowledge of the Pokémon world is indeed vast and boundless. Even as a time traveler, I have only mastered a small part of it. Looking at the old man in front of him, Andre's analysis is worthy of being a senior breeder. Yu bowed, which was a respect for a knowledgeable breeder, and also a gratitude to the benefactor who saved his Pokémon. If it weren't for Andrei's reminder today, Yu couldn't imagine what the future of his Hankro would be like. However, when Andrei saw Yu's rare salute, his old face turned red and he felt a little embarrassed. Ahem, you don't have to be so polite. I won't be responsible for the treatment of your Hankro. Andrei cleared his throat and said. Yu said seriously, don't worry, senior, all the materials needed to treat Hankro will be borne by me. I will also give you some materials from the specimen library as a thank you. Yu is naturally flexible for Pokemon. Let alone asking him to call the weird old man in front of him senior, even if Andrei made a more excessive request, Yu would definitely meet it. It doesn't take very precious materials, 30 grams of ice heart grass, 10 grams of fresh root, an elite bliss sea egg. Andrei successively revealed hundreds of materials and listed them in a list. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Except for the first 3 which are relatively rare and precious, the rest are easy to get. However, Yu is now in the 3rd level Authority Alliance, and the exchange list is almost all open, so there is no need to collect them with great difficulty. Don't say elite bliss sea eggs, even more precious things can be exchanged. Yu opened the Pokédex, and his current alliance points were more than 20,000 points, most of which were awarded for the merits he had made for the alliance. There was also a part of the alliance points that came with the upgrade of the 3rd level of authority. If these alliance points were converted into alliance coins, they would be worth 20 million. Chapter 285. The plan was released. Yu quickly used the alliance points to exchange all the required materials. And through the transmission device, directly transferred the materials stored in the Evergrande at the Hone Alliance headquarters. City's materials were sent to the Pokemon Center on the Fighting Island. You must cherish them. Some people may not be able to watch me mix potions even if they spend tens of millions of dollars. My attainments in Pokeblocks production and pharmacy are among the best even among advanced breeders. Andrei said with a proud face. Yu did not respond, but watched Andrei handle the materials attentively. It turns out that the fresh root can be processed in this way. It turns out that the outer leaves of the ice heart grass need to be removed. Yu knows very little about this kind of advanced material that is not usually accessible or even used. At the moment, every move of Andrei affects Yu's mind. Yu is now like a sponge absorbing water, greedily absorbing the knowledge taught by Andrei. Boy, you have to watch this step carefully. A calming potion like this generally has the effect of soothing the mood, especially for those Pokemon with brutal temperaments. Andrei kept operating the precision instrument in his hand, extracting the essence of each material without any mistakes. It stands to reason that things like mixing potions, which require full concentration, often cannot be disturbed by the outside world and require an absolutely quiet environment. But Andrei actually started to operate it directly in the restaurant. And he did not forget to explain the details while operating and taught it to Yu. Yu was secretly shocked and cast an admiring look at him. In less than half an hour, all the essences of the materials were extracted without any loss in the middle. Finally, it was the last stage of condensing all the essences and mixing the finished potion. Most potion formulas cannot be perfect, especially when it involves the fusion of hundreds of materials. Conflicts are inevitable. Speaking of this, Andrei paused for a moment and organized the language in his mind. At this time, you need to neutralize the materials. The more common ones are the Heart of Grass attributed Pokemon, Chansey's Egg, and the Heart of Grass attributed Pokemon, etc., etc. As the last material was added, the originally colorful potion reacted violently. Under Yu's gaze, it gradually changed and finally transformed into a light blue potion. Let your Hankro adjust his mood and take it in a calm state, so that the effect can be achieved best, Andrei continued. Yu nodded, put the potion into the space ring first, and prepared to give it to Hankro after returning to the room. Immediately looked at the remaining materials on the table. According to the rules of asking a breeder to prepare potions, 3 sets of materials need to be prepared by themselves, even if the remaining materials are not used up. These materials belong to the breeder. Andrei rolled his eyes and said, Ahem, the remaining 2 sets of materials. As for the materials, I don't want them. It's not easy for you young people either. Hey, you certainly understood what Andrei meant. He just wanted to make friends with me and continue the transaction related to sunny and rainy rhymes later. But it just happened to suit my wishes. With such a high-level cultivator to teach me at any time, the future is definitely promising. But now Andrei has taken 200 copies of sunny and rainy rhymes from me. According to the content of the transaction, the other party needs to teach me well for at least 1 month. A month passed quietly. During this month, Yu followed Andrei every day to learn all kinds of advanced knowledge, which can be said to be a great benefit. The violent energy hidden in Han Crow's body was naturally completely eradicated, and there was no future trouble. It's different to have a famous teacher to teach. Yu couldn't help but sigh. No wonder those breeders are trying their best to become a disciple of a master. Yu now understands. If his normal learning efficiency is 10, then with the guidance of Andrei, a senior breeder, it is at least 100. The efficiency has increased tenfold. Often, Andrei's casual words can solve the problems that have troubled Yu for a long time, as if he has suddenly opened his eyes. Some methods that Yu has never thought of, some unpopular knowledge, some unconventional ideas, all make Yu benefited a lot. It happened that on the last day of the training, the breeding plan for all 6 Pokémon was officially released. Yu looked at the data transmitted by Andrei and flipped through it page by page. Krokorok, the daily diet is as follows: high-level Poke Blocks Barbarian, high-level Ground Attribute General Poke Blocks, high-level Evil Attribute General Poke Blocks. Added with red soil debris, ash rock, and the blood of elite-level Ground Attribute Pokémon, it is made into nutrients. According to the No. Training plan, focus on training crocodile claws and mouth, as well as fine care, polishing the hard scales on the back. After the training is completed, special massage methods are used to relax the legs and abdomen. The specific operation is as follows: open the file to show the video. Yu only took a quick look and had to sigh that it was worthy of the benefits of the 3rd level authority. It even went so far as to detail Krokorok's work and rest time. It can be said that as long as you follow the above method to train it in a foolproof manner, Yu doesn't even need to use his brain. Because the above has expanded the plan for each step, and there are even video and picture examples. Andrei held his non-existent beard and said complacently, you can exchange the poke blocks of general attributes in the league yourself. As for the barbarian poke blocks, it is a high-level poke block that can greatly increase the strength of Pokémon. This high-level poke block is my unique creation, and I won't cheat you. How about 3 King Yulian for 1 barbarian poke block? Speaking of this, Andrei's old face showed a cunning look. Yu had a blank expression. If he did not choose to use the barbarian high-level poke blocks, he could also choose a lower-level substitute. An intermediate poke block called Brute Force. Yu could find this formula in the Alliance's exchange list. But in that case, the effect would undoubtedly be much worse. Although he was a little dissatisfied with Andrei's semi-coercion method, Yu could not say much. After all, this barbarian high-level poke block is indeed excellent. Various data show that this is undoubtedly an extremely suitable Krokorok's poke blocks. Andrei did not violate the will of the Alliance and did customize the breeding plan for Yu's Pokémon. However, even so, with Yu's unwillingness to suffer a loss, he could not agree to the other party so quickly, and he must bargain for the price. Just like that, after another half an hour of verbal battle. 2 pieces of King Yulian in exchange for 1 barbarian high-level poke blocks, this is my bottom line, Yu argued. Andrei's face was dark. He didn't expect that the cunning boy in front of him would be so good at lowering the price. He could only grit his teeth and say, deal. Chapter 286 Huge Financial Pressure. Andrei left and took his helicopter. It is said that before leaving, his mouth was grinning. Yu stood on the top floor of the hotel, looking at the helicopter figure far away in the sky, and couldn't help but sigh, what a rich Manan human guy. Shaking his head, he slowly walked downstairs. Yu subconsciously raised the space ring between his fingers, which contained nearly 100 barbarian poke blocks. If these poke blocks were sold individually, I'm afraid that someone would buy them even if they offered hundreds of thousands of dollars each. Not only because of the amazing effects of high-level poke blocks, but also because many breeders want to rely on finished poke blocks to deduce the formula. The formula of high-level poke blocks is not something that is sold everywhere. This can be seen from the exchange list of the Alliance. Let's not talk about the formula of ordinary attribute general poke blocks. Those with special poke blocks formulas with special effects are often the foundation for a breeder to make a living. Just like the barbarian poke blocks that Andre mastered, it has the effect of greatly improving the physical strength and strength of Pokémon. This unique formula can be called a hen that lays golden eggs. However, the formula of advanced poke blocks is not so simple to develop. According to Yu's indirect inquiries, it is said that after Andre became a high-level breeder, it took more than 3 years to develop the barbarian advanced poke blocks formula. And the reason why he went to the fighting island this time was that he even lost face and made friends with Yu, a junior. Not only for the sake of Yu's level 3 authority. It's more about relying on the magical material Sunny and Rainy Rhythm to develop a second unique advanced poke blocks formula. Alas, the cultivation plan that Andre customized for me is indeed perfect, but it costs too much. Fortunately, I still have some savings in my pocket now. Yu now has about 10 million Alliance coins and a large number of Alliance points. If these Alliance points are converted into Alliance coins, it is about 20 million. Advanced poke blocks are good, but they are too expensive. It costs about 3 million every month to support all 6 Pokémon. Yu in the past, he always relied on his large number to bully those trainers with fewer Pokémon. Now he has realized the financial pressure of having more Pokémon. Back to the hotel's office building. Yu sat down on the sofa and looked at Steven, who was processing documents on his desk. Over the past month, he and Steven have become more familiar with each other. It's so hard. How can we manage such a hotel to make a profit? Steven looked at the thick stack of documents that needed to be processed and the bills that were all negative profits. He couldn't help scratching his ears and cheeks and wailing. Especially when he thought of his father asking him to take over the entire Devon Corporation, Steven's mood suddenly became not so beautiful. He just wanted to dig stones wholeheartedly. Yu said helplessly, "Can I understand that you are showing off to me?" Steven was speechless, looking at the blank business plan on the table, biting the pen cap from time to time, thinking hard about calm mind. He really didn't mean to show off. Devon Corporation is the largest company group in Hone region and one of the largest pillar industries of the Stone family. As the next generation heir of the family and the next person in charge of the company, Steven must make some achievements. He doesn't need to be a monster in business, but at least he must be able to support the basics. Otherwise, the people below will not be convinced. In fact, I think the positioning of your hotel is wrong. As a remote island in the Southwest Sea, the only feature that can attract people is probably a fighting gym. I think the hotel can cooperate with the fighting gym and hold some competitions. The prizes can be set as commemorative badges of the gym, or a 3-day tour of Granite Cave. And you rely on the sea here, you can develop some industries related to fishing clubs. If you want to be rich, you must build roads first, and the sea routes must also be opened. As one of Steven's close friends, Yu gave some appropriate suggestions. Although he knew nothing about business, he was a traveler from the Blue Star after all. After experiencing another world, he was influenced by the internet era. As the saying goes, you haven't eaten pork, but you haven't seen pigs run? The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Steven's eyes became brighter and brighter as he listened, and the pen in his hand kept writing on the business plan. Although he will take over Devon Corporation in the future, this is the Pokemon world after all, and everything should be based on strength. It is impossible to really spend time on the so-called business management, so he only needs to give a general plan, and the specific implementation will be carried out by the people below. Snap! Stephen slapped the pen on the table and looked at Heiyu's expression, as if he was looking at a treasure. Heiyu, I found you are really a genius not only in Pokemon training, but also a set of breeder talents, and now you have such a unique understanding of business management. Compared to you, I seem to have nothing but money and stones. Stephen was so excited that he went forward and hugged Heiyu's shoulders. Heiyu! Why don't you stay and help me manage it? You set the salary and benefits, and the position is set as the chairman's chief assistant, how about it? Stephen's hand tightly grasped Heiyu's collar. Heiyu spread his hands and said tactfully, forget it, I'm going to focus on training now to prepare for the Hone competition in half a year. Stephen was told this and reacted, oh, that's right, the old men in my family also asked me to achieve results in the conference and make the Stone family famous. Stephen was a little frustrated for a while. Whether it was taking over the management of the company or training Pokemon to become stronger, it meant spending a lot of time. In that case, there would not be enough time to dig the stones he liked. Heiyu laughed, shook his head, and said, by the way, Stephen, can I take a cruise of the Stone family? Heiyu originally planned to leave here immediately, but found that Wudu Island was too remote, so that the nearest cruise was 3 days later. Heiyu naturally didn't want to waste 3 days in vain. Are you leaving Wudu Island? Stephen exclaimed at first, then said regretfully, well, I wanted to invite you to go mining together, but now it seems that this plan is going to fail. Faced with Stephen's kindness, Heiyu could only perfunctorily respond until the two of them walked to the restaurant arm in arm. Stephen stopped talking about stones with a sense of satisfaction. Heiyu breathed a long sigh of relief and hurried into the restaurant as if escaping. Hey, Heiyu, why are you running so fast? Ahem, I'm a little hungry, let's eat. Hungry? It's only 10 o'clock, hey, walk slower, I tell you, last time I dug a very rare stone in the mine. Chapter 287, Visiting the Underground River Again. Ding, the next stop is Lavaridge Town. As soon as Heiyu left the station, he went into the forest outside the city and released Han Crow to conduct reconnaissance ahead. The midday sun was scorching the earth, and Heiyu wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was the second day since he left the fighting island. He successfully returned to the land by relying on the Stone family's cruise ship, and immediately took the hover car to Lavaridge Town. The purpose of coming here is naturally to collect sunny and rainy rhymes again. After all, when he was promoted to the 3rd level of authority, in order to win the support of the Joy family, Heiyu signed a contract with them and had to provide a large amount of sunny and rainy rhymes every year. And there is also a batch from Andre. Although Heiyu and him get along very well on the surface. But Heiyu knows that all this is just because he is valuable. Once he can't take out sunny and rainy rhymes, let alone joke with the old man Andre, I'm afraid that the high-level poke blocks of Pokemon will be cut off immediately. Gaga. Han Crow hovered in the air, looking into the distance, and found the place mentioned by his master trainer, and immediately made a hoarse cry. Heiyu's eyes lit up and rushed in the forest. As he got closer and closer to the destination, he finally found a cave blocked by a boulder. There were traces on the boulder that Heiyu deliberately disguised as a natural formation in order to cover the cave. Heiyu cautiously, after observing the surroundings and finding that no one was following him, he let the Pokemon push the boulder away and slowly stepped in. This was a habit he had developed over the years. The place where sunny and rainy rhythm was produced was the foundation of his existence. He had to be careful. He placed a leaf in the gap beside the tunnel and sprinkled a handful of dust on the ground. One bright and one dark, 2 insurances. But when Heiyu entered the tunnel, a Kecleon and a burly man suddenly appeared on a tree behind him. When Heiyu passed within half a meter of the tree just now, he didn't even find its trace. All this can be attributed to the power of Kecleon. This Pokémon can freely change the color of its body and blend into the surrounding environment to achieve the effect of hiding the world, and this Kecleon actually covered the burly man next to it, achieving the effect of invisibility together. Haha, I thought it was such a powerful person that a big man of that level could issue a bounty commission for tracking, but it turned out to be just a little devil. The burly man had a grim smile on his face, exuding the aura of a grey zone desperado. After a few vigorous climbs, he directly reached the tunnel entrance. When he saw the leaves stuck in the cracks of the rocks, he instantly showed a disdainful expression. "You want to deceive the world with this little trick?" the burly man said sarcastically, and put the fallen leaves back to their original positions. But what he didn't notice was that a handful of dust on the ground was lifted up by the wind with his steps and dissipated with the wind. Entering the underground river in this tunnel again, Heiyu relied on his previous memory and was able to find it in dozens of minutes walking to the familiar ice and fire. The top and stone walls of the cave are all covered with sharp icicles, and this underground dark river presents a boiling scald. In the air where the extreme cold and extreme heat intersect, wisps of red and blue air currents float in the air. Sunny and rainy. Heiyu's mouth curled up slightly, took out thousands of glass bottles from the space ring, and began to collect with joy. Crawdont, cast form, you two come out too, don't waste the remaining breath in the air, absorb into the body, it will help you understand the weather skills. Heiyu now finally understands how the old farmer with a happy smile on his face feels during the autumn harvest. Although it is cold and hot here, the extreme weather made Heiyu a little uncomfortable, but he was still full of joy. And he became more and more motivated when collecting sunny and rainy rhymes. There were glass bottles on the ground, all filled with wisps of red and blue gas. 100 glass bottles, 200 glass bottles, 300 glass bottles. Finally, until all the thousands of glass bottles stored by Heiyu were filled, there was still a little sunny and rainy rhymes in the air. The location here must not be exposed, it must become my private base, otherwise once it is known to others, the consequences will be disastrous. Heiyu showed endless tyranny in his heart. But he had no choice, this place was too important, this underground river that could produce sunny and rainy rhymes was a priceless treasure. Even in Heiyu's heart, the status was second only to blue orb fragments. However, before leaving, Heiyu did not take cast form away, but let him stay in this underground river. The reason why he subdued cast form was because he saw his excellent talent in weather skills and wanted him to teach Crawdont the rain dance skill. However, after discovering the effect of sunny and rainy rhythm, cast form's role in the team gradually decreased. Heiyu naturally no longer needed it. But at least he followed me all the way, so he had a little affection for me. Heiyu did not sell it to the black market. Cast form, you will stay here to look after the house in the future, protect this place well, I have saved poke blocks for half a year, enough for you to eat for a while, I will come to see you after the conference is over. Heiyu said goodbye when he left. Although cast form was a little reluctant, he was more happy to return to the home where he was born. Especially the air was full of familiar smells. Wait, why did this smell become so much lighter? Heiyu did not leave the cave immediately, but circled the underground river and searched carefully again, clearing out all the hidden Pokémon. In order to prevent cast form from being unable to defeat these wild Pokémon after he left, and even the possibility of his nest being robbed. Not to mention, he actually caught 1 or 2 fish that slipped through the net. 2 advanced Pokémon, a level 31 Poliwhirl, and a level 39 Seeking. Although cast form has enjoyed a lot of resources, poke blocks and various nutrients following Heiyu in the past few months, his level has just reached the advanced level, just over level 30. Besides, because he is usually pampered and has not experienced any battles, except for the rapid use of weather-related skills, his actual combat skills are a mess. If Heiyu did not clean up and left directly, he might really be defeated by this Seeking. It may even lead to being driven out of the nest. Go, Pokeball! with the crisp sound of ding-dong. Seeking was defeated and subdued by Heiyu. Now, only some weak Magikarp and Phoebus were left in the underground river of the entire cave. Everything is fine. Chapter 288 Specialization in General System. After completing a series of things, Heiyu was ready to leave here, but when he walked to the entrance of the cave, he was suddenly stunned. Because although the leaf he clamped in the crack of the stone was still in place, a handful of dust on the ground had already scattered. Heiyu frowned. There was no wind at the entrance of the cave where he was. Could it be that Pokémon broke in? No matter what, he was still extremely cautious, and Umbreon beside him also looked around with a vigilant expression. This as Heiyu was about to move forward. Suddenly, a silk thread appeared, less than 3 centimeters away from Heiyu's eyes. His heart skipped a beat, because this silk thread was not only thinner than a hair, but even its color was transparent. Even with Umbreon's keen perception, he didn't notice it. But this transparent silk thread undoubtedly represented one thing: someone followed him into the cave when he entered the underground river. If he accidentally touched this silk thread, it would most likely trigger the mechanism and the trap he had set. He looked around and didn't find anything wrong. But the quieter the surroundings seemed, the more strange it felt. At the same time, the sixth sense in his heart gradually became stronger. Heiyu silently retreated to the corner of the cave, commanded Umbreon to block in front of him, and cast Protect. After the green fluorescent light screen covered the man and the Pokémon, Heiyu picked up a stone from the ground and flicked it towards the silver thread. Then, he waited silently for 3 seconds. No accident happened. Just when Heiyu was surprised, the entire cave entrance suddenly made a violent explosion. The tunnel collapsed directly from the inside to the outside, and countless stone walls fell down, blocking the cave entrance directly. Directly trapped people in the cave. In just a blink of an eye, the entire cave collapsed. Heiyu's expression suddenly became gloomy. This not only meant that someone was following him secretly, but he hadn't even discovered it. How dangerous it is! Heiyu boasted that his anti-reconnaissance skills were pretty good, which meant that the opponent was definitely an expert in tracking. If he had just walked out of the cave and accidentally touched the silver thread, the consequences would be very obvious. He would most likely be hit by the explosion. Although he was protected by the Pokémon beside him, he would most likely not die, but injuries were absolutely inevitable. And he would definitely be trapped to death in this cave. As Heiyu gradually figured things out, the haze caused by the explosion gradually dissipated. Heiyu raised his sight and looked forward. A burly man wearing a black robe similar to his own. There was a hideous scar on his face that extended directly from his left eye to his chin, and a relatively rare Pokémon Kecleon stood on his shoulder. Heiyu's dark eyes flashed with a grim look, and the murderous intent in his heart surged infinitely. No matter what the purpose of the scarred burly man in front of him was. Why did he do this? Who ordered him to do it? But the fact that the other party wanted to kill him was enough for Heiyu to sentence him to death. What's more, he followed me and found out the location of the underground river where sunny and rainy rhythm is produced. He deserves death even more. When Heiyu looked at the other party, the burly man naturally noticed Heiyu in the corner. He was stunned at first, and then showed a shocked look. He never thought that Heiyu actually avoided the trap he set, and even had no injuries on his body, looking intact. But as a mercenary killer, he reacted quickly and released 3 Pokémon. Tauros, Ursaring, Lopunny. Heiyu reacted instantly and realized that this man was also specialized in a certain attribute, because all 3 Pokémon were general type. And all 3 Pokémon were it is the superior level, and it is not the kind of beginner, it is definitely a leader who has been immersed in the superior level for a long time. All levels are above level 50. Heiyu also released all Pokémon, and the momentum burst out violently, directly suppressing the Pokémon momentum of the burly man. But who knows that the burly man is not only not panicking, but laughing. There are so many rare Pokémon, and there is a Zorua boy, it seems that you have some background, but if you offend that big shot, I advise you to be tied up obediently, otherwise you will fall into my hands and suffer a physical pain." Heiyu's cold eyes flashed, and he said, "Oh? Are you a hired killer?" Although it was a question, his tone was full of affirmation. He has never offended any big shots. If it is Team Rocket's Viper, to avenge Rose, there is no need to follow me. Based on the temperament of Team Rockets, they should just kill people directly, why bother with so much trouble? The other party followed me to this underground river. Heiyu already had a rough guess in his mind, and could only sigh in his heart. It turns out that profit is still the key to success. "Boy, you talk too much nonsense. Lapunny, use jump kick after splash. Ursaring, use bulk up. Tauros, take down." After hearing the order, the three Pokémon quickly used their skills. Ursaring stayed in place to strengthen itself and protect the trainer. Tauros and Lapunny, one up and one down, one in the air and one on the ground, attacked Black Feather's Pokémon. Black Feather was not in a hurry. His long-term combat experience in field training made his on-the-spot reaction extremely calm. Honchkrow, Tailwind, and then use Gust to attack Lapunny. Don't attack Tauros. Crawdaunt, Sharpedo, use Ice Beam to hinder Lapunny. Don't let him close combat. Umbreon, use Attract on Tauros, and then attack with Foul Play. Krokorok, Stomp to hinder Tauros takedown. Black Feather quickly arranged all Pokémon. 3 Pokémon dealt with Lapunny, leaving only Umbreon to deal with Tauros. After all, Lapunny would have a large number of Grid's fighting skills. This is too threatening to the team specializing in evil attributes. Must be solved first. The reason why Honchkrow is not allowed to attack Tauros is to prevent the opponent's Tauros from having the Rage Point characteristic. Rage Point, when hit in the vitals, it will be furious and its own attack power will be increased to the maximum. The probability of Honchkrow carrying Scope Lens triggering a vital hit is too high. And Heiyu dare not bet on which characteristic the opponent's Tauros has. Otherwise, Tauros with full attack enhancement is not something that any of Heiyu's Pokémon can resist. But Heiyu also has a way to counter it. Pokémon like Tauros is 100% male, and the corresponding Pokémon is 100% female Miltank. So Heiyu specifically ordered Umbreon to use Attract. Lapunny jumped into the air flexibly with a leap, but it was accompanied by several ice light attacks, and was forced to jump back and forth on the stone wall of the cave. It took a long time to find a jump kick attack opportunity. And facing the occasional gust attacks and harassment from Honchkrow, Lapunny can only use its flexible kicking skills to resist. Chapter 289 Clumsy. And Tauros running wildly below is not much better. The tunnel collapsed, causing the cave to be full of broken walls and various rubbles. This itself has a certain hindering effect on Tauros's running, not to mention that Krokorok's heavy stomping also continues to attack in a ripple shape. The 2 layers of obstacles prevented Tauros from moving forward. Just as it kept rubbing its hind hooves on the ground, preparing to use all its strength to burst into attack, it suddenly met Umbreon Attract's eyes. Umbreon showed a perfect figure, with a cold and arrogant expression like a queen from the Dark Knight. Tauros's fighting will gradually weakened, and he stared at Umbreon with an obsessed look. "Damn it, wake up!" the burly man cursed. Tauros was suddenly awakened by the trainer's scolding, but just when he came to his senses, Umbreon called softly again, "Mooncloth!" This lazy and cold voice once again made Tauros, who had just woken up, fall into an obsessive state. A strange wave that could disintegrate the enemy Pokémon's fighting consciousness emanated. And even Ursaring, who was far away, was slightly affected. So that Bulk Up's enhancement was interrupted. What good luck! I didn't expect that besides Tauros, Ursaring is also a male. Umbreon took the opportunity to condense a ball of light with manic energy, and used the Foul Play skill. This move is a kind of surprise move among the evil attribute skills. Foul Play does not have a fixed power. Use the opponent's power to attack. The higher the opponent's attack, the greater the power. This move is a perfect fit for Umbreon, who is not good at attacking. After performing foul play, even without Heiyu's command, Umbreon also connected several skills on his own. Hidden Power and Dark Pulse bombarded Tauros's face, so that Tauros's horns had cracks and seemed to be about to break. Lopunny on the other side of the battlefield was not feeling well either. He kept jumping between the stone walls of the cave, dodging the attack of the ice light. He was also attacked by Honchro's gust from time to time, and there was no time to jump kick. It was difficult to cause much damage even after a few effective counterattacks, and the minor injuries left on Crawdaunt and Sharpedo were quickly healed. How is that possible? You didn't use any healing skills, damn, is it a leftover item? The burly man exclaimed in disbelief at first. Then he seemed to react and gritted his teeth and said his guess in a jealous tone. Item leftovers. Leftovers, also known as leftovers, after carrying, Pokémon's life will slowly recover during the battle. Heiyu looked a little strange. But the injuries on the two Pokémon were healed, and the physical strength was almost not depleted, which was indeed consistent with the performance of wearing the item leftovers. Heiyu did not refute. After all, he couldn't tell him that Crawdaunt and Sharpedo were wearing the legendary Kyugra's treasure, right? But Heiyu's attitude of not refutation, in the eyes of the man, was a default performance. The burly man instantly showed a jealous expression, his eyes twisted, as if he wanted to eat Heiyu alive. After all, in the man's view, he saved money to cultivate Pokémon, risked his life every day, and did the business of hired killing. So that he could only let his trump card Pokémon. He barely wore a silk scarf, an item with good attribute enhancement. Heiyu was young, but not only did he cultivate all the superior level Pokémon, he even had rare Pokémon like Zorua, so he was definitely a member of a big family. Now he showed two rare leftover items. You know, props are generally divided into two types. The first type is attribute enhancement props like Mystic Water and Charcoal. The second type is some functional props, such as leftover Flame Orb, Life Orb. Ordinary superior level trainers can only equip their ace Pokémon with one attribute prop at most. Functional props are even more difficult to get even for quasi-elite trainers. Few trainers from families are really enviable. You can use rare props as soon as you say so. The burly man said in a deep voice, then smiled cunningly and shouted, Lopunny, use entrainment. Entrainment, dancing with magical rhythms to make the opponent mimic your own movements, so that the characteristics become the same. Heiyu instantly realized that the characteristic of the Lopunny in front of him was clumsy. Clumsy, unable to use the items in hand. Sure enough, Lopunny jumped down from the air and performed a magical dance on a boulder. All of Heiyu's Pokémon unconsciously mimicked, and in a flash, Crawdaunt and Sharpedo's attacks became a little weaker. Because their characteristics changed from adaptability and acceleration to clumsiness. The Mystic Water item in the body temporarily lost its effect. Imprisoned by the clumsy characteristic. Kill two birds with one stone. Not only did it make the two Pokémon lose their powerful characteristics, it even imprisoned the effect of the items. Heiyu looked at the man with fear. Worthy of being a hired killer who has been walking on the edge of life and death for a long time. This set of tactical system is really wonderful. Boy, I don't mean to hurt your life, just follow me obediently, there is a big shot who wants to see you, and I am just following orders. The burly man's tone softened a little, as if he saw that Heiyu had a big background behind him. After all, where do ordinary people get leftover items? He just accepted a bounty and didn't want to offend these big families. Heiyu remained silent and continued to command Pokémon, Crawdaunt, Dragon Dance Sharpedo, Focus Energy Umbreon, Wonder Room. Umbreon condensed a pink energy box from its mouth, which continued to expand and gradually enveloped the entire cave. Umbreon transferred its strong defense to Honchro in the air. At the same time, Honchro tacitly performed Snatch. In a flash, Crawdon's dragon dance state and Sharpedo's focus energy state, all were snatched one by one. An inexplicable force drilled into the body, and Umbreon's strong physical strength and defense were also received at the same time. Han Crow continued to give himself psychological hints of confidence as usual, but found that it was suddenly not working. Han Crow, who became clumsy, could not recover his overconfidence in a short time. This did not prevent Han Crow from adding many amplifications at this moment. Han Crow, Sky Attack Lopunny. Yu still did not order Han Crow to attack Tauros. Although he lost the scope lens, he snatched Sharpedo's focus energy state, and there was still a possibility of hitting the vital point. Yu could not gamble, otherwise, once Tauros' rage acupoints were activated, the consequences would be disastrous. Chapter 290 Attack and Defense Change Form. A faint blue flame ignited on Han Crow's body, and a huge eagle phantom appeared behind him. It fell towards Lopunny with the might of breaking through the sky. Lopunny, focus punch. The burly man's expression was a little gloomy. Obviously, the snatch tactics displayed by Yu were not what he expected. Facing the flying big move with a power of up to 140, he chose to let Lopunny use the more powerful focus punch, which was marked as 150 by the Alliance. Both sides accumulated power at the same time. The phantom of the bird behind Han Crow became more and more solid. Lopunny concentrated his mind, and the short rabbit hands were gradually covered by a huge fist phantom. Go all out! The burly man roared in a low voice, and Yu's heart was hanging involuntarily. This attack definitely determined the trend of the battlefield. Although his side has always shown an overwhelming advantage, don't forget that there is an Ursaring who is bulk up to strengthen himself on the burly man's side. Moreover, a hired killer like this, who is walking on the edge of life and death, might have some hidden cards, so Yu dare not be careless. The divine bird posture, wantonly and ostentatious, powerful and majestic. Bang boom! As Han Crow dived down at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye, Lopunny also took the opportunity to slam the full force. The huge fist shadow hit Han Crow. The two sides' skills collided, and a violent explosion occurred instantly. The whole cave was shaking, countless broken stones fell off the stone wall, and dust filled the entire space. Just 3 seconds later. Ga! The cry of the crow resounded through the cave. Han Crow took the opportunity to fly out of the haze, his wings spread out, and the black feathers showed deep domineering. As the master of the sky, Han Crow is not just providing tailwind assistance to his teammates. And Lopunny is obviously very uncomfortable at the moment, otherwise he would not have used Protect quickly after swinging Focus Punch. But Han Crow's sky attack is so powerful. With so many amplification states stacked on it, it naturally directly shattered the protective shield of Protect. But after all, after going through the double buffer of Focus Punch and Protect, the power of Sky Attack was reduced a lot. This attack did not kill Lopunny directly. Yu secretly said it was a pity. But Lopunny was so seriously injured and lost so much physical strength, it is likely that he cannot maintain the entrainment skill. Yu felt much less pressure for a while. Sure enough, after defeating the enemy, Han Crow subconsciously gave himself a psychological hint to strengthen his confidence. And this time there was almost no resistance. The feeling of bursting self-confidence came back. Gah! Overconfidence is stacked one layer. Han Crow's characteristics have changed from clumsy to overconfident. But Crawdon and Sharpedo still maintain their clumsy characteristics. It seems that the burly man on the opposite side is very afraid of leftovers. Willing to let Han Crow stack a layer of overconfidence. Not willing to give up the effects of Crawdon and Sharpedo entrainment, determined to use the clumsy feature to imprison the leftovers item that the man thought of. But it's true, the leftovers item that can restore physical strength and injuries at any time during the battle is indeed a bug-like existence. What's more, blue, whose effect is even stronger than leftovers orb fragments. Tauros, Thrash. Ursaring, Arm Hammer. Although Toros recovered from the attract state, he was already covered with wounds and it was difficult for him to exert his full strength. The burly man simply used it to lead the charge for Ursaring. Toros rushed to the front, and his pair of rage horns kept knocking away the blocking stones and obstacles. Even in the face of the skill attacks of the black feather Pokémon, he did not flinch. Ursaring, who was rushing behind, rushed to the black feather Pokémon without suffering any damage. Crawdaunt, Crab Claw Hammer. As Crawdaunt's claws with a charged water flow suddenly smashed down, the horns of Toros, who was rushing in front, suddenly shattered. Eyes were swirling, and he collapsed to the ground. Toros lost his ability to fight. The burly man used Pokémon expressionlessly. Ball was taken back remotely. In his opinion, it was all worth it. Toros, who had little physical strength left, was used to exchange for Ursaring's chance to attack. Heiyu was not surprised by the cold-blooded command of the burly man. If he were in his place, he would probably execute it in the same way. After all, this was not about the injury of a Pokémon. It was about the life and death of the trainer and all Pokémon. Sacrificing the small to protect the big is the real wise move. Sure enough, bulk up was performed 3 times to the limit of the body. Ursaring was completely a violent output machine at this moment. Continuously waving heavy and powerful arms, the fistful of explosive meaning hit Crawdaunt. Crawdaunt was directly knocked away and embedded in the stone wall beside. The air wave brought by the body even swept the surrounding dust. Crawdaunt was seriously injured in one blow. You know, as early as the moment Ursaring Lock-on attacked the target, Umbreon used Wonder Room to transfer its own strong defense from Honchkrow to Crawdaunt. Even so, it was still knocked away so easily. Heiyu thought to himself, it seems that this Ursaring is the man's trump card. In fact, among the 3 Pokémon, apart from the clumsy tactics of Lopunny that made people's eyes shine. In terms of the quality of cultivation, the Ursaring in front of us can be seen at a glance as the focus of cultivation. As a breeder, Kuroyu's most basic vision is definitely not wrong. Ursaring is killing everyone in Kuroyu's Pokémon pile. The fighting-type arm hammer, combined with Ursaring that has already bulk up 3 times. It is almost unstoppable. After all, Kuroyu's Pokémon are all evil attributes. While being restrained by the fighting attribute, they are all physical attackers. The only one who is good at special attack, Zorua, has not grown up yet. As a result, Ursaring, who has bulk up and superimposed attack and defense, is unstoppable. Seeing this scene, the burly man's mouth curled up slightly, and he reached for a luxury ball's hand slowly retracted. It seemed that he didn't need to use his trump card Pokémon. Just when the burly man was secretly proud of himself, the scene in front of him made him exclaim incredulously. How is it possible their characteristics should become clumsy, and they can't use leftover items? The scars on Crawdaunt and Sharpedo in the center of the venue slowly recovered, and green fluorescent spots appeared. The originally hideous and terrifying wounds seemed to disappear. The burly man thought that Crawdaunt and Sharpedo were wearing leftover items, and used Lopunny's clumsy characteristics with the entrainment skill. Not only did he change the characteristics of the 2 Pokémon, but he also imprisoned the props they were wearing. But in fact, the props of the 2 Pokémon were not leftovers, but Mystic Water and Black Glasses. And there were more than 1 props in their bodies. Blue Orb Fragments, the legendary items of the beast, can't be imprisoned by a clumsy characteristic. The healing effect of the Blue Orb Fragments showed its power at this moment, the real power of God. Heiyu said calmly, "Are you satisfied? Now it's my turn." The situation on the battlefield changed instantly. Attack and defense changed. Just the claws. Giant Shark. Chapter 291 Quasi-Elite Raticate. Crawdaunt held the huge claws horizontally in front of her, her whole body wrapped in water, and rushed out at high speed like a bullet. Water jet. At the same time, don't forget to charge the Crab Claw Hammer. Although there is no bonus from the adaptability feature in Mystic Water, But the damage bonus from the blue orb fragments is real. Roar! Crawdaunt hit Ursaring's abdomen directly, and this blow was obviously very uncomfortable. Although Ursaring has the defensive effect of bulk up, it can't last long. The powerful increase brought by 3 bulk UPS really makes Ursaring flawless in attack and defense, but it also puts a great burden on the Pokémon's body. Even at the level of Ursaring Superior, you can feel your physical strength rapidly draining. Ursaring, use Thunder Punch. Golden light flashed, arcs exploded. Ursaring waved his bare paw with thunder, bringing considerable pressure to the 2 water attribute Pokémon Crawdaunt and Sharpedo on the front battlefield. With a fist of lightning, he punched Sharpedo directly. But at this moment, the expression on the burly man's face was not so wonderful, with a gloomy face, extremely ugly. Because the wound on Sharpedo's scales hit by Thunder Punch, after a burst of blue water flowed, green fluorescent spots appeared and quickly recovered. Even the burns caused by lightning disappeared. The whole shark head seemed to have never been hurt, and the scales were brand new. Sharpedo, agility, connect icy wind slows down. Although Sharpedo's characteristic has changed from acceleration to clumsiness, he still has agility to speed up. A shark head rolled up huge waves in the cave, and his body flashed and changed positions rapidly. Surrounding Ursaring's legs, it kept spewing icy wind with cold wind. In just a few seconds, Ursaring's feet were frozen and turned into ice lumps. Tightly stuck to the ground. Ursaring, use Fire Punch to smash the ice lumps and break free, the burly man commanded calmly. Even though they were in a desperate situation and in danger, the man still looked like he had everything under control. Let Hayu mutter in his heart. Sharpedo, Water Jet, Crawdaunt, Crab Claw Hammer, Honchkrow, Night Slash. Sharpedo rushed to Ursaring before he could break free from the ice and successfully blocked the attack. Before Ursaring could react, Crawdaunt's pincers slammed into his abdomen. This kind of cooperation, Crawdaunt and Sharpedo were already doing this before, so they had a perfect tacit understanding. Pa! The ice shattered. Ursaring's huge body staggered and fell backwards. His physical strength, which had been rapidly depleted due to maintaining the bulk up, became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ursaring knelt on one knee, breathing heavily from his bare nose. A huge wound was smashed on his abdomen, and blood was oozing out and dripping on the ground, which looked extremely miserable. Honchkrow, who had been ready to go, gave the final blow, turned his body, dived rapidly, and his wings turned into blades to slash downward. Night Slash was paired with the item scope. Lens. The blow hit the vital point, directly knocking Ursaring back dozens of meters, and even directly breaking the rocks in the tunnel. Stick to the ground, rubbing for dozens of meters, and even the sharp gravel on the ground pierced into Ursaring's body, and the whole back was like a hedgehog. Ursaring lost his ability to fight directly, his eyes were swirling, and he fainted. The burly man stared at this scene blankly. Even though he was at a disadvantage, even though he was outnumbered, his Ursaring had bulk up 3 times after all. He lost after only 1 minute of fighting? However, when he thought of Honkrow's last blow, Night Slash, the burly man instantly understood that it was definitely a hit. A hit on the vital point can ignore the ability change. In other words, the defense added by bulk up is useless. It is like real damage when it hits the vital point, and it directly penetrates the body. For a moment, the burly man could only sigh that Hayu was lucky, and such a small probability could trigger a hit on the vital point. Of course, if the man knew that Honchkrow was wearing a scope lens, then he probably wants to kill. Functional props are so rare, but they can be worn by every Pokémon. I underestimated you a little, but it is reasonable for a big shot of that level to be targeted by you. When the burly man accepted the bounty commission, he got the news that Kuroya had just entered the superior level trainer for less than half a year, and his strength was only average. Even if the mission stated that the target must not be killed, and it was enough to just capture the captive. But in the burly man's mind, it was still easy to capture. However, once they fought, the burly man instantly understood how difficult Kuroya was. Every Pokémon was carefully cultivated, no wonder he could reach the superior level at such a young age. Even so many functional props were worn. You know, he can only equip his trump card with an ordinary attribute item now. The unreliable information made the burly man passive. However, he felt that it should still be under control. After all, his trump card had not been released yet. After the battle just now, the Pokémon of Black Feather had more or less losses. Except Crawdaunt and Sharpedo, whose physical strength may be relatively intact due to the item leftovers. The rest of Umbreon and Honchkrow were already exhausted, especially Honchkrow. He had to use the snatch tactic and maintain the tailwind of all Pokémon. He also used the Sky Attack, a powerful trick. Unexpectedly, with all the above, the burly man was instantly full of confidence and took a luxury ball from his waist. Go, Raticate! A huge rat appeared instantly after throwing the Pokeball. It is actually a Pokémon that is at the bottom of the food chain in all regions, whether in the suburbs or in the city, and is only slightly better than Magikarp. Rattata's evolution type, Raticate. At this moment, even Kuraba, who is a person of good character, couldn't help but be stunned. The burly man opposite him didn't get angry when he saw Kuraba's expression. He had seen this expression countless times since he was 16 years old and embarked on the journey of a trainer with Rattata. Kuraba was relatively tactful and polite. Because Rattata was weak, he didn't know how many times he had been scorned and ridiculed. But he still insisted on not abandoning Earl Dervish Pokémon, and was determined to train his Raticate into the most powerful Raticate. Humph! The burly man snorted coldly, and the Raticate standing at his feet rubbed his teeth with a creaking sound, and at the same time, his body burst out with a good energy wave. Quasi-elite! Hey, you murmured in disbelief. He was not surprised by the level of the quasi-elite, after all, he had seen the battle between elites. It's not that he hasn't defeated quasi-elite Pokémon. What surprised him was that the weak Raticate in the eyes of ordinary people was actually trained to the quasi-elite level by the mercenary killer in front of him. Chapter 292 The Mastermind. How is it? Boy, do you still want to resist? The burly man showed a winner's smile. In his opinion, there is an insurmountable gap between the quasi-elite and superior levels. Hey, you can't be the opponent of the quasi-elite Raticate with these superior level Pokémon. You just said that you were only commissioned to capture me? Could the big man you mentioned be a high-ranking member of the Alliance? Hey, you was not in a hurry to fight, not only to buy time for the Pokémon to recover their physical strength, but more out of curiosity. So far, he can think of only 2 items that others covet. Blue Orb Fragments, Sunny and Rainy Rhymes. You should know that Heiyu's current identity is not ordinary, he is a 3rd-level authority that the Alliance focuses on training. The mastermind dared to attack him despite the pressure from the Alliance, it must not be for ordinary interests. Even if it was Zorua, who was as rare as a quasi-god, it would be impossible. When the burly man heard Heiyu's guess, his face changed slightly, and he said coldly, "Boy, I advise you to follow me obediently. Being too smart is not a good thing." The man's reaction further confirmed Heiyu's guess. The mastermind is most likely a high-level person in the Alliance, and most likely for Sunny and Rainy Rhythm or Blue Orb Fragments. The reason why he didn't kill people directly to seize the treasure, but instead issued a bounty and hired a killer from the Grey Forces to kidnap himself. Presumably he was afraid of getting involved in some unnecessary troubles. After all, Black Feather's level 3 authority is too important to the Alliance. If he really died, it would undoubtedly be a slap in the face of the Hone Alliance. And the voting data behind each level 3 authority will be announced, and the people behind it don't want to mess with Black Feather's backers. Whether it is Chinjua Jim, Joy Family, Solence Kaohsiung, Sydney Elite, Bonnie Elite. They are all part of Black Feather's huge network of relationships. The mastermind behind the scenes must be very afraid, so he chose a relatively mild kidnapping. If he really succeeded, he would most likely coerce and lure Black Feather. Exchange a valuable resource for the blue on Black Feather orb fragments, or a way to get sunny and rainy rhythm for a long time. In this case, even if Heiyu wants revenge later, it will be difficult. After all, this is a reasonable resource exchange. Can only swallow the bitter pill, unable to say anything. Whether it is blue orb fragments, or the rhythm of sunshine and rain, are all invaluable. Even if you take out hundreds of millions of alliance coins, what's the use? It's wishful thinking. After Heiyu figured it out, his heart was extremely cold. Looking at the burly hired killer in front of him, Heiyu smiled disdainfully. It's obvious that the burly man in front of him is definitely a pawn being used. Even if the other party can successfully kidnap him and complete the bounty mission, he will definitely be silenced afterwards, because the facts involved are too big. And now this burly man is actually trying to use his employer, the so-called big man, to intimidate Heiyu. It can only be said that he has some brains, but not much. The imagined begging for mercy, or even surrender, did not appear. Instead, the little ghost in front of him showed a disdainful expression, and the burly man was furious. "Radicate, use swords dance!" The burly man shouted loudly. "Crawdaunt, we also use swords dance. Sharpedo, water jet, crunch Umbreon, use wish to recover, Honchkrow drops to the ground, cast roost." Heiyu quickly ordered Crawdaunt to strengthen, and at the same time, let other Pokémon harass the enemy Radicate. Faced with this situation, the burly man was not in a hurry, but instead showed a hint of mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Both Pokémon danced a strange war dance at the same time. When Crawdaunt was only halfway through the dance, the momentum of the opposite Radicate's body surface suddenly rose, since it had already performed swords dance. So fast Heiyu was shocked. "Radicate, this Pokémon is weak, it is indeed weak, the 413 race is not outstanding. General attributes, immune to ghosts, restrained by fighting. It is strong, and it can indeed learn a lot of powerful skills. Among which swords dance is the most important. There are few Pokémon that can learn swords dance skills on their own. Most of them have to wait until they reach level 40 or 50 before they have a chance to learn it. However, Radicate is different. As long as it reaches level 20 evolution, it can learn swords dance immediately. This is also one of the reasons why many civilian trainers like to choose Rattata. Not only because it can eat garbage and leftovers and is easy to feed, but more because of the strength of swords dance. It has learned swords dance on its own, and it is also general attributes, quick to learn, but this is too outrageous, it is almost instantaneous. Heiyu's face also became solemn. Sure enough, those who can climb all the way from the bottom to the quasi-elite level are not simple masters. After Radicate instantly performed swords dance, a quick attack hurriedly dodged. Sharpedo couldn't stop the car and crashed directly into a rock, performing crunch to break the entire rock. Radicate, the fatal front teeth. Radicate ran quickly in the cave, raising a cloud of dust. Gradually obscuring Honchkrow's sight, under the mist of dust, he raised his huge front teeth and bit Sharpedo directly with lightning speed. The sharp front teeth were extremely fast under the blessing of swords dance, firmly biting Sharpedo's body. Sharpedo kept shaking his body to try to break free, but Radicate just bit him tightly and refused to let go. The sharp front teeth gradually embedded in Sharpedo's body, oozing blood. But just like before, within a few seconds, there was a magical force that quickly helped Sharpedo recover from his injuries. Damn leftovers are not so shameless. The burly man couldn't help cursing when he saw this scene. Although he had never seen the leftovers prop, he had heard of it, and he had never seen such an outrageous recovery effect. Radicate, quick attack to open up the distance, focus energy, and then use the killer front teeth. The cave was closed, and there was a lot of damage, so there was rubble and dust everywhere. Raticate kept running around, quick attack, and played at full speed, and the whole cave was filled with smoke and dust. Han Crow, maintain all tailwind, Zorua, encore hey you shouted softly. Raticate is best at two skills, namely the Fatal Front Teeth and Rage Front Teeth. The former is a signature offensive skill, while the latter is extremely outrageous. It can forcibly deduct half of the enemy Pokémon's health. This is the case for the same level, let alone the quasi-elite versus superior level, which may kill Heiyu's Pokémon instantly. Therefore, it is natural to take precautions in advance. Although the power of the Rage Front Teeth skill is variable and not fixed, it is a physical attack skill and cannot be blocked by taunt. But Heiyu has another way, that is to use Encore. Encore, let the opponent accept Encore, and then use the last move in succession. Zorua immediately obeyed the command, clapped his short hands and used it, Encore, and a white light emanated from Raticate's side. Raticate was indeed affected, and the Rage Front Teeth that was about to be used came to an abrupt end. Since Raticate's last skill was Quick Attack, in addition to Quick all skills except Attack are unusable. Chapter 293 Dig. The burly man on the other side was about to order Raticate to use Rage Fangs, but was blocked by Zorua's Encore the next moment. Damn, how come this guy is like a prophet, and has more combat experience than me? This kind of command to predict the enemy trainer in advance belongs to the Advanced Trainer Command skill. Like him, walking in the gray area, even veterans with decades of experience may not be able to master it. After all, this requires not only a strong grasp of the battle situation, but also a certain understanding of the enemy Pokémon. But in this world, even Professor Oak, who is recognized as the most knowledgeable, cannot understand every Pokémon. The burly man is now a little flustered. Originally, the source of his confidence was relying on the quasi-elite level Raticate and the powerful Rage Fang skill. In the past, even quasi-elite Pokémon of the same level, unless they are good at defense, there are very few Pokémon that can take on Raticate's two Rage Fangs. This kind of explosive damage is a bit similar to the Crab Claw Hammer of Black Feather Crawdaunt. But now the Raticate on our side, although still relying on quick attack's sprint speed, is superior. But it didn't cause much damage to Kuroya's Pokémon. The injuries just caused were healed in an instant, and there was basically no consumption of physical strength. Damn, the leftovers are really shameless. Until now, the burly man thought that the items worn by Crawdaunt and Sharpedo were leftovers. The burly man glanced at the hole he had blown up, and it was completely blocked by huge rocks. It was really like lifting a rock shooting yourself in the foot. That's right, the burly man was not going to get entangled. He accepted the bounty because the employer was not small and the reward was extremely generous. At first, he thought it was an easy task. Although Kuroya became a superior trainer at the age of 17, which surprised him a little, he still didn't take it seriously. Until the later battle, Kuroya revealed more and more things. Whether it was various rare props or the meticulous training of Pokémon, they all proved that Kuroya was not small. The burly man had already backed out in his heart, thinking to himself, I have been a hired killer for so many years, and today I was tricked by a child. It's really embarrassing. Taking advantage of the cover of the dust, the man secretly released a sand slash, which was not high in level, not even reaching the superior level. But this Pokémon has a characteristic, that is, it is extremely good at dig. Secretly commanding Sand Slash to use the dig skill to bypass the Pokémon on the battlefield and attack Heiyu himself. Anyway, the bounty mission only requires the target not to die, and a little injury should be fine, the burly man said in his heart with a sinister look in his eyes. Mercenary killers like the burly man will prepare a variety of fully functional Pokémon in order to adapt to various environments. Flying Pokémon, dig Pokémon, sea Pokémon, hidden Pokémon. But little did he know that on the other side of the smoke, Heiyu also made the same decision as the burly man, silently commanding Krokorok to use the dig skill and attack the burly man directly underground. Both sides are masters of field battles. Zorua! Come to my shoulder! Heiyu called Zorua to his side, of course not to increase the burden, but to give himself an insurance. Zorua is still wearing the focus sash item. Maybe he can block a fatal blow for Heiyu at a critical moment. In the dangerous situation of field battle, Heiyu never reveals the slightest flaw. Everything must be done in full. The smoke in the cave was gradually blown away by Honkrou, and the Pokémon that were fighting in the smoke also revealed their figures. Although Crawdaunt and Sharpedo were panting, even though they were hit by the fatal front teeth several times, their injuries were still quickly recovered under the helping hand of Blue Orb. Mobile Fountain. Heiyu silently nodded a thumbs up. It is worthy of being a sacred object related to Kyogre. The effect is really amazing. On the other hand, Raticate, although he has always taken the initiative in the battle, relying on Swords Dance and the quasi-elite level, suppressing Black Feather's Pokémon. But some injuries appeared on his body. There were bite marks from Crunch and injuries from Crab Claw Hammer. Fuck you, you. The burly man's mentality was a little unbalanced, and for a moment, he was witty. Black Feather looked at the burly man with a mouth full of shit, and his heart was not moved. Instead, he focused on the battle situation. Give key commands from time to time. And as Umbreon solved Lopunny, who had already run out of energy, on the other side of the battle. The battle system of clumsiness and entrainment completely collapsed. The characteristics of Crawdaunt and Sharpedo changed from clumsiness to adaptability and acceleration. At this moment, the balance of the battle was completely tilted. Swords was locked by Taunt and Encore Dance, and Rage's Raticate, of course, would not be a match for Crawdaunt, which had restored its characteristics and props. The scene gradually became clear. The burly man saw that his Raticate was dying, and his heart was already in turmoil. Damn it, the person who can trouble such a big shot to issue a bounty in the gray area, even if it is just a child, is not a simple person. The burly man took out the Pokeball and wanted to take back Raticate. If his trump card Pokémon really got into trouble, he would be in trouble today. While Heiyu was concentrating on the battle, he keenly noticed the burly man's actions. He was waiting for this moment. Umbreon, mean look. Honkrou, pursuit. Mean look can prohibit others from replacing Pokémon. Pursuit skill can double the damage when the enemy replaces or puts Pokémon on the field. Umbreon stares at Raticate with a mean look that seems to be seductive. The red light of the Pokeball is invalid. The burly man is unwilling to give up and tries again. The red light of the Pokeball is intercepted directly in the air by Honkrou, and Raticate, who was about to enter it, is pulled out. At the same time, he keeps performing Night Slash, pressing Raticate to the ground and beating him. Scope Lens works wonders again, hitting Raticate's vital points several times and making him suffer a lot. The burly man's narrow eyes were like a blade, full of murderous intent. Although he was a mercenary killer who regarded human life as worthless, he was still very happy for Earl, who had accompanied him all the way to his growth. Dervish Pokeman still has deep feelings. But he knew that bonds and feelings at this moment could not save him, let alone Raticate, so he did not pretend to be a daughter. He could only pray that Sandslash's sneak attack would work. As long as Heiyu could be held hostage, these Pokémon would naturally no longer be a problem. At this moment, the dust under Heiyu's feet shook. The burly man seemed to have a premonition of something, and his eyes were full of hope. At the same time, Heiyu also observed from a distance that the burly man's feet shook slightly. Both sides stared at each other's feet. Raising their eyes upwards, both of them had a nervous look on their faces. Not good. It's bad. Both sides woke up instantly and understood that the other side had made the same sneak attack as themselves. Chapter 294 Focus Sash showed his power. Heiyu and the burly man both rolled to the side immediately, their movements were surprisingly consistent. Krokorok suddenly emerged from the ground, and its sharp claws went directly to the burly man's face. Swish! Subconsciously raised his arm to block, Krokorok's assurance directly smashed the man's arm. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The pain spread all over his body in an instant, and the burly man's face was distorted, and his brain crashed for a moment. When he reacted, he heard the sound of growl resounding through the cave. Ah! Subconsciously, he covered himself with his other hand, revealing his bone-white arm. Kecleon, use Shadow Claw. The man slumped on the ground, crawling backwards, his whole body trembling, and giving orders in a sporadic voice. He took out a simple bandage from the space equipment with a trembling hand and quickly wrapped it around his arm. Kecleon, who was beside him, quickly moved forward and fought with Krokorok. Sandslash on the other side also rushed out from the ground with a drill-like claw, directly poking at Heiyu's heart. Such a skilled action in attacking a vital part. It seems that Sandslash has done this kind of sneak attack on trainers many times. It also proves from the side that the burly man is indeed an experienced mercenary killer. Every Pokemon he trained fits the position. Kecleon's concealment, Sandslash's dig sneak attack, and there is probably a flying Pokemon that specializes in reconnaissance, but it has not been released yet. Compared with the burly man, Kuroyu is undoubtedly much smaller, so the speed of dodging is also faster. With a side roll, Sandslash's tearing claws fell into the air. However, at such a close distance, Sandslash instantly spit out a thin needle with poison from his mouth. Swish swish swish! Zorua, extrasensory poison sting flew along the ground at a very fast speed. Just before hitting Heiyu, poison sting was less than half a meter away from Heiyu's body, but it suddenly stopped in the air. The tiny outer layer of poison sting was wrapped in a pink energy. Extrasensory. Heiyu's heart skipped a beat. Sandslash saw that poison sting had no effect, so he raised his claws again towards Heiyu. Slash skill, fell suddenly. Facing the attack of a high-level Pokemon, the human body is so fragile. Heiyu retreated again and again until his back touched the stone wall, and there was no way out. My heart instantly fell into an ice cellar. Zorua was only a dozen levels, how could he be the opponent of Sandslash, who was over 30 levels? Zorua! Kuroyu shouted, and Zorua seemed to feel the master's emotions. Recalling every bit since birth. The laughter of life, the hard work during training, the care of his friends, the love of his master. Yo! Zorua jumped in front of Kuroyu, and Sandslash's slash skill hit him directly. Zorua was hit by this blow and lost his combat ability on the spot. The gap between advanced and elementary Pokemon is here. This is really life-threatening. But fortunately, a red shawl appeared behind the unconscious Zorua. Focus Sash. At the critical moment, this magical prop once again worked wonders, forcibly holding Zorua's breath. Sandslash's successive attacks were dodged or blocked, which also bought time for Kuroyu Pokemon to come back to help. Umbreon rushed forward and frantically used the bite skill, biting the hard scales on Sandslash's body, until Sandslash's whole body was covered in blood and flesh. Umbreon's expression was extremely rage. Usually protecting Black Feather, as a protective Pokemon, he was careless in this battle and let the enemy Pokemon get close. Umbreon was very upset. Mooncloth. Umbreon moaned softly, as if to apologize. Black Feather was breathing heavily. The scene just now was really thrilling. Sandslash attacked close. There was no Pokemon around Monday. He could only dodge by relying on his agility. There was a big tear on his clothes on his chest, and Heiyu simply tore it off, revealing the scratch on his chest. Luckily, the wound was very shallow, and even with the adrenaline rush just now, Heiyu didn't feel any pain. It's okay, don't blame you, it's my command that went wrong, Heiyu comforted softly. Usually, when I'm fighting in the field, I'll leave a Pokemon by my side for protection. For example, during the battle just now, Krokorok stayed by my side. It's a pity that the temporary commander Kr when Krokorok was performing a dig sneak attack, he forgot to call back a Pokemon. Heiyu forced himself to cross the devastated cave and came to the other side. At this moment, the burly man was covered in blood, and there was almost no intact flesh on one arm, only the eerie white bones. Both legs were cut off by Krokorok, and he could only collapse on the ground, unable to move. Beside him, a Kecleon was already dead. "If you win, spare me," the burly man said with a strong breath. Obviously, facing this situation, he also knew that the situation was over. "Go." Raticate was held back by Crawdaunt and Sharpedo on the other side of the battlefield, and was captured again. "Let's make a deal. As long as you let me go, I can tell you the true identity of the mastermind. I guess you also want to know who hired me to kidnap you?" Even in this situation, the burly man did not forget to put forward conditions to negotiate with Heiyu. It can only be said that he is indeed an experienced person who often walks in the gray area. Heiyu did not rush to answer him, but silently took off the Pokemon belonging to Raticate from his waist ball. Returning to the battlefield on the other side, Raticate was panicked when he saw his master being captured, and was hit by several crab claw hammers in succession. Heiyu seized an opportunity and directly used Pokeball to take back Raticate and locked him. "Okay, as long as you tell me the information of the mastermind, I will let you go," Heiyu said with a smile showing a row of big white teeth. The severe pain not only did not make the burly man succumb, but made his mind clearer. He knew that the information of the employer behind him was his only bargaining chip and his only chance to survive, so he must hold it firmly. "No, you must let me go first. Otherwise, what if you turn your face and don't recognize me?" the burly man said firmly. Heiyu shook his head regretfully. "You have misunderstood me so much. Only people like you who live in darkness will think that the world is so dirty." Heiyu was not in a hurry. "Anyway, I am the knife and he is the fish." He ordered Krokorok to keep a close eye on it, turned around and walked to a big rock, and took out a variety of healing potions from the space ring. He began to restore the physical strength and treat the injuries of the Pokemon, especially Zorua, who relied on Focus Sash to hang on to his life and was the most seriously injured. Time passed by minute, and half an hour later, the burly man finally couldn't hold on. Although he was determined, his injuries were not treated, and his arms were still bleeding. The entire lower body almost became a pool of blood. Chapter 295. The Joy Clan leader was furious. The burly man could also feel his vision gradually blurring, which was a sign of fainting. Heiyu unpacked the package slowly and put the bread into his mouth one bite at a time. After fighting for such a long time, he was also hungry. At the same time, he looked at the man who had almost become a bloody man, took out a medical kit, and kept shaking it in front of him. This murderous move made the man's lips tremble with anger. At the same time, it also completely defeated his psychological defense. "I said, it's an elder of the Joy family, who issued a bounty and hired me to follow you and kidnap you to Kanto region. After that, I can get a generous reward. Can you let me go?" The burly man almost gritted his teeth to finish this sentence, but even so, his tone of voice still revealed a sense of weakness. After listening to the man's narration, Heiyu suddenly realized. In an instant, he pieced together all the events in his mind and understood the truth behind it. King Yuliuyun entered the Joy family in large quantities, and there would definitely be a distribution of benefits. After all, even a small family has main veins, branch veins, big houses, different factions like the second house. What's more, a giant family like the Joy family. The factional division, grievances, and interest distribution are undoubtedly more complicated and naked. It is likely that the elders of other factions of the Joy family have evil intentions because the lineage of Senior Shizuka and Sister Berry has the dominant power in the distribution of King Yuliuyun and the uneven distribution of interests. But after all, Heiyu is the key talent of the Hone Alliance. And the headquarters of the Joy family are in Kanto. If they take action themselves, it will inevitably escalate to a conflict between the two regions. That's why they hired killers in the gray area. He sighed, money and profit can move people's hearts. He looked at the man who was almost unconscious, showed a devilish smile, took out a pill and forced it into the burly man's mouth. No, you can't kill me, you clearly promised, you clearly said. Before the man finished speaking, a feeling of dizziness instantly surged into his heart, and soon he foamed at the mouth and lost his breath. He curled his lips and said, I used to be a pirate, you believe me just saying it casually. What is the saying? If you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Zorua, hidden power? Ice. He ordered Zorua to freeze the body of the burly man in front of him. Although He is not suitable to tear his face with the Joy family at present. But such important evidence must be preserved, and he must settle accounts one by one in the future. Especially the elder who chose to attack him. He has always been vindictive. He cleaned the cave, covered it up again, and left the suburbs and returned to the small Pokemon Center in Lava Ridge Town. Naturally, he communicated with Joy Shizuka as soon as possible. After all, the two of them now belonged to a community of interests. Once something happened to him, Sunny and Rainy Rhythm would naturally be cut off. This was the reason why he dared to tell the other party about this matter. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Joy Shizuka was worried at first, and then she was furious. Did not report it to the Alliance immediately, but told her privately. It was obvious that he did not want to make a big deal of this matter. So Joy Shizuka activated the rights of the elders and directly held a family meeting to report the attack on Heiyu to the head of the Joy family. In the meeting room of the Joy family headquarters. More than a dozen elders and clan leaders gathered together. How dare you! Clan leader Joy slammed the table and scanned the dozen clan elders at the meeting table with sharp eyes. Trying to see a guilty expression on someone's face. But almost every elder present was cunning and did not show any emotional fluctuations. Clan leader Joy sighed and said, although Heiyu signed an agreement with us, he now has the Hone Alliance behind him. He is no longer the little guy who was manipulated by us before. You are destroying your own foundation. Why can our Joy family prosper forever? Isn't it because of the continuous? Is it the purpose of attracting geniuses, absorbing fresh blood, and ensuring that no one is offended? The meaning of Chief Joy's words is that Heiyu will definitely become a big figure in the Hone Alliance in the future. It is so stupid to make enemies with such a person. If it were in the past, he could have been killed in advance, but now, Heiyu is backed by the Hone Alliance. And according to the vote when he was promoted to the third level of authority, he has a good network of connections behind him, Sydney Elite Orange Gym. Thinking of the stupid behavior of a certain elder in the family, Chief Joy couldn't help but rubbed her eyebrows worriedly. As a clan leader, she has to consider the overall long-term interests of the family, not the interests of a certain faction or a certain lineage. It's a pity that some people in the family just can't understand. It can only be said that the Joy family has been comfortable and powerful for too long, so that they are blinded by short-term interests. Originally, everyone could do business in harmony. The Joy family provides some political resources and rare treasures that Heiyu can't get. Heiyu provides a large amount of sunny and rainy rhymes to the Joy family. This is a win-win cooperation. After all, the Joy family has recently attracted many breeders to join with sunny and rainy rhymes, and all of these people have become guests of the Joy family. Isn't it for the purpose of obtaining this magical material? But now, both sides have suddenly encountered such a thing, and the subsequent cooperation may not be able to proceed smoothly. Mobilize an elite Pokemon from the family Pokemon preparation library and lend it to the little guy Heiyu for protection. The term is temporarily set at 1 year. After saying this, Chief Joy pondered and said, if he wants to continue to borrow it after a year, let him take out more King Yuliuyun. Chief Joy was not stupid enough to directly ask Yu to hand over the method of making King Yun or the location of production. From the contact with the little guy Yu, I think the other party is also a smart person. Both sides understand the principle of exhausting the pond to catch fish. At the same time, lending Yu an elite Pokemon to protect himself is not only to save his life, so as to continuously obtain benefits. It also carries the meaning of showing goodwill and compensation. Yu is no longer a chess piece, but a chess player at the negotiation table. Even if the Joy family is as powerful as it is, it must show the least respect. Otherwise, the worst-case scenario is that they will break up. I guess the Jenny family, the enemy of the Joy family, is also very interested in sunny and rainy rhymes. There are also some rumors recently that the Jenny family is frantically using their connections to inquire about sunny and rainy rhymes. Chapter 296 Elite Level Protective Pokemon. ZZZZ. A burst of silver light flashed, and a luxury ball was teleported over. Yu was excited and did not open it immediately, because he didn't know how big the Pokemon inside was. What if the poke there is a Wailord in the ball? If it is released, it will probably burst the entire small Pokemon Center. At the same time, it can also be regarded as leaving some expectations in his heart. Before the sun sets, Yu runs back to the suburbs and is at the edge of the forest. There is an open lawn here, enough for the protective Pokemon given to Yu by the Joy family to appear. A red light flashes, and the Pokeball opens. Roar, roar, roar. A dragon covered with scales is flying in the sky. When it is released, it brings up water tornadoes. The sky is covered with dark clouds, and the sky above the entire forest is gloomy, with thunder rumbling from time to time. Great cruelty! Gyarados. Yu lifted his collar to block the raindrops falling when Gyarados appeared. Gyarados is a Pokemon with water and flying attributes. Although it has no wings, it can also fly, just like Charizard relies on wings, while Gyarados relies on flying energy. Yu once again felt the power of the elite Pokemon, and the familiar feeling of awe surged in his heart again. Gyarados seemed to notice Yu below, lowered his huge dragon head, and his dragon eyes were majestic without anger. Yu was nervous. He didn't know that the protective Pokemon given to him by the Joy family. Gyarados, can you listen to his command? Gyarados, my name is Yu. Please give me your guidance in the next year. Yu tried to be more friendly. At the same time, he took out a box of high-level water attribute poke blocks purchased from Andre from the space ring. There were 8 in a box, and he threw them directly into Gyarados' mouth. Yu didn't feel bad at all. If he could win Gyarados' favor and let him listen to his command, it would be great. Unfortunately, Gyarados, who was kept by the Joy family, seemed to be used to eating delicacies from land and sea. Even high-level poke blocks were not good enough. But it was just ordinary. Gyarados growled softly. He lowered his head and let Yu touch him, which was considered a reluctant acceptance of Yu. But when Yu asked to ride on him, Gyarados showed strong resistance. Since his master died 100 years ago, Gyarados has never submitted to anyone. Even between it and the Joy family, it is more of a cooperative relationship. Yu didn't care, and smiled and got close to Gyarados. In his opinion, as long as this Gyarados could protect himself at the critical moment, it would be fine. It would be best if he could listen to his command. After all, this is the only way to bring out the greatest strength of Pokemon. Even if it doesn't work, Kuroya won't care too much. After all, if a Pokemon can reach the elite level, its combat experience is not necessarily worse than that of the trainer. Perhaps Gyarados has more combat experience than Kuroya. After a simple communication and agreement with Gyarados, Kuroya took it back to Pokemon. In the ball. Beep beep. Gyarados, a vicious Pokemon, Magikarp's evolution type, has a very violent personality. The hyper beam from its mouth can burn everything. Level, 71, Gender, male, attributes, water, flying, features, intimidation, height, 7 meters, weight, 250 kilograms. Note, most Gyarados focus on the cultivation of water attributes, but this Gyarados is better at flying attributes, agile and domineering. But it seems that a lot of hidden injuries have accumulated in its body. Over time, it has been difficult to treat and will soon enter old age. Mastered moves: Bite, Thrash, Glare, Twister, Ice Fang, Aqua Tail, Waterfall, Brine, Whirlpool, Flail, Scary Face, Dragon Rage, Crunch, Hydro Pump, Dragon Dance, Storm, Rain Dance, Hyper Beam, Protect, Hidden Power, Flamethrower, Surf, Ice Beam, Blizzard, Thunderbolt, Thunder, Earthquake, Fire Blast, Rest, Substitute, Taunt, Dragon Tail, Outrage, Bounce. Inherited skills: none. Hei-Yu was completely stunned. This was the most luxurious Pokémon panel he had ever seen. At the same time, he was puzzled by the comments given by Pokémon Pokédex. Most Gyarados will focus on the cultivation of water attributes, focusing on waterfall skills. After all, Gyarados' physical attack racial value has reached 125, while the special attack is only a pitiful 60. Coincidentally, Gyarados can learn Aqua Tail, Waterfall. On the contrary, among the flying skills that Gyarados can learn, there is only one Bounce that focuses on physical attack. Although there is a Storm skill, it is a special attack. With the special attack racial value of Gyarados, it is almost difficult to exert a great power. This Gyarados is completely trained against the mainstream. It can only be said that its trainer-master is definitely a very courageous existence. Too many hidden injuries have accumulated in the body. Go back and ask the old man Andre to see if there is a chance to cure it. Although Hei-Yu thought so, he didn't have much hope in his heart. Even the Joy family didn't heal Gyarados. Don't they want to? After returning to the small Pokémon Center, Hei-Yu immediately called Joy Chun's video call. Seeing the familiar and delicate faces on the other side of the screen, Hei-Yu was very happy because he got Elite level Gyarados, and her tense expression relaxed a little. Well, Hei-Yu, don't worry about it. Grandmother has argued for you at the family meeting, and the clan leader is also very angry. Joy? Chun explained a little embarrassedly. In her opinion, Hei-Yu, as her future husband, was persecuted by the family. It was because she did not fulfill the responsibilities that a fiancé should have. When she thought of this, Joy? Chun blamed herself even more, lowered her head and dared not look at Hei-Yu. Hei-Yu saw through Sister Berry's thoughts at a glance, but did not expose them. It was also beneficial for him to let the girl feel indebted in her heart. This is good, isn't it? Foresight, use, and even control of people's hearts have always been what Hei-Yu is good at. Sister Berry, I want to ask you, what kind of food does Gyarados like to eat? Is there anything he avoids in his daily life? Hei-Yu said casually. I need to check the information on this point. Wait a moment. Gyarados usually eats high-level Pokeblocks, with the attribute percentage of Flying 7 and Water 3. In addition, he particularly likes to eat Kanglan fruit, Yupiao Hua, and Kongling fruit. Joy? Chun said dozens of materials at once, and Hei-Yu frowned when he heard it. Because all these materials are precious things, many of which he has never heard of. The Joy family sent Gyarados to me, not thinking that I would raise them for them, right? Hei-Yu ignored the calculation and calculated that even at the lowest standard, it would cost hundreds of thousands of alliance coins every month. Although each Pokémon in Hei-Yu's Pokémon team generally costs so much money every month, but all these funds allow Pokémon to thrive. And what about Gyarados? The same funds can only maintain the minimum energy intake. It is almost impossible to increase the level with these resources. Chapter 297 Blackmail. By the way, the hidden injuries in Gyarados' body need to be maintained by taking special medicine every year, otherwise it will completely break out, causing the vitality to be lost quickly. The medicine consumed every year is about 300W Alliance coins. Joy? Chun became more and more embarrassed, and her voice gradually lowered. As smart as she is, she naturally saw the intention of the family. There is definitely a mind to let Hayu help raise Gyarados. Hayu's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, these big families really don't want to suffer any loss. Elite-level Pokemon are really not that easy to raise. However, the situation is stronger than people. Hayu can only accept this blackmail helplessly, just think of it as hiring a bodyguard with this money. Now he is no longer the little pirate he used to be, but the object of the Hone Alliance. I don't know how many pairs of eyes are staring at him intently in the dark, especially those who covet sunny and rainy rhymes, and blue. The person who has the orb fragments is even more eager for something to happen to him. By the way, Kuraba, Gyarados' previous owner, was a flying-type trainer who married into our Joy family 100 years ago. He died in a battle, and Gyarados was seriously injured to protect the trainer. Thanks to the powerful healing Pokemon of our Joy family, Gyarados was able to save his life, but since then, Gyarados has found it difficult to level up due to the hidden injuries in his body. Don't mention its previous owner to Gyarados, otherwise Gyarados will be in trouble. Gyarados will definitely get angry. Joy? Chun quickly changed the subject and provided Hayu with a lot of useful information. Gyarados is level 71, although it is only a beginner in Elite, but with its superior racial value, its strength is definitely not bad. At least in front of ordinary elites, it is absolutely no problem to protect Hayu's life. After all, this Gyarados is proficient in flying. After a few simple and tender words with Joy Chun, Hayu hung up the phone in the beauty's reluctance. At the same time, he took out the electronic medal given by Archer. Team Rocket still had no response, and Hayu didn't know whether Archer and his team had any additional arrangements in the Hone region. Hayu stayed in Lavaridge for the next few days, the small Pokemon center in the town, studied the knowledge of Pokemon cultivation, and naturally communicated with the old man Andre by phone. Every time he taught, Andre looked impatient, but as long as Hayu took out sunny and rainy rhythm, the old man immediately became interested. Therefore, in the past few days, the knowledge in Hayu's mind was also digested rapidly, especially the knowledge about Poke Blocks production, which was almost different every day. After all, Andre was good at this aspect. During this period, Andre responded to the cultivation plan customized by the Alliance for Hayu Pokemon, and naturally put it on the schedule and executed it meticulously. Crawdaunt, needless to say, as Hayu's trump card Pokemon, after the last melee with the mercenary killer in the cave. The level naturally broke through to level 50 on the second day. Among them, it is naturally inseparable from the investment of various resources, advanced Poke Blocks, nutritional supplements, blue orb fragments, Tide Incense, etc. And the hardy battle with the quasi-elite Raticate provided enough help to upgrade the level and break the bottleneck. And in the new training plan formulated by Andre, many of them overlap with Hayu's previous plan, but the details are undoubtedly more sophisticated. The only major change is the development of the characteristic adaptability. After studying it carefully, Hayu really felt it. The adaptability characteristic can increase the power of moves with the same attribute as itself. The moves blessed by this attribute are 15 times, and after taking into account the adaptability, the blessing of this system will become equals 2 times. This is a direct bonus to damage. Therefore, adaptability is definitely a very strong characteristic. But characteristics are not static. Just like the current adaptability of Crawdaunt, can it guarantee that every attack of the same attribute can get twice the blessing? Hayu dare not guarantee it, because the data tested by the old man Andre showed that among hundreds of water and evil attribute skills, only 3 times enjoyed the highest double increase. The rest mostly hovered between 17 and 18 times. That is to say, the adaptability characteristic of Crawdaunt has not been brought to its extreme. This is also what Hayu had not noticed before. After all, as a time traveler, he has been applying the cold data in the game directly to the real Pokémon. Now it seems that his understanding of the Pokémon in this world is still at the most superficial level. He also asked Andre about the characteristics. But he got a sarcastic answer. The characteristics are not immutable. A primary Pokémon and an elite Pokémon have the same characteristics. Can the effects of the two be the same? It is indeed as Andre said. The same rainfall characteristic, a level 30 Pelipper and a level 70 Pelipper can perform the same effect? Whether it is rainfall range, or rainfall duration, there is a world of difference between the two. Hitmonchan, the fighting elite Bruno, has the Iron Fist trait, but even a strong elite Pokémon cannot guarantee that every time a fist skill is used, it can enjoy the maximum 20% damage increase brought by the trait. At most, it is 18% or 19%. Iron Fist, the power of fist-type moves will increase. The trait development chapter alone made Hayu stunned. Not to mention, there is also the Crawdaunt body structure genealogy diagram given by Andre later, including the name and function of each A-cup ointment, including daily training, massage techniques and maintenance. Even the clarity of the pool where Crawdaunt rests has strict requirements. Hayu now understands why there are so few high-level breeders and why their status is so high. Also understands why those members from big families can reach the elite level in their early 20s. Just as Hayu was immersed in the ocean of knowledge, Pokémon were strictly following the breeding plan and making rapid progress every day. Finally, there was new news from the Alliance. Are all those with level 3 permissions required to gather at Evergrande City, the Alliance headquarters, within 3 days? Blackfeather knew in his heart that the Alliance was finally going to vigorously cultivate their group of people. Sure enough, less than 3 hours after Blackfeather received the news, a helicopter specially dispatched by the Alliance was hovering over Lavaridge town. Even alarmed the Cauldron Gym. Evergrande City, where the Alliance headquarters is located, I, Kuroyu, am here. Kuroha, who was above the helicopter seat, looked at the gradually blurring outline of the town below and withdrew his gaze. I have a little anticipation in my heart for this journey. Chapter 298 Lily Cove City. Lily Cove City. Known as the place where the land ends and the sea begins. This is located in the easternmost land of Hone region. It is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and has many ports. Maritime trade is extremely developed. It is known as the 10th city in the entire Pokémon world. The prosperity of Lily Cove City, to a certain extent, even exceeds that of Evergrande City, where the Alliance headquarters stands, or Movili City, which has a powerful power plant supply. This is the department store with the most complete range of products in Hone region. It has the largest and most prosperous ports in the Hone region. In addition, there are various facilities and buildings such as the Grand Competition Venue, Poke Blocks Research Center, Art Museum, and Battle Club. As the helicopter headed for Evergrande City, the Alliance headquarters, Kuroba asked the people escorting him to stay here for half a day along the way. Of course not for sightseeing. A quasi-elite Raticate is probably worth a lot of money. The black market in a small place like Lavaridge town can't handle such a large amount of goods. You have to come to a big city. Although Kuroba also wants to sell it on the Alliance's platform, after all, the Pokémon obtained through murder and robbery are stained with a bit of grey. Kuroyu still chooses the familiar black market. Although it was my first time to come to Lily Cove City, I still relied on my rich experience to quickly find the entrance to the black market. Kuroba is now considered a celebrity, so he naturally needs to disguise himself so that ordinary people cannot recognize him at all. Putting on a black coat and a face scarf, he stepped into the black market leisurely. After releasing Crawdaunt and being shocked, those seemingly absent gazes gradually disappeared. With Crawdaunt's level up to level 50, he is definitely considered the best among the superiors. Even in the black market, he is still considered a master. After you show your strength, there will naturally be no trouble coming your way. Kuroyu began to wander around the entire black market. Before selling Pokemon, of course, he had to understand the local market prices. After all, the differences between different regions are still very large. For example, in the interior, the price of water-type Pokemon is quite normal. But currently, Lily Cove City, where Kuroha is located, is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, and water-type Pokemon are almost overrun. As long as water-type materials are available, the prices are very low. Black Feather took the opportunity to acquire a batch of water-based materials, not only to make nutritional supplements for Crawdaunt and Sharpedo, but also to consider for Froakie, who was about to hatch. After all, although the incubator can delay the hatching of Pokemon, the time cannot be too long, only a few months at most. Unless there is a constant temperature incubator like Shinjua Gym, the period can be extended to several years. Also, Kuroba purchased 2 skill discs for Zorua, namely Double Team and Calm Mind. At present, Zorua has mastered all 3 genetic skills after these days of hard training: Extrasensory, Sucker Punch and Dark Pulse. So this time Black Feather specially bought 2 particularly practical skills, especially Calm Mind. Kuroyu never expected that he could find one here. After all, Calm Mind is an enhanced skill with psychic attributes. Its price is almost as good as Swords Dance, and it rarely appears on the market, and is almost always controlled by those families. Especially the psychic family that has been in charge of Green Ridge Gym for generations. This is a powerful psychic family. Nearly monopolizes most of Hone region's psychic attribute resources and Pokemon. It is the psychic family that is as famous as the Kanto region Saffron family. Originally, Kuroya wanted to spend alliance points and buy it from the alliance's exchange list, but now he encountered it on the black market, so he simply used alliance coins to buy it. Alliance points or alliance coins, which one is more precious? Black Feather can still carry it clearly. Don't waste alliance points on things that can be solved with money. On the alliance redemption list, the countless zeros behind Quasi-God are still motivating Kuroyu to continue accumulating alliance points. Walking into a store, compared to other bright decorations, this place looks the shop is simple and there are no 2 scantily clad receptionists standing at the door like other shops. There is only a black iron sign. It says the business of the shop, Pokemon Sales and Pokemon Corpse Recycling. But everyone who comes in and out of the shop is like Hey You, with an obvious evil aura. There is no luxurious decoration in the shop, only a few candles emitting faint light. There are rows of iron cages on both sides of the aisle, and Pokemon are locked in them. When Hey You passed by, he noticed that the eyes of these Pokemon were all filled with numbness and despair. Even when passing by one of the pincers, it bared its teeth at Hey You, full of hostility and undisguised hatred in its eyes. Obviously, this pincer had experienced some very unpleasant things when it was captured, which made its hatred for humans reach its peak. The pair of broken horns on its head are enough to prove that. Pokemon like this are often difficult to tame. Even if you buy temporary Pokemon, few people will choose this kind that has not been tamed. Domesticated, wild Pokemon. Hey You walked towards the counter deep inside the store. The further he went, the bigger the iron cages on both sides became, and the iron bars were obviously much thicker. The level of the imprisoned Pokemon gradually increased, and Hey You even saw a few superior level Pokemon. No matter whether you can encounter Pokemon of this level in the wild, even if you do, it is difficult to capture them. They would rather self-destruct than surrender to humans. This store is really not as simple as it looks on the outside, Hey You said. Hey You ignored the Pokemon in the cages on both sides that were releasing their wildness at him. He walked for a full minute. Although Hey Yu's pace was not fast, it was not slow either. The structure of this store was huge. It was indeed a secret. He walked to the counter. A hot woman wearing purple mink was sitting in front of the counter, fiddling with an abacus out of boredom. The beast-like roars of the Pokemon in the cages around him did not affect the woman at all. He noticed someone approaching, and then he looked up slowly. Seeing that it was another person who was wrapped up tightly, he said perfunctorily, "Are you buying or selling?" Yu frowned and glanced at Crawdaunt behind him. "Just claw." Crawdaunt also roared in understanding, no longer hiding her own energy fluctuations. With a level of 50, the Pokémon in the iron cages on both sides of the store were frightened. Seeing this, the woman's eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise. She realized that the person in front of her should be a big customer, and put away her perfunctory attitude. She rolled her eyes at Yu, swayed her body and stood up, showing a charming smile, and a captivate voice sounded, "Brother, don't be angry, I just didn't treat you well, please come in." The woman stretched out her slender arms and took out the drawer. She took out a key and opened the secret door on the side. "Come in with me," the woman said charmingly. Then she twisted her slender waist and the plump buttocks wrapped in purple leather, stepped on her high heels, and walked slowly into the depths of the store. Yu took a look at the curvy woman and immediately retracted his gaze. He has always believed in a truth. Beautiful flowers blooming in barren lands are either thorny or poisonous. This woman dared to exude her charm undisguisedly in a place like the black market. She must have something to rely on. Chapter 299 Evergrande City. Although she was walking in front, the woman's attention and peripheral vision were still focused on Yu behind her. Except for the first glance, she never felt Yu's gaze lingering on her. Turning her head, she gave Yu a charming smile. No matter who it was, there would be a trace of burning lust in their eyes when they looked at her. Few people could resist the captivate of her appearance. And those who could resist it completely were all strong people with strong hearts. Thinking of the high-level crazy that Yu had just shown Daunt, the woman's estimation of Yu's strength has risen to a new level. "I want to sell a batch of Pokémon, the level is not low," Yu said lightly. Seeing that the taciturn man behind him finally spoke, the woman was obviously very interested and asked indirectly, "Brother, can you tell me the specific number and level?" Yu's eyes hidden under the veil suddenly condensed. "Quasi-elite." The woman's originally brisk steps suddenly paused. The charming expression gradually disappeared, and she turned to look at Yu seriously and said seriously, "Are you kidding?" Yu just looked at her quietly. After a while, the woman led Yu into a dim room. Yu directly took out all the Pokémon of the mercenary man in one breath, all of which were Pokémon of general attributes. And Black Feather also sold the logistics Pokémon on his body, including Pelipper, Mantine, and Ludicolo. In the past, he wanted to let these three take on the role of opening the rainy day, but since Crawdaunt wore the blue orb fragment, the proficiency of Rain Dance has increased rapidly. Gradually, he no longer needs other Pokémon helping hand Rain Dance. These Pokémon that were temporarily captured were a waste of food if they stayed on Black Feather, so he simply sold them all to recover blood. After all, Black Feather will raise 6 Pokémon next, and they are all high-level Pokeblocks. Even with Black Feather's relatively rich wealth, it is a bit too much to bear. He must prepare for a rainy day and make plans in advance. The woman put the Pokémon one by one. Ball was put away and put into the machine beside for testing. There was no problem like before in the purple-violet black market. Perhaps it was because of the strength shown by Yu. When the quotation of each Pokémon came out, the woman handed it to Yu. Yu only took a simple glance and saw that the woman in front of him was not fooling him. Basically, they bought at normal prices. Among them, the Quasi-Elite Raticate even quoted a sky-high price of 900W Alliance coins. To be honest, this price is a bit low. But after all, it was once someone else's Pokémon. It is undoubtedly much more difficult to tame such a Pokémon that has a deep bond with its former owner. And it is a Pokémon with a low racial value like Raticate. If it is any other Quasi-Elite Pokémon, the selling price will be at least 10 million. If it is Royal 3, which has a higher racial value, may even cost 15 million yuan. Don't think this price is expensive, but in fact, if you want to train a Pokémon to a Quasi-Elite, the resources consumed are far more than this price. Seeing that Yu didn't say anything, the woman thought she was dissatisfied with the price, so she patiently explained, although it is a quasi-elite, it is just eradicate. There is not much room for improvement in the future. The training value is not high. It is bought as a temporary combat force at most. Yu took the data and quotation of eradicate. Then he suddenly thought of something and said in a deep voice, this eradicate should be wearing a silk scarf. You didn't count the price of the props. The woman was stunned, and then went to test again, but this time she obviously changed a more sophisticated instrument. This guy, Eradicate 8, is wearing a silk scarf with an increase of 10%. We can give you an additional 1 million alliance coins on top of that. The woman's face was flushed, and she was obviously a little excited. Such a big deal might not come once in half a year. Although she was not the boss behind the scenes, as long as she made this deal, she would definitely get a commission. Even the look she gave Yu was charming. To be able to sell a quasi-elite, her own strength must have reached this level. There are not many quasi-elite strongmen in the black market. If you can get close to such a big man, it's a pity that Yu ignored the woman's small movements of flirting. The woman in front of him did look good and had a very charming figure, but Yu would not touch such a person. God knows how many people have been bullied by her. It is estimated that she has been rotten for a long time. And if you really want to covet beauty, isn't joy attractive? Yu thought of that exquisite face and laughed. He walked out of the store with dozens of anonymous savings cards, ignoring the disappointed look of the woman behind him. This sale brought in nearly 17 million alliance coins. Currently, Yu has 25 million in savings. It seems a lot, but it can only support Yu's cultivation funds for 1 year. After all, there are 6 Pokemon waiting to be fed, and a Froakie is about to hatch. It's really too expensive. Now he finally understands why so many people need to work hard for decades to reach the quasi-elite level. I have the strong support of the Hone Alliance, and I also have the Blue Orb Fragment. I can reach the peak of quasi-elite in 3 years at the latest. By then, Kuroya should be around 21 years old. A 21-year-old quasi-elite peak, even if not as good as Lance, is definitely a dimensionality reduction attack compared to the geniuses who married into the Joy family. After Kuroya returned to the small Pokemon Center, he immediately sent 3 million alliance coins to the Joy family in exchange for a healing potion that can prevent Gyarados from breaking out due to hidden injuries. After completing all the operations, he boarded the helicopter escorted by the Alliance again and headed for Evergrande City. Evergrande City is the location of the Hone Region Alliance headquarters. Located in the eastern waters of the Hone region, it is the largest of the many islands in the eastern waters. When Kuroya looked down from the helicopter, the entire island was colorful colors. It deserves to be called the capital of flowers. In the Alliance Forum, this place is praised as a beautiful and colorful city with blooming flowers. The helicopter did not stop at the airport, but flew directly to the only city on the island. At the Alliance headquarters building in Evergrande City, the helicopter that Yu was riding landed directly on the helipad on the roof. "Hi here, Yu." Yu saw Steven on the roof waving and calling to him from a distance. At the same time, there were several boys and girls of similar age beside Steven. Looking at the upcoming Yu with curiosity. As the only person who was not from a family but attracted so many big figures to support him in the 3rd level authority promotion. Yu's name had long been spread throughout their small circle. Chapter 300 Pokemon Data. Chapter 300, Let's Celebrate with Flowers. Thanks to the readers who have read this far, thank you. Crawdaunt. Attributes, Water, Evil. Gender, Male. Level 50. Features, Adaptability, the power of moves with the same attributes as the player will be increased. Skills, Swift, Clamp, Glare, Bubble, Bubble Beam, Harden, Protect, Double Hit, Knock Off, Night Slash, shell blade, taunt, crunch, swords dance, crab claw hammer. Skill discs, substitute, scald, rain dance, brick break, rock slide, hidden power. Fire, double team, ice beam, sludge bomb, facade, X scissor. Inherited skills, water jet, dragon dance. Items carried, 10% amplified mystic water, blue orb fragments. Note, our hero, Crawdaunt. With 3 claws, the enemy will be killed. Original bonus and adaptability feature and mystic water and blue orb fragment and rainy day bonus and swords dance. 100 power and first level critical hit probability of crab claw hammer. Can you resist it? Lobster General is invincible. Sharpedo. Attributes, water, evil. Gender, male. Level, level 48. Features, acceleration. Mastered skills, slash, glare, rage, bite, feint, focus energy, night slash, water jet, assurance, screech, bluff, scary face, ice fang, toxic fang, crunch, agility. Skill disc, protect, double team, hidden power. Electricity, ice beam. Inherited skills, psychic fangs. Items carried, 8% amplified black glasses, blue orb fragments. Note, high attack and high speed assassin, sea mount, sea bully. Umbreon. Attribute, evil. Gender, female. Level, level 42. Features, synchronization, transmits one's own poisoning, burning or paralysis status to the opponent. Skills, tackle, tail whip, pursuit, helping hand, sand attack, baby doll eyes, quick attack, confuse ray, feint attack, assurance, refresh, screech, moonlight, mean look, last resort. Skill disc, protect, double team, shadow ball, hidden power, psychic, dark pulse, attract, foul play, wonder room. Inherited skills, yawn, wish. Items, none. Note, a Pokemon that Norman intends to invest in, serving as an auxiliary meat shield, a Pokemon from the Dark Knight, a Cold Queen, the only female Pokemon in the team, serving as a glue. Honchkrow. Attributes, evil, flying. Gender, male. Level, level 43. Features, overconfidence. Skills, pecking, astonish, pursuit, haze, wing attack, nightshade, sucker punch, night slash, bluff, nasty plot, snatch, dark pulse. Skill disc, protect, tailwind, taunt, double team, hidden power. Grass, steel wing. Inherited skills, drill peck, feint attack, roost, sky attack. Items, scope lens. Note, Black Feather received the Pokemon Exchange voucher after the Joy family invested, and went to the official training of the Alliance to select the Flying Reconnaissance Pokemon, serving as the auxiliary in the team and the overlord of the night sky. Relying on Night Slash and Scope Lens to hit a high probability of critical hits, hitting the vital effect. Snatch Tactics is the strongest force currently erupting in the team. Krokorok. Attributes, evil, ground. Gender, male. Level, level 36. Features, overconfidence. Skills, sand attack, glare, bite, rage, torment, quicksand abyss, assurance, mud slap, seize, bluff, crunch, dig, terrible face, hone claws, arrogance, sandstorm. Skill discs, protect, hidden power dragon, stomp, rock tomb, stone edge. Inherited skills, thunder fang, fire fang, mean look, focus energy. Items, soft sand with 14% increase. Note: the protagonist was captured in a small desert in the Dingfeng Plain next to Mt. Chimney. He has been in a killing environment since he was a child. His combat awareness is extremely sensitive and he is decisive in killing. Zorua. Attribute, evil. Gender, male. Level, level 20. Feature, illusion. Mastered moves, grab, glare, torment, hone claws, fury swipes, scary face, encore, taunt, fake tears, feint attack. Skill disc, protect, hidden power. Ice, double team, calm mind. Inherited moves, sucker punch, extrasensory, dark pulse. Items, focus sash. Note, after the protagonist completes the Rei Cow blood collection task, he exchanges with Archer for Zorua by using Shiny Pico and the position of the special magnetic field. The illusion feature once helped the protagonist escape from danger. The Overlord of Phantoms. Froakie. Status, unhatched. Note, Pokémon level classification. Level 1 to 9 Novice level, Junior level. Level 10 to 19 Primary level. Level 20 to 29 Intermediate level. Level 30 to 39 Advanced level. Level 40 to 59 Superior level. Level 60 to 69 Quasi-Elite level. Level 70 to 89 Elite level. Level 90 and above Champion level. Please urge for updates and reward. I don't ask for much, I'm satisfied with free love power generation.